Choke myself drinking with my left hand, which I haven't gotten used to yet after 6 weeks. So we'll go right down through connections projected are up by 10,000 over last year. You'll see that the unaudited numbers from 2024 were really high. That, I believe, was Main Street additions and connection fees that were paid on that. User charges are up, and it's more in line with what the actuals unaudited figures were for 2024. Assessment charges, that seems like a really specific number, but it reflects basically what we saw in 24.
You're on the water, not the sewer.
I'm on the sewers, aren't I? You know what? I have 2 copies of the sewer budget. That's all. There we
I have
go.
2 water.
I have water. Okay. I am so sorry about that.
Do a good start.
Okay, Doug, you've done. I mean, the number on the water assessment charges. You know, there's some interesting background on that.
That bump that you see in the unaudited essentially came from the townwide reappraisal.
Oh.
The rate stayed the same, and because the appraisal across the board, the reassessment went up significantly, it caused that number to go up. And so what was in the 150-ish range up until 24 really turned out to be 208. We find that to be a good solid number going forward because it's based on your real estate assessment. There's no likelihood that that's going to go down. In fact, this coming year we have, I think it's 3 different parcels coming on. What was the Clark estate owned by Kimball, the Hildene project, and then the brew pub, which will likely be notable bumps in the assessment going forward. So that's a pretty solid number, but a pretty significant change from what we experienced in the past. After that, it's pretty much, I'll say on the water side, thankfully, business as usual. So I don't see anything that we need to take a lot of anybody's time with here unless somebody has a question about it that they don't like or don't understand. And then Scott will gladly answer that.
Again, nothing out of the ordinary here. Eric, you have anything you want to add on the budget?
I don't think so.
Then we'll switch over to text. I mean, you guys want to hang around or?
Probably not really. I've seen this show before.
Having seen this before, you do realize this is my favorite part of the whole year.
Well, everybody's different. So,
What did I do?
would you like a motion to approve these? Not at this point.
We actually could at this point, and we wouldn't have to warn another meeting. We're wearing our new member out here.
Yeah, right. No, right, yeah. He's going to put in for mileage pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Because quite frankly, to make the comment publicly, he did what I've done in the past, and many of you have. He went to town hall first.
Oh,
Which I thought was part of the hazing. At 12 after 8, I did.
Yeah, and on the door is a note, please go, and you follow the trail of notes until you get to the proper location. Welcome, we've all done that.
Yes.
I got halfway there, turned around, so.
So I make a motion that we approve the budget as presented, the water department budget as presented.
And that would require a second.
Second.
And this is for the water board only. All in favor, say aye. Aye. It's unanimous, and we have approved the budget for the water board. Thank you, guys. You're welcome to stay around or carry on. Okay, moving to to the sewer, because we have it. I already ran it down the revenue side. It's 12.3. By the way, Mike, I really like these. I used to go through and calculate all these numbers you have out in the right-hand column with percentage on each department. That's really helpful. Thank you so much. You saved me a lot of time. Assuming they're right. So anyway, revenue anticipated to be up by 12.31%, and this is our jurisdiction now. I will go on to comment about this format is the best I've ever seen in my 40 years on the board. It's easy to follow. The color coordination, the revenue numbers jump off at you. Administration expenses such as salaries and all that are right in the department, so you can see it and know what departments actually cost. Obviously the alcohols aren't, but if somebody walks in and says, "Can I see the budget?" I think they can clear it up right off the bat, tell what all these numbers are, and how they affect things.
You know, and some of those comments kind of were from me too, because it just reminds me of where the number came from too.
Yeah.
We've taken them away, of course, when we get there.
I really appreciate the format. Anyways, expenses on administration, of course, reflects the raises. It doesn't look like we're anticipating any huge differences there. Health insurance, of course, up. Operating expenses, Eric, maybe you could explain some of the numbers that really jump out.
They're just extensions of the last year. We don't anticipate much changes.
We had some new testing requirements,
Yeah.
bumped that a little bit, and then we picked up the hay station, so that'll jump the electricity a little bit.
Yeah. The only other things are the capital improvements we're talking about, replacing the aeration pipes in the second pond. Sludge removal keeps coming up, and it's questionable whether or not it needs to be done. I do have a price for what it would cost to remove it. It doesn't include disposal of it, but that kind of stuff is on the table.
Yeah, so Eric's gotten a price for the removal. We don't have a place to dump it yet, but I mean, we could find that. The depths are showing.
It's
that
kind of staying the same
Yeah,
at,
kind of stable.
18 inches to 2 feet. It's been over 20 years since it's been cleaned, so I'm kind of edgy about it because it's been so long. I feel like it needs to be done, but it doesn't seem to change. We send it off every fall as required to the state, and also I asked Chrissy to look at it, and I don't get any responses, so I'm feeling it's okay, but we still have it on our back line.
We see a little island built up, we'll know that it's
Yeah.
time to remove it.
Do we still have the biological agitation system?
The fish?
Yeah.
Yeah, as far as I know.
I mean, that's extended the maintenance schedule out, just having those bottom feeders in there kind of stirring things up. It was a great idea.
Yeah, but if you empty that out and with the fish, you violating the Fish and Game. Because I know a neighbor of mine got in big trouble because
That's right.
he moved a pond and he
These were there.
altered and messed up the
These
fish.
were already there, we just provided
Food.
Something.
habitat.
I have just a quick question, if you don't mind. The change in the market value, is this like a capital reserve fund for the sewer department, line item 11?
Yes, they have an account at Schwab.
Okay, and that is, I mean, obviously it's invested in something that's appreciated a lot, but is that,
Yes, it's invested in a bunch of stuff. That's what Brian does.
okay.
And I gave you guys a hard copy of the Schwab investments, both the investments and Schwab balances funded.
And that's
the sewer capital
that's the
fund,
sewer
okay.
capital fund, which is a
Got it.
pretty substantial
Yeah.
number.
And any of that work would come out of that capital fund. The only other thing that just came up on the table is the Riverside Heights sewer pump station. The tiny little pump station that has very low flows, but it's also probably 50 years old, steel tank. Pumps are outdated, we just had to maintenance one of them. The other one, the pump guys listened to it for 2 seconds, said that thing is on its way out. So I asked them for a price to replace that pump. And then, of course, I get back a big, long email, we can do it. I also have that price, it's $13,000 to replace one pump, because they have to do all this retrofitting and stuff, because it's out, the one that there is outdated. And then he goes, you know, maybe you guys should consider replacing both pumps with newer, updated stuff, which I've asked for a price for that, I haven't seen it yet. But then you go into it's a steel tank, you know, what kind of condition is the tank in, and John and I have talked about this several times, about just replacing the whole pump station, but it's so small and so minimal. And I can probably keep it running for a few more years, but it's once these pumps finally are done, we're into trouble, because we can't just go out and buy parts for them and get them running again. So
Yeah.
that's kind of where we're at with that.
So do you think if we were to replace both pumps, I mean, obviously a lot of the cost of replacing one, there'd be some efficiencies by doing both at the same time.
Right. The one pump replacement for $13,000 retros it into the system we have now. He recommends replacing both with a newer updated pumps, a newer rail system, a newer, you know, they have this system where you can pull them out, and then when they drop in, they connect to the outgoing pipes. It would also replace the outgoing pipes and the check valves. Very similar to what we just did at Haces, which was at the tune of $76,000. I'm assuming this probably, to do just the pumps, would be in that range. But then, you know, then I told him that when I said it was a steel tank, you know,
Yeah, that's
how
a lot of
much
money.
longer is that steel tank gonna last?
Yeah, I mean, we're not serving a lot of users.
Right, and the flow is so low that you're not wearing those pumps out really fast. The maintenance issue the other day was a pair of underwear got stuck in it. We just had to pull them out and clean them and put them back in, and it was fine.
Put it back in the underwear drawer.
Clean the pump, put the pump back in the hole.
Thanks for the clarification.
Yeah, welcome to Kenny's world.
Yeah. I've been doing it longer than Ken. So that's on the table, and that would probably come out of the capital improvements fund,
Yeah.
too, I would assume, if we
It's-
decide to leap.
It seems, when I keep looking at that fiscal year 2026, I go, I can't believe it. It's likely that something would happen there within the scope of this budget that we're presenting?
No.
No.
I would like to see the number 2 pump replaced with that $13,000 number, just so we have that insurance that if one of the pumps goes down, you always have one that's gonna work. But other than that, no, that little pump station has been that reliable for us, this long.
So if we decide to do that, Scott, that is 13,000. What's our trigger for capital expenses now?
Well, it's more, rather than a dollar amount, it's more like the longevity of the equipment.
Yeah, so would this qualify as a
Yeah.
capital
Yeah.
item? It wouldn't show up in the operating budget.
Right.
And there would be an we have the offsetting revenue available in the account, so it's basically a wash. It doesn't
Right.
really
I mean, if it's 3,000 or 4,000, then we'd slide it into operating expense.
Yeah, this looks like we're talking about 13.
I think that's still under the threshold. I think we did 25,000.
And while we're out of the subject of water and sewer, we should probably consider capital expenses. What are the big capital items on the horizon, projects that you can think of? What do we have next?
For sewer,
Yeah.
for sewer, you're not on this list. I would suggest, would be kind of what you're looking for, I guess, right? You have a list, I don't have.
It's at the bottom of the
Page 2.
expenses, yeah, it says, just in writing, it doesn't have an amount. Second lagoon aeration replacement, which Eric mentioned. And we're doing sludge removal, inflow and infiltration, ongoing repairs. And
Yeah.
those are the main things.
No big, huge project on the horizon.
Nothing like Main Street.
No, I mean, we can make a list of that if you want, but.
No, I mean, it doesn't have a direct impact on the 2026 year.
No, I wouldn't think so.
Probably don't need to get into it in the context of this meeting. I suspect, and I'm trying to remember, because we do, the water board meets with Eric at every one of our meetings, but the sewer, Board of Sewer Commissioners really doesn't have a lot of interaction with Eric. Maybe a couple times a year, which is about the frequency of the water board. If we just kind of sat down and you told us what you think is hot, we need to do and what your expectations are, I think it'd be helpful. Not like we're having a lot of trouble understanding the budget, the nuts and bolts of the operation.
Yeah.
I think that would be very helpful, keeping that connection going.
Yeah, I think whenever we roll around with water meetings, then I'll just add Eric on the select board agendas. Just
Yeah, that would be, kind of a parallel discussion.
It's always a good idea to visit Eric too, by the way, which I've done. If anybody hasn't been over to see the operation, I waited way too long. It was a thrilling adventure. But it was very cool, actually.
And your reference to the number 2 pump wasn't lost. The humor of that wasn't lost. Okay, there's no need for us to approve that now because we will be meeting again. So if there's no more questions or comments, Eric, thank you. We're good.
Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Thank you. We're back on schedule. We're Department of Public Works, including town buildings. For the future, I didn't have a chance to go through and do this, but as we're going down this schedule, if we, out in the right-hand side, had a page number for where the department begins.
This is page
Help
4.
people find it.
They both kind of nice.
Page 4 is where the DPW starts.
Here we are.
So before we go down to the line items on highway and DPW, I've tried to put all the salary and wages into one section there. You see that DPW facilities section starting on line 136. So in years past, some might have been in a different section, but now it's all right there in front of you so you can see that. And the other point I wanted to make, we've been having difficulty, as a lot of towns, attracting good help, and especially in the DPW section, the highway section. We've got to get a CDL license, they've got to be trained. It takes a long time to train them before they can, plow effectively and be efficient on their own. So I started in with, when we started building the budget, with looking at trying to float the salaries, the wages up from DPW so we could be a little more competitive with other towns. So I built in the 5% for that. Then I turned and looked, and the water and wastewater, it's the same situation, really. So we did the same for them. Now we're looking at the administration and the remainder of people compared to what's happening with the union rates. And we'll get into that a little bit when we get into the police department and stuff, but you'll see that there's quite a disparity between union and non-union wages, and that's becoming a problem. So we're trying to protect the people that we did hire, recent hires and train. And most of these are young men that have a little more flexibility than some of our more seasoned people. The seasoned people tend to stay longer. It's a good building for their retirement. But the younger people can be attracted to another town for a few dollars more sometimes. You know, it takes a long time to get them up to speed. So just wanted to say that, and that's what we built into the budget. And we're trying to, we've got 2 new guys on, they're doing a great job, aren't they, Jeff, so far?
So far.
Yeah.
What's the difference between building in that increase and having to respond to somebody who leaves and then you're, faced with, well, if, for example, Bonnie's leaving and getting the right person, is there
Cost
a way to?
attrition,
Yeah, is there a way to?
I mean, I can't put a dollar amount on it.
And retraining expenses and things like that, so if you're baking in an increase in order to retain versus the retraining, is it like a 5% difference, a 10%?
It's,
I would imagine.
first of all,
it's
I've
pretty-
got a lot of experience in this area because I was the chairman of the board of some pretty significant corporations, and retention is way cheaper than new hires.
Yes.
No matter how you do it. Odds are you're going to lose a person who has a lot of tenure and knowledge of the position, and you've tried to take care of them over the years, but the incremental increases have not kept up with what you have to pay for a new hire, and you wind up hiring somebody for more money without any experience, and then you have to train that person. So it's been that way forever, and being in a position of responsibility to our stockholders, which are our constituency here in Manchester, you try to contain expenses, you try to keep a reasonable number on it. But we've got good people. We've always had good people. And the reality is that those good people are going to come and go, and they're going to be a turnover. And it's always more expensive to replace than to rotate.
Yeah, sometimes, I mean, we hate to lower the standards that we want to hire. And apparently, we've done that, once or twice in the past because of need, and it hasn't worked out.
I asked the question just because as we consider all this, it's a good idea to have that. When weighing the baked-in increase against the other expense, and you put it very well, and I think it's a good idea to spend a lot of time worrying about retention.
We try to keep them happy. I mean, Bonnie has been in regular communication with everybody, and she's always done a great job of reaching out when there's been a little, fire put out. And just making them feel wanted to is help. And this will go a long way towards that.
Well, for one, this may be one of the last official acts sitting here with us at this meeting, and I just want to say that we really appreciate everything you've done for the town of Manchester, and wish you were going to stay, but fully understand the opportunity that's presented itself to you, and hope and wish for the best for you going forward.
I think it was not an easy decision to make.
And
I've enjoyed every minute of working here.
Every minute.
Thank you.
Just about.
Just about.
So, I mean, most of the items are pretty obvious.
But every year, Jeff oversees by far the largest department in the town. And every year, this department has the lowest incremental increase of any department in the town. And we appreciate the fact that your management style and skills in managing the numbers have kept these numbers low. And again, I want to give you our appreciation and gratitude for what you're doing for us. And my understanding is you're never going to retire?
Not quite sure about that.
Speaking of retention.
Why would you? You're having so much fun. Right. Big
It's not even a job when you're having fun.
Right.
You should pay us to let you do it.
And they name places after you and stuff like that before you retire. I mean,
Usually that's the big retirement.
You know it, that's my point.
More, they'll say,
Talk about
"They didn't
retention."
Get passed.
Yeah, when you get something like that, you go, do they know something I don't know? One of the big expectations, Jeff, I mean, on the capital side, we've got some equipment and stuff here that shows up in this year.
We've already probably expended our salt and sand budget
Not for
in one store.
working on it.
Well, that looks like it might be much more than last year already.
Yeah, starting out that way.
Yeah.
Well, it's better than ice storms, so.
Yeah, that hurt.
So, we're looking at a new dump truck purchase. That's the substantial piece of the capital budget for highway. There's a couple smaller pieces of grinder that we tried to get in there last year, and we just had to pull it. And then the paving, we just got a new Ireland Road this year. Last year, we did quite a substantial amount of paving, which was great. And this year, we only had that one. We will apply for a Class 2 road grant for River Road. We don't anticipate getting it, so that's why it's not built in, but.
Yeah, those are cyclical.
Yeah, basically, they give it to you, then they don't give it to you. It's
Yeah.
just bounce around, so.
River Road will be the next one down.
If a Class 2 comes along,
Yeah.
yeah. And beyond that, what was it, fourth?
The roads look,
What's the other one by New Ireland, the next year?
Oh, Nottingham.
Nottingham.
That's class 2, you know, the part.
yeah, that was one,
Yeah, we haven't taken it.
that was one that we never should have taken, but that was a long time ago. So
Yeah.
that's a tough road.
I know there's a lot of discussion about changes in direction or like structure of the MEMS area, but where does School Street sit in terms of pavement? Because there is tons of potholes, the sides of the roads are kind of crumbling off.
We refer to those as speed bumps.
No, I mean, John's got a good question. 2 weeks ago, I got a phone call from the school superintendent. She wanted to meet, so I went over there and met with her. And they're potentially working on a plan that might redevelop that area. And so it's not out in public yet. She's still got all of her boards to deal with and stuff. So that would involve that School Street Memorial Ave.
Like reconfiguring the drop-off.
Possibility.
Yeah, so it would make a lot of sense to put a lot of money into that road.
Right, that's
Have
kind
to
of
torn
what I
up.
was asking, yeah.
That's why that one's been kicked back so many times.
There's been a bunch of-
It's been planned to do
Yeah,
something.
a bunch of
so
proposals out there.
Unfortunately, you're right, it needs paving. but-
Yeah, it's like every day when I drop off the kids, it's how am I gonna angle the car so they don't
Yeah.
drop into a mud puddle?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, we'll see where that goes. I mean, if it doesn't look like it's gonna go to fruition, we'll just start building.
We had some short streets done this year that were, they were hard to do, but they've been a long time coming, so we got them out of the way.
yeah.
Generally speaking, it might just be because of the neighborhood that I'm in, but the roads are looking really good.
We put a lot of
My
yellow
whole
on it.
vicinity got done last year.
Yeah, that was a class 2 year, so
Yeah.
we got $200,000 free there, so that really helped. take
Same in
out.
Wide Awake.
We got a lot done.
Do the stamped crosswalks look like they get beat up and are beat up? Do they make any sense in terms of repainting and having to maintain stamped versus non-stamped crosswalks?
It lasted for quite a few, years now.
Yeah.
The ones that I noticed are the ones near the big roundabout.
The big roundabout.
They got big truck ruts in them now.
They do, they got wheel ruts,
Yeah.
so, you're putting lipstick on a pig, so it's like painting on the butt.
Yeah.
They identify them a little better.
Well, I was about to say, does it have to be identified with paint in some way, or? I mean, I don't think we're ever gonna see them as nice as the day that they were, opened up, when they opened up.
They should be identified, yeah, with something, either just paint.
Just probably paint.
Yeah.
It's actually a good point you raised about crosswalks too, because I know there's been a couple incidents on a couple of the crosswalks closer to School Street actually, where people have been hit, especially now that it's getting darker earlier. Do we have available the same, like the crosswalk that's by the library with the?
Oh, with the lights, and that's a good point, Jeff. I've had a lot of people ask me about the same thing you just said,
Yeah.
and close to Mountain Goat and
Yes.
and go across into Colburn Cafe or whatever it's called today. And those lights, I know that Sylvia was very much against them, but they're great.
Very effective.
They are
Yes.
really effective. I don't know why we're not using them in those really.
I think Jonathan's point about up by the avocado pit, that would be a great spot. A lot of
Yes.
kids cross there.
And it's a blind, you can't see people behind cars at the.
Right, that's right. It's
Yeah.
black and all.
What's it cost to put something like that in? They're solar powered, right?
No, Jeff, do you know the number on that?
They're 20,000 or so probably, anyways. That's like,
So sometimes we can get grants for that.
yeah, you can.
The signage that you've done too has been, and quickly I might add, was great, was the curve up on East Manchester Road, which everybody kept driving off. It was,
It just came out, it's never been there before.
yeah, I know. But that actually, I think, came out really well, and you guys were great to respond so quickly to that. And I do have a suggestion that we add bear crossings, farmer crossings, sheep crossings, and what else has gotten hit? Bear, cow.
Bulls.
The bulls, so we've got to get, I think we should have a whole row on Wilcox Flats of those.
You'll have to stay on that.
I don't think we have to get them involved, do you?
They will, but if you put a sign
No,
up.
I'm kidding, but that's becoming interesting.
To my point on the one by the School Street, I forgot to actually mention, the reason why I bring it up is because there's actually a kid who broke their arm recently on the School Street one, so that's why I thought it was kind of,
Well, they're just very effective.
Crosswalk,
Yeah.
where we have the light.
no, the one
You
at
don't
School
have
Street. The avocado pit one.
Oh, the avocado pit.
Kid was trying to cross
Yeah.
there. He was
Oh,
in the
no,
right
no,
lane.
no. Yeah.
I mean, that would be a good first start.
I mean,
And
we used to have a
the
crossing.
problem with the mountain goats, they come around that corner and it's right there. And those are all designed to slow you down. I remember we
Yeah.
talked about them when it was, but sometimes people just, again, it's a little bit obscured by a light post or something.
You know, Greg, you brought up the point earlier this year about maybe reconvening or looking at the parking along Main Street and how we might be able to do it differently. So we reached out to BCRC Mark Anders to give us a quote on just helping us to potentially look at some designs. But it got convoluted with the Plan Commission and the zoning department, and so he came back with a $25,000 figure for a bunch of other stuff that we didn't really need. So we're gonna try to shape that down a little bit. Maybe we can get something we can look at later.
Weren't the bicycle people, like the bike?
Yeah, but that's
path?
unrelated to it.
Okay.
I mean, they just look at the bike path, the
Yeah.
bike path from
Yeah.
the village down through the town. And then we're turning up Bonnet Street anyway, so we don't have to go
Right,
up
got it.
I have a non-constituent from Dorset who writes me all the time, who actually came up with a great plan for Main Street, which I'll share with you later.
Great. Yeah.
He just is a wealth of complaints and good suggestions.
If he has good suggestions, we're open.
Yeah. Anyway, okay, sorry.
Anything else on, any questions on Public Works?
Would we be able to put in one of those lights, Scott, at the
look
School
at it.
Street?
All it takes is money.
Yeah,
I mean, do we have an offsetting revenue?
I will look at that and get some numbers for you for the next meeting.
Okay.
If it's that dangerous a
I
situation,
want to remind everyone that we're looking at everybody's complaining about the state and the increases in our education property taxes, but we're looking at a similar scale tax increase potentially here. So as we look at each department, we're going to ask ourselves the question, how much of this is an essential service? How much of it is something that a municipality should be providing as opposed to the private sector? is just, do people expect local government? The expectations on local government are so much higher than they used to be as far as providing services. I was recently asked to talk about how things have changed over the years. And I've been sidestepping that because I don't remember. But one thing that does stand out for me is that we used to spend a lot more time on nuts and bolts and actually providing the hard core municipal services that only the municipality can provide. It's the only place from which that can be drawn, and that's the roads and the sidewalks and the sewer and water infrastructure, the police department, and all that. And you know, recreation is growing to be a big part of our budget. The recreation expenses are going up by 25% in this budget. And other things, advertising and marketing and the potential for discussing an events coordinator and that sort of thing, that all adds to the bottom line, whether there's a contribution from someone else or not. And at some point, and the state's in the same situation, are we just trying to do too much as a small municipal government? This is a town of 4,500 people, and when we compare ourselves to similar sized towns, we provide an awful lot, and we're able to. But at some point, the impacts of doing that, sure, there's plenty of people that can afford it, and they want us to do that, but there are people that can't. And we have to be responsible to both ends of our constituency. So we consider these very worthwhile investments. We also have to hold the line, but this is one that only the town can provide. So it does fall under that umbrella, and then it comes down to, is it a necessity? What's the history then? And we're already here, there's a history of issues there. So that's a tough one.
And, you know, thinking back to when I was a kiddo, I mean, there was a crossing guard there. So that was, a little, you know, that nothing better than a person standing in the middle of the road, right, to run over. That was framed right at you, I think. But yeah.
We used to have,
Yeah, he's got it.
we're ahead of schedule. We used to have a crossing guard there who was an actual member of the police department. His name was Gene Collette. And he was an extremely excitable guy. And anytime anything happened, his face would turn bright red, he'd start yelling and screaming. And we were there, and he was the crossing guard when school got out. And we used to walk home a lot. And he put up his hand in the car and drove through. So I took out his whistle and blew it. And the guy kept going. He drew his gun and fired it in the air. We need Gene Collette back. We'll get things under control.
Good old days.
Ruth Cook would be just fine.
Yeah, Ruth Cook had maybe a kinder and gentler approach, but you know, we did have a meter maid, and she and her husband were both part of our police department. Anyways, that was a good. It was good that you brought that up.
See, I think it falls into the category of something to prioritize. And well, we'll get into the discussion later about how voter appropriations are attached to our dilemma.
Well, they are.
Yeah.
And these are submitted by petition. We can discuss that when we get there. Police department's not here. Oh, there they come, right on cue.
Not punctual.
Well, we're actually a half an hour ahead of schedule.
I wonder if
We could probably knock off a few of the other
we
items.
could probably get, like, we could do town treasurer.
Does that mean Jeff
We
is
could
off the hook?
we could get a meeting.
What's that?
Does this mean you're off the hook now that they're?
Just give her
Where's that?
to come in.
I don't know, I'll ask the chairman, and we also have the DPW for now.
I think we are. I don't think we have any more.
One thing about the truck you might want to consider, it might take a couple of years if we don't get it this year. Trust and buy into this.
The trouble is when we start messing with our capital purchases, it could put it into a year when we're spending money on something else. We try to keep kind of a stable number there.
That's how I.
When there's not a revenue source that goes with it, I mean, something like the roundabout, it costs $3.6 million, had a federal grant of $3.6 million, so that could happen any year, it's not going to affect your taxes, but there is a tax impact on capital expenses, and that, when we think you need a truck, that gets plugged in at that point, and other things get adjusted. So if we shift that truck to the out years, yeah, we get a one-time reduction in this one, but we get a huge increase in the next one, so.
You know, there's almost no year that there won't be a capital purchase if you stay with it. I
Yeah.
mean, we had
Yeah.
50 pieces of equipment if we had them all up, so I try to trickle them in, conservatively.
So I put on your, that memo that I sent out with this stuff, but one of the questions we might want to think about creating is a capital account like we did with the police last year for highway. And, you know, to throw money towards it so we don't get this huge $270,000 hit, and we're trying to work around it. So that's one of the questions that I think we might want to consider bringing to the voters, to establish a capital account for the highway
That we
equipment.
contribute like a similar amount every year, it goes up.
Yeah, 30, 40,000.
Yeah, similar to what we do with the police.
We did the lease purchase too.
Yeah.
And that worked.
That works really well for spreading it.
Yeah.
That, if we do that, that's going to be subject to town meeting where we're going to have the voters approve the special reserve fund.
Yeah, right, we did,
Yeah.
right, like we did
We did
last
with the
year.
police,
Yeah.
yeah.
Greg, you can guide us into the next,
I'm not gonna let Jeff go yet, I have one quick question, and that is tree removal, planting, and care. So there's a jump there of 4,000, give or take. 10,000 for the 26 budget. So is that, where's that coming from?
Why
Is that ash,
number
dead
going
ash,
up?
and just along
It's
roadways?
dead ash and just a lot of trees have been dying, and demand, people are just calling, I got a dead tree in my yard, or this, it's part of that, but the dead ash is a big part of it too.
We could have doubled that this year.
Yeah, no, I know. I mean, there's,
And years ago, we did have a arborist work for us, and we were able to take a lot of those ourselves, but he's been retired, so. But that is just, we're probably right on budget right now with trees, or maybe, you know, we're not even halfway through the year.
yeah, no, it's, I think it's interesting, and
But I know that we could probably double that, really, you know, it's still.
there's that one limb on East Manchester I told you about last year. I'm just waiting for it to come down.
There again, we can do a lot of that too, and I'm only taking trees that are really dangerous trees, that are,
Yeah.
you know, people are. And once somebody complains about it, if you don't do something with it, it's a liability, you know, if
Right.
something happens.
Yeah. No, and there's the dead ash of the work. Okay, that was the last thing I had, and,
Well, thanks also for the efforts on the decorations, they look so nice.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
I really like it.
yeah, that all worked out. Okay, well, we're off the hook as far as, I think we're gonna return to this, we don't have any, unless anybody else has something. All right, thanks, Jack.
Thank you.
Very happy and all that stuff too. We don't
You
see
too.
it.
So Greg, we're, year to date already, we're over the 10, just over the 10,000 budget that we have for this fiscal year.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and it's totally understandable. And
Yeah.
Worthwhile to keep up.
Well, you know,
Yeah.
like Jeff said, if we don't respond when someone complains, and definitely our responsibility, then it's a liability.
Yeah, I think it falls into that same category that Ivan was just talking about. It's a municipal priority.
Yeah, I mean, it's a minor expense, but it's growing, so we built that budget for future this year.
Okay, you guys are up. Don't wait for me, you just take, once those chairs are open.
Jump right into the hot.
This is a streamlined outfit. It's very, I don't know, there's not a lot of markings, but there is a,
Usually I have to pass over this.
oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Did you bicycle over here? page
Page
6
6.
of 19, line, starting with line 200. And we're looking at a little bit of an increase here. Do you want to give us
Yeah,
an
I mean,
overview?
right now, we're in the middle of union negotiations for next year's contract, starts July 1st. Heidi's been helping us with that, and I think we're gonna be able to reach an agreement, but, you know, the monetary cost is gonna be substantial. So we built a little bit of that into the budget now, but we just don't know what the final outcome's gonna be when we reach an agreement, so just wanted to let you know about that. Overtime, well, if you want to just go down from the top. The chief picked up a nice revenue source on line 205. We have a new contract for dispatch, which will be starting as soon as we get the equipment put in, right, BJ? The Arlington Rescue?
Yes, Arlington Rescue wants to come on board.
Great.
Have to wait until we get the new grade, dispatch upgrade. Accommodate that.
And that's the dispatch upgrade. What's the timeline on that? I mean, you've got all the physical plan is in, right?
So it's been ordered for a while, and initially, we were expecting it sometime this month. We haven't heard anything, so hopefully it's still on track for later this month.
Yeah.
And we'll take you over there as a little dog and pony show when everything gets put in place.
So nice, yeah.
I've seen a little bit of it. You guys should check it out. It's great.
That's really nice. And the next big source of revenue might be a wind hall. We're hoping to bring them on board. Right now, they're with the state police, but it doesn't cost them anything, right? And so to incur a cost, they're kind of running until the state police just, you know, stops doing it. And they're, you know, the state police has given indication that they're gonna stop dispatching at some point.
Yeah, I know that was something we were looking at as a big part of the.
I noticed that there's a reduction in the East Dorset dispatch fees from the budget year that we're in now to next year's budget. Kind of cut it in half. Is that an agreement that we have with them, or based on a per call?
207J.
Per call.
Yeah, 207, what did you say?
And I know that we probably have a closer,
Right.
mutual aid affiliation with East Dorset and Dorset, and we do with some of the other neighbors too.
Are we in a good position, you think, to pick up Londonderry, like in terms of talking to them, if that's the direction it goes in with this?
Wind hall?
Sorry.
Yeah, we've been talking with the chief all along.
Yeah.
And he's on board about joining us. It's just a matter of convincing his select board to incur a new cost instead of paying for free, you know, not having a cost at all.
Right, right.
Yeah, he definitely wants to bring it down there, and they, you know, they will, but it's just a matter of when.
Right.
I think, I mean, for anybody that's been being dispatched by the state, it's kind of a sticker shock thing when they say what it's going to cost to have us do it. But if they start to shop around, they're going to find out that we're pretty competitive and we're local. And when somebody calls in, we kind of know what they're talking about right there at dispatch, as opposed to if you're talking to somebody in Waterbury or over in New York State somewhere.
Has any of the increase in this put any pressure on the team, on the dispatch team, or is that they had capacity, it feels?
So far, they're able to handle everything that we've taken out.
Yeah, good.
We used to talk about this decades ago, and the feeling was always there. We had capacity to handle all that. We had a big engine that was kind of idling, and the efficiency really would kick in if we could start dispatching for our neighbors, and we're seeing that happen. These are significant revenue
That's
numbers
great.
without a large increase in expense. So but the likelihood of having concurrent issues rises.
Yeah.
Where you might put a burden on one dispatcher, and hence the improvements.
For the most part, it would be short-lived
Yeah.
incident.
experiencing any sort of difficulty in keeping staffing going for dispatch?
So, right now, we're at full staff with dispatch, but our newest dispatch hire is still in training. So while she's training, we are having to fill what will be her rotation when she's all ready to go, but we're at full staff.
Do you guys mind walking us through some of the grants that you received or think that you're gonna receive?
So as far as like the governor's highway safety grants,
Yeah.
so basically the governor's highway safety grants break down into 3 different categories. There's basically the DUI grant, the distracted driving grant, and the operator protection grant, which is basically seatbelt violations. And between all 3 of them, I think this year we have $43,500, and of that, there's $4,000 set aside for equipment, which basically means that for participating in the grant, they will purchase $4,000 of equipment that can be used in highway safety for us moving forward.
Okay.
Do we expect those grants? I mean, the line items, we haven't zeroed out because we don't know, right?
So I think my line items are different than yours. Which one is that?
So it's 220, 221,
Yeah.
Yeah, yours would be if you printed that out on your own.
Yeah, definitely.
So it's like 1085, 1086, 14 for the line item numbers, if you want to go by that. It's the revenue section prior to the expenses.
So yeah, I think that the 43,500 is not reflected in rents. We may not have known what that was. The grant year for that runs through the end of September, and then you start to reapply. But those are the actual numbers. Between the 3, the DUI, clicker ticket, distracted driving, is 43,500.
So there might be a $42,000 revenue number that we
Yeah.
don't have in our. We made a mistake on the revenue numbers elsewhere. It was just an entry error.
For these things.
So anywhere we pick up revenues, I
Yeah,
don't care which department it's in,
The cops.
might help.
Yeah, so this part right here, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's,
So Scott, you'll add that in if we,
Yeah, I've got that on the,
or that 13%, if you round it up,
Yeah.
could be reduced with that.
no increase, that's a revenue number.
That's a revenue number. That would increase.
Oh, that would increase, sorry,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
The actual total expense number in the police department is
That's a different.
better than most of our departments.
Well, I mean, that's why it's kind of a nice time to be doing the union.
oh,
Right.
yeah,
Right.
right here, yeah, see.
I mean, if that 42 number stands, or 43-ish, that's a 36% increase in revenue.
So we can do that this year.
Which makes sense with the new contracts that we added with
Just,
dispatch.
the only thing worth mentioning with that is we can spend up to 43,500, but that's contingent upon us actually being able to use all of that.
I'll get it.
You know, with the staffing shortage or other things going on, if we don't have the ability to do that much, then, you know, that might not be the 43,000 mark, but that's the most that we can take through that.
Understood.
So it still would be covering an expense that we'd have to cover otherwise, because it would be covering staffing shortages and that sort of thing, with or without the grant.
So the grant is not, like, it doesn't prepay $43,000. It will allow us to put in $43,000 worth of reimbursement for the time that we put into that. So it might not show like as a traditional revenue, but it will enable us to basically get $43,000 of extra coverage without costing us anything.
Would those costs show up in a budget projection like this, or are they kind of above and beyond what we're budgeting for?
I think,
So it might be a combination
Yeah.
of the two.
yeah.
So,
And like a lot of these things would happen during like normal work anyway, like you have a certain amount of
So it's. Most of it would be overtime.
Oh, I see, okay.
So what you would show is the revenue would be paid out. you know,
From the,
The
Officer.
overtime,
the big number.
in the actual
Yeah.
numbers for 23 and 24, 111,000, over 100,000 in 2024. It's a big number.
Yeah.
And this would apply probably toward some of that.
A little bit of that, but most of that number is actually just regular shift coverage.
That's built in overtime.
Right, so that's not even built in, but just filling vacant shifts or sick days, vacation days. So that's what the majority of that overtime is, or things like courtroom call-outs, just call-outs in general. So the highway safety is kind of independent from that.
Got it.
It's got, when you went through the, just the general increase in salaries, what number did you use?
I used 5 for now.
Okay.
And that, as you know, that's what we submitted as our first
Yeah,
request.
great.
So there's a couple capital expenses that we want to be built in for police. If you look at page 16,
But before we do that, just on the operating expenses, I'm looking at K9 maintenance. We spent $982 in '24, and we're budgeting $3,000. Doc's getting bigger, eats more.
Yeah.
So basically, some of that is the built-in cushion to compensate for vet bills if there's an issue like that, but there's kind of the unforeseen. We obviously,
I understand how that should impact things.
Plus the licenses just went up for the dog license.
That's true.
Gotta have an extra $4 for that.
Check and see if that dog's current
Yeah.
licensing.
well, you voted against it, so.
Actually, doesn't he live in Arlington?
I did vote against that.
Now, this K-9 maintenance line, is there any of the expenses you're gonna be incurring that should actually come out of the K-9 fund? Because there's money sitting in that fund.
No, that I think was set aside to get the program up and going, but not as basically recurring maintenance fees.
So what's gonna happen with that money? Just gonna sit
How
there?
much do we have in there?
So basically
So
that's,
we need to,
You need a new dog?
something happens to the cruiser or
Yeah.
new cruiser, that's all gonna have to re-outfit.
Okay, so there is a plan on using that money.
at some point, hopefully not anytime soon, but
Yeah.
When you look at Bennington, they just lost their dog unexpectedly.
What happened?
I don't know if they ever found out what.
the speculation is that she had a tumor that ruptured and didn't make it to labor.
But it's not just the actual dog, it's, as you say, the vehicle,
Right, the vehicle, vet bills.
vet bills.
So the vehicle is kind of for.
So,
But veterinary care has its own line, right?
See,
So that's not for the kindergarten, that's for.
Oh, that's for animals, okay, sorry.
He's in town before.
but we historically have overspent on the
Probably the audit.
equipment maintenance. So, I don't get into that number, but make sure the K-9 maintenance isn't slid into that number by mistake or whatever.
No,
Okay.
that's,
Because we do talk about maintaining the vehicle.
vehicles separate.
Okay.
Maintenance.
All right, so,
So equipment could be anywhere from, something happens to, a monitor for the computer, we get a new monitor, but fingerprint, something happens with that. And the other equipment that we
but in 2024, we budgeted for 15,000 and we actually spent over 19,000 on. And I know that you can't anticipate what you're going to need for maintenance, but are we historically coming up short on that? We increased it to 17. Hard to say.
I mean, we got.
Is there anything else in the building that you are looking to improve or change? Like, I know we talked about the little room. that you
Yeah, I
wanna end
think
up in.
Scott was just gonna mention
in the
the
capital
capital.
section.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
okay,
in the
okay.
capital expenses.
Great.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so if you want to flip to the capital section.
Yeah.
19?
Page 16. So you'll notice we had that police vehicle reserve fund set up.
Yes.
And that's basically, that's line 607. That was basically in the past, a pass-through where you put 40,000 in and then they'd spend it 40 on a new vehicle.
Yeah.
The vehicle costs have gone up, but we're also now using that for, equipment also. So you'll see we built that a little bit more up to 65. In the future, some radios that we need to purchase in the vehicle that we have to have. On the next page, line 613, there's some maintenance work that needs to be done in the PD. If you've ever walked through the halls there, you'll see why we need to replace the tile floor. So we got an estimate for that in there.
And does that include the room, the interrogation room? Wasn't that?
That's gonna do the floors,
Through
all
there.
the way down hallway to the back.
And there's like a drain that you wanted to have?
No, that's
That's
not it. That's just putting new flooring.
Are those different flooring than what we have in the Kilburn room? Or is it same
The
tiles?
estimate?
No, the same kind of tiles? Or
No,
different?
these are like the old square tiles.
Armstrong commercial tile.
Just the ones in the Kilburn room, I know that were, it was told to me when I came on board that they had asbestos. So I just wanted to
The
make sure
tiles.
that if they were the same tiles that you were,
They're different tiles, but I don't know if we had, the guy that looked at it gave us an estimate, he didn't say anything about asbestos.
Okay.
He
No,
don't-
and I think the plan is to go right over that, not to remove it.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
I'm pretty confident there's not asbestos in it, but even if there was.
We're sealing it, yeah.
I think even though those tiles were put in the last 20 years, right? So-
1995.
Right, so they probably, comparatively to the town hall, which were probably in there from 30 years ago, plus.
Yeah.
So I don't know if any members of the board have done a tour of the facility, but from my viewpoint, it's well past time for a complete and total renovation. So I was a little shocked. And not just the floors, but a lot of issues. We talked about lighting and the walls, that room, the interrogation room. And I don't know whether we float a bond, but I don't know why it's just not the best working conditions I've ever seen for people that spend a lot of time in that facility. So I think I think it's time to do it and get it done and make it and bring it up to date.
Well, we just got a
Up to the
grant.
dispatch. Dispatch is nice.
Yeah, we got a
Well,
grant.
we did dispatch, but the hallway, that room,
Yeah, no,
it's,
that's why I have the tiles.
I'm not gonna use the word deplorable, but it's a little better than that.
Well, we just got that grant for both those buildings that.
Yes, that's right,
Like
but
we-
they're more like an energy conservation.
But that could help with some of the lighting and some of
Yeah,
that other
yeah.
stuff, so let's just,
Lighting, yeah.
one day at a time.
Yeah, so we do have that money that we use over there for that.
Yeah, I just think that it should be somewhat comprehensive. But again, you guys can go over and you've been there. Yeah. And have a look at it. That's my feeling. It wasn't deplorable, but you know what I mean. Well,
You gotta be careful what you refer to as deplorable.
Seriously.
I just will bring your attention to that there's a new line item there. Back up the page, see what the number is for you. It's in the regular police section. Back to page 6. Well, it's page 7, I'm sorry. Line 254 on page 7.
You're,
Page
oh,
eight.
yeah.
Page eight.
It's happened last night, too.
Community outreach.
I'll take this to what you gave me. Anyway,
254.
254, that's the same. So community outreach program. So PJ, why don't you talk about that a little bit?
So that we'd like to use for things similar to the pink patches that we had in October. We would use that money for the patches, other things we may buy for National Night Out. Stickers that we give to the children, things like that.
The sock drive was great. That was your initiative, right?
I know.
So that was actually Kelly Carroll out of Bennington that organizes that, and she reached out and asked if we would be willing to participate, and we went down there with that.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, we've done it for the last couple of years. This year, was hands down the most successful that we've had, I think. Like the numbers raised in Manchester far exceeded larger territories.
That's awesome.
So,
So would that community outreach include those types of little programs like that?
yeah, we would anything like that, and luckily there's no cost with that, but it's just like, we've been doing something with the schools, kind of a name a cruiser type thing.
Yeah.
So it just is a good opportunity to get to the schools and have the kids have some say in what the cruiser names are, and then we'll put the sticker on the car, or the different patches. So the pink patches, that was a big hit. We had basically ordered 100 patches to sell to the community for $10 a piece, and then the money from that would be donated, and they sold out astonishingly quickly. So we now know for next year to order more, but we just...
I don't remember the exact number, Bonnie, but I think we just took the proceeds from that and donated it
to the SBMC Cancer Center and sent them around $1,300 that we raised during it. So that's just some of the things that we're kind of looking to expand with the community outreach.
Awesome.
Is there a police community fund that people can donate to specifically?
They could use this one.
It would just be the community outreach
So I know we
line
have,
item?
I would make a revenue account, community outreach donations.
And then people can make donations to the police department through the town like you do if you
Yeah.
want to give money.
It would be tax deductible.
And it's, I know, yeah, but I just want to get this on
I
camera.
mean, they could pay it directly to the police department.
Yeah, it'd be an interesting thing to maybe start a community fund that people
we
can
do
donate
have,
to.
correct me if I'm wrong, Mike, but we have an account that was set up a few years ago specifically for a National Night Out where people could donate
Yes.
for that. So even if we streamlined it and kind of put that all into one.
Wouldn't you want to track them separately? Because if you're going to continue to do these community outreach things and then donate that money to other organizations, you don't want to keep it separate.
Yeah, I guess we could figure out the best way.
I'd be interested to see whether that $1,500 can come from individual donations versus an allocation from the general fund. And I bet you it could. I bet you it could exceed that. With a little outreach.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mentioning it here on GNAT, wink, wink, no, no.
We're on this camera.
I don't know, no, they're on that camera, we're on that
I'm only
camera.
kidding.
Anything else?
Thank you.
No, we can,
We're doing very well on
I think we could get Anita.
Well, we've got Anita here, ahead of schedule.
I guess, thank you for all you guys do. We're gonna be cutting your salaries, but thanks a lot. That's a joke.
You should be banned from making jokes and.
Come on, where's the jocularity? This is dry stuff, right, Mike?
Very dry.
Very dry.
Hi, Anita. Come on up.
The week skipping over.
Well, we're skipping.
Yeah, we're
Sorry, all the beds here.
No, I rescue is next, so.
Does anybody else come
Anybody else
here?
come?
Yeah, Katie Vandel's.
That's what I
All
thought.
right.
We're ahead of schedule, so we'll just slide Anita into this page.
Page 11 in my book.
Is that 10 on ours?
Starts at 11.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is 11.
Must be just, yeah, that's the difference, is about 2 paragraphs. So I'll let Anita talk about her department.
Revenues are pretty much similar. You'll see a difference in recording fees. So we have a record preservation fund and a recording fee line item. I can't find the record preservation fund in the budget anywhere or.
It's in the
or
back.
amount.
Actually, the record preservation fund is $25,000.
No, so for every page of reporting, $4 goes into a separate account.
Yes.
I can't seem to find that in here, so I don't have a total for that, but this line item for recording fees.
Do you know where that is, Mike, before we move on?
The line 403?
It's a separate fund.
Oh,
That's the amount that we're budgeting to spend
Oh,
from
okay.
that fund.
There's,
so there's another revenue line item that should be here? Is
No,
So item 429 is for the $11 per recording. And $4 is separate and goes into our record preservation fund. I don't have the account with me, but I believe it starts as 40. I don't have my laptop up here. And same with town fees, that should be the $11 per page. And then the other $4 should be going into the record preservation fund. Again, transfer in record preservation fund, all depends on if we use the money. Again, I've been short-staffed, so as a PD, if you're short-staffed, you can't necessarily do a bunch of different projects. We are slated to have land records from 1950 to 1980 published online, hopefully by December 31st. That project is already paid for, just in-house project that we need to take care of.
this year?
Yeah.
Wow, that's great.
Is that part of what has caused the reduction in the photocopies line? I mean,
So we actually receive about $150 to $250 a month right now for land records being printed online. They're out there, it doesn't take any staff assistance helping people pull documents. Considering what we pay a month for COP systems, I think it's a pretty good deal. You proceed. As far as vital statistics, that went down because you can now get your vital anywhere in the state of Vermont, so they're not required to come to Manchester. The transfer in record pres, the $25,000, that is simply enough to be collected. If we don't use it, we don't use it. I'm not sure if you want to remove that from the budget or not, leave it in there.
well, it's a wash because you have a 25,000 revenue with 25,000 expense.
Right, so it doesn't make any difference to the bottom line, because we would reduce on the expense side.
As far as operating expenses, the only thing that increased is I would like additional IT support in the clerk's office. As an elected official, it is extremely difficult to be doing most of my own financing paperwork at this point in time. I try to handle most of my HR stuff. I try to handle most everything pertaining to the clerk's office. IT services is not a strong suit of mine. I'm not afraid to admit that. Considering we are considered infrastructure by the state and federal government, I need resources available to me, especially on election day. If we have concerns on election day, I can't be sending an email or clicking on a widget asking for assistance and getting responses 4 days later. That doesn't really work with what we are doing, especially when federal election in Manchester is on my shoulders. So I greatly appreciate the support of the board and the town manager to look into additional IT services. I have contacted a company out of Shaftesbury, so I am not so taxing on the current IT services. Hoping to see if he could kind of bridge that gap, so he could be our first contact when we are having computer problems, and then he can kind of triage it and let us know if we need to go to the next step, or if it's something quickly that he can handle.
And to that, I would just say that, Anita, I spoke with you about a week and a half or 2 weeks ago about, I think you saw me come into the office. There are a couple technological issues or IT concerns that she brought to my attention, and I think, Greg, she also emailed you.
Yeah.
And after some observations, which I'll send by the end of the day today, there were some not necessarily security concerns, but just some overall concerns that weren't present elsewhere in the building. So
It does seem like an isolated event.
But
Certainly.
to me, it seems like $12,000 a year for tech support. I mean, that's a lot.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I respectfully requested to sit down and discuss that before this meeting today, and unfortunately, I didn't have the opportunity to do that. I don't have the answers to actually get the figure from the individual willing to help me provide this service to the town without the answers coming from the municipality, because I am not privy to that information.
I get it, but I mean, it seems to me like it would be better to just have a computer system, like, to me, $12,000 is an entire new computer system, like.
I think the best solution, and we talked about it before we got a chance to sit down, we didn't get a chance to go over it, but we're duplicating efforts, so it's almost better if she had her own system, her own separate system. There would be a substantial cost to get that rolling, but for now, I mean, the way she's proposing is that person, this independent contractor person would contact our IT guy, because they have to work with Mark at Northshire Networks to find out what's going on, and we have to pay Mark at the same time, so it would be, end up paying for two different resources. So, I mean, my thought originally was that she would go on her own, completely separate from our IT situation, our network, and set up her own network. I think that would be the cleanest, because many of these calls that come in from her department, Mark can't find anything. He runs tech checks, and he ends up, they don't really pinpoint anything.
Yeah, and in Mark's defense, Mark has been phenomenal. He has tried. Unfortunately, due to the presidential election, I've had to reach out to state and federal resources. I send the same information to IT. Unfortunately, at this point in time, I'm required to send that information along to the state as well. State IT programmers seem to be interested and want to follow up on it.
But I guess, so what's, like, what system isn't working? I guess I'm just not understanding. To me, like, there should be a system replacement, not like ongoing.
We've replaced their computers.
Yeah, so when I-
Replaced
The computers are
everything
only
we can.
since February of 2020.
So then, I guess I'm not understanding how it requires $12,000 a year to keep it working.
I'm not sure either. That's a great question.
So-
Is it connectivity? Is that what we're talking about? What are we talking about?
So, I mean, the root cause, let's just say root 30,000 foot here, is that and it's not just isolated to just her, it's also Emily's computer, the assistant town clerk. Essentially, they're having to restart their computer multiple times a day.
Between 3 and 6 times a day is
Yeah.
extremely difficult. In the midst of running your federal election, we received a phone call from IT saying you need to restart your computer. This is
Yeah,
actually,
so-
Get a new computer.
No, it's not just the computer. There's other things, like there's, whether it's a particular software program that is required that isn't present throughout the rest of the building. I know you guys use
Nemrick.
Nemrick. That's across the entire but COTS is something that's specific to them.
I've worked with NEMRIC. NEMRIC can't figure out.
Yeah.
So in NEMRIC, when I'm entering cash receipts, which is a huge concern of mine, and I brought it up numerous times, my username in NEMRIC changes. Full disclosure, I don't know how to change my username. I don't know why I would try to change my username, because I am an elected individual.
So your username is getting changed without you actively?
Correct. I reached out to NEMRIC support. I worked with Penny. Penny decided to move me up to another individual to work with. I could not seem to get an answer from him either. I have worked with COTS systems. I have worked with the Secretary of State, the Elections Division. I have worked with the VIC Center through the police. I have reached out to the Region 1 Director for the U.S.
About the username being changed specifically, or
about all
just?
of these programs.
Yeah.
And I
What-
can't
what's-
seem to,
so
and
what-
I'm hopeful it's on my end.
Do you know of another office somewhere in your world of town clerks that experiences similar problems?
There are some other clerks who experience similar issues.
Yeah.
Within our own department, is your assistant experiencing these same? I assume she has her own.
Yes, my assistant, I was actually pre-processing ballots, and my assistant was actually looking at my computer screen that was in the back of the room, and she watched all of my programs on my computer close without me being present. And she did not understand how it happened. We reached out to IT, and again, they are triaging, they do everything that we ask them to do, but we are not getting to a solution.
I guess my question is, does she have access through her own user account to the same systems, or does she use yours?
She has never used NEMRIC because I have tried to isolate the events, because each and every company that I have worked with has specifically asked me to try to recreate what is happening. It got to the point where I honestly did not feel heard, and I ended up taking videos of my computer screen and taking screenshots and taking photos and sending them and saying, I don't understand this, can anyone help me?
And just some other key things is that based on the fact that there is potential security risks of, for instance, the ability for anyone in our network to share a screen within our network with some device like this television. She has potentially sensitive voter data because we have voters in our district who are on like witness protection type programs. And I've seen documentation or screenshots, of like literally the screen being potentially shared publicly.
Okay, but I guess my problem is that we're basically having a part-time employee doing tech support, which is not tenable. That's not, like, you can't have a $11,500 a year budget.
I don't actually have a number for that because I don't have the information to actually receive the RFP from the individual.
11.5 is for more than just the tech support on the computer. It includes photocopiers.
No, this line item.
Looking at.
Maintenance contracts include, like, what we pay each month.
Cloud systems,
Which we don't even pay monthly, we pay biannually.
So, just to be clear, the budgeted amount in '24 was
COT would be
last
about
year was $8,500. The budgeted amount in '25 was $9,000. There's an additional amount here
Baked in
for additional IT support, but on those actual expenditures for '23 and '24, I don't know how much of that was just the IT support for this, but it wasn't the whole number.
I didn't
To
have
follow
any
up on
IT
to
support.
follow up on Mike's comment, it's a portion of that, but it's not the whole number. We're not going to spend $11,500 on additional IT support. It's going to cover all of the things that we were covering in these previous years, plus an additional.
So the information that I received, and nothing is set in stone because I don't have the information to get the RFP at this point in time. We preliminarily discussed a $5,000 stipend, kind of like a retainer, and he would work off of that funding. So the $2,500 would be half of that, and then because we are considered critical infrastructure by the state and federal government, we could go ahead, and because we're using our system for both elections, we have grant money for elections, and we also have record preservation money. Our computers are used for both, so we could actually split that extra $2,500. I actually have the $5,000 saved in the record preservation fund. We can eliminate the $2,500 from this budget. I can go ahead and pull it from that $5,000. We can all get the support that we need, and we can move forward.
So, following up on what you just explained, in 2025, we budgeted $9,000 for maintenance contracts. You're proposing an extra $2,500 to cover this additional IT support. It's not $12,500.
Right.
But again, if that $2,500 is an issue, I have that saved in the record preservation fund. It is within reason. I can use that money, and I'm happy to do so. I would prefer not to totally separate from the municipality. I'm doing my own deposits at this point in time. I'm going to the bank myself. If I'm going to have my own kind of IT department as well, at this point in time, maybe it would be best if the town clerk's office separated totally from the municipality and I became an independently elected individual like Linda was before.
Yeah, but what doesn't that, I feel like that's duplicating a lot of efforts that should be, like, you should be more included with the town hall and have, instead of being autonomous from it.
I love your idea. I would respectfully request let's work toward that. I'd love to be part of town hall. I'd love to get financial reportings on an annual basis. Monthly would be great, quarterly would be nice.
Over the past several decades, we've worked more and more into that, into a situation where the town clerk's office is more a part of the internal infrastructure.
And I think that's...
There was and not so long ago, a time when it was completely autonomous.
And I would prefer not to be like that. I think it's in the best interest of our municipality and the people we all represent to be a cohesive unit.
And one of the difficulties in having it be completely autonomous is that revenues can fluctuate wildly from year to year, and your expenses stay pretty much the same. Mm-hmm. And there were times when the town clerk's office was really flush, when there was a lot of things going on in town and fees were such. And at that point, the town clerk was very happy with that. Then we hit a downturn in the economy, revenues plummeted, and the town clerk, several town clerks ago at this point, came hat in hand going, I'm going to come way short of my revenue number. Can the town cover the gap? And at that point, we did, because the town clerk is an essential service to town. We said we needed a different relationship with the town clerk, and there was a lot of reluctance up until that point. And at that point, we entered into an agreement going forward. I mean, we covered it. It was a non-budgeted item, and we had to contribute quite a significant amount of money. But the net result of that was that the town clerk became more of a part of the town, and with a budget over which we oversaw. And there were certain expectations that went along with that as to how the office was run and how that person, for lack of a better term, behaved as a town employee rather than just a separate entity. And there was friction there. Our relationship with you, it has been really good relative to previous town clerks. Nothing against them. They were really good at what they did. It's been a really good transition over the years from town clerk to another because each time the person who was able to step into that position had been in the office for years. But it's a relationship that has improved.
I agree.
Incrementally. And it would be nice to continue to move in that direction. And I think that and we'll have to talk about it, but separate systems might not be a way to keep that efficiency going, is having it all be a...
Well, it sounds like there's duplication of efforts, like going to the bank.
Efficiency.
I imagine that you guys have to go to the bank periodically, doesn't it?
That's the recent occurrence, and it's working out really well.
Okay, so we should keep talking about this.
Yeah, I certainly on the budget, we'll continue to talk about it this year. There seems to be some significant issues there.
Yeah.
Mike, getting back to what we just talked about, we're budgeting for a $25,000 transfer from the record preservation fund. I don't know what the balance of that is.
It's over $100,000.
But I don't see
We
the,
have a figure for what that is, so I can.
yeah, that's
I can get you that
we're talking
figure.
about budget, potentially transferring 25,000 in, but I don't see the corresponding expense.
Yes, there.
If you could just guide me to that number.
Transfer in. That's the revenue.
It's the revenue.
Yeah, what are you looking for?
So there's one on the.
But there should be a corresponding expense,
Should be.
otherwise.
You're right.
Otherwise, we're padding our revenue numbers again, which is really scary to me.
So it should be under operating expenses, right?
You would think, yeah. There's no number that even comes close to.
So
Oh, it's
there's
in
operating
capital.
expenses.
It's in capital, okay.
Right,
So
right.
we don't have, that transfer in, should that be a revenue under capital?
What line item is it, Mike?
614.
That's circle trail.
So we're transferring it in under the operating budget, but then we're showing the expense under capital.
Correct.
Okay.
Which way would you prefer it, both in operating or both in, because it depends what we spend it on. If
Right.
it needs the capital, guidelines, we have to go.
I guess-
capital.
My point is, if we're showing it as an expense under capital,
I'll do it as a revenue under capital.
did you say 640?
615.
650?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, okay, there it is, yeah. Okay, we're showing a $20,000.
Yeah, it should be 25.
All right, we should probably get that reconciled somehow. And do people agree that that should be a transfer in under capital rather than,
I can do that.
since the expenditure's there, it's a little easier to do.
I mean, to me, it makes more sense to be under operating expense, but it's not a capital expenditure.
Well, we don't know what it's gonna be,
So we have a accounting requirement that signifies what's capital and what's not.
Right.
But in this case, we don't know what it's used for.
But I think the revenue side should be under capital since the expense is under capital. Does this budget anticipate that a portion of that potentially could be spent under the operating side? Is that why it's 25 on the revenue and 20 on the expense?
no, it should be the same. They should.
It should be a matching number on both
Yeah.
sides. Yeah, okay.
Because whatever we spend comes out of the other fund and pays it back.
So, I'll just, we'll circle that. That would probably require creating a new account number.
So again, sorry, just to, on 615, it should be 25 months.
Yes.
And again, the reason why the municipal courts budget, there seems to be a lot of line items, is because I'm actually required on an annual basis to report all of my financials to the legislature. So rather than guessing how much we spend, if I use NEMRIC cash receipts, I can actually log into NEMRIC and I can print out saying, okay, so record management, I spend such and such amount. And I can actually send that report off and say, here's the documentation supporting the information I am providing to the legislature.
So you want to move it all up into operating? If that would help Anita be able to do her reporting?
As long as it's all in the same
Okay.
section of the budget, I don't have a dog in it.
You're not gonna die on that hill?
There's plenty of hills that I can die on.
That's not one of them.
It's not one of them. I'm just glad that there's a number in here. Because it's an offsetting line item, it doesn't matter what that number really is, it doesn't have an effect on the bottom line.
I I'm not sure what the $8,400 is for the per diem assist, or per diem town clerk in fiscal '24. I'm interested in that as well, but other than that, I would love
line
to entertain
410.
a conversation, how they could.
No, that's been removed from there.
What, that,
That $8,400, that was a police expense.
And then it goes, we're budgeting 4K for that?
Yeah, we have that number. Oh, I see, in the expenses, you're talking about the 2024 expenses, there was a $400 expenditure. That's even corresponding.
that, Mike said it was the police, it was a police.
That was, we recently had, like, I don't know if you guys remember with our expenses, you'd have an account number be 01425.
Oh,
That where it's all everybody's salaries. In order for us to get them up in departments, I worked with.
Yeah, to break that all out.
And they renumbered
Yeah.
all the 25 accounts into the, and a couple of glitches happened, and that was one of them.
And you correct it.
And I did
That-
correct
that's
it, but I
just an
didn't
actual
correct it
expenditure.
here.
It's a-
So we don't need that.
But the,
No,
but
but
the
it's in
budgeted
police.
number of 4,000 is the correct number.
Yeah, because it's in police.
So is that whole line item, the whole of 410 inaccurate?
No, just that was just one
Okay,
payroll.
so
That
what is
hit the wrong
that? What's the
account.
per diem, what does that represent?
That is for coverage if we both are away at training, or for any special projects if we need somebody to come in to help us with something. That's kind of like a cushion built in.
Got it.
And is there a pool of potential per diem employees that you can draw from? Do you generally go to an individual?
Recently, we haven't used money. I try to use the BCA members for elections.
I see you spent nothing in 2023, and that 8,400 that you spent in 2024 was massive. But it belongs in here, but just in another spot.
I'm not sure we've actually ever spent any, paid anybody.
There's no, yeah, in your recollection, there may have never been a drawdown on that.
I don't believe there has
Okay.
been, and if so, it's been very nominal.
Um, All right. Any other questions for Anita? Do you have anything else that you want to mention since you do attend a number of our meetings, but we don't know what got a chance to sit face to face? You, I'm sure have been made aware of our change to the dog licensing
Yep.
fee.
So because of the increase on the municipal side, I will be scheduling additional rabies clinics, because in order for the municipality to raise the fees, we need to do some sort of block outreach. So you will be seeing additional expenses, because I will need to schedule more than one rabies clinic.
I don't know that that was in our discussion, was it?
I don't believe that was part of your discussion.
Yeah,
We need more rabies clinics.
not a bad idea,
No, not at all.
yeah.
Does it also include the elections section too?
Elections, of course, way down to this, it's an off year,
Oh, okay.
no presidential election, no primaries.
Be very minimal.
Okay.
This is savings this year, it'll be up a little bit next year, then it'll go down, then it'll be up a big amount in the next presidential cycle. I guess that's it. Thank you, Anita.
Thanks, Anita.
Northshire, you're all here, I believe.
Yep.
And we're still ahead of schedule.
We're 15 minutes behind.
Northshire Rescue Squad, now
Was it
That
9?
clock's
That
not working.
clock's
It hasn't changed since
I
you're
was thinking of an old George Carlin skit where he's the weatherman and he keeps looking at the clock.
Yes, 10
I'll
o'clock.
do right twice a day.
It's 37 minutes after the hour of 8 o'clock.
We just got
But we can
15 minutes
skip
more,
our
I
break.
think.
We have a break.
Okay. I wonder how we were doing so well.
I had that.
I'll flash them.
Okay, thank you. But we have scratched town clerk office.
Well, we could also, we could skip this 10 a.m. break and just,
Okay.
Okay.
Welcome.
Okay, he's gonna do the operational stuff, and I'm gonna do the finance.
So I'll just reintroduce myself. My name is Katie Vandell. I'm the Executive Director at North Shore Rescue. So in front of you, you guys have a package we put together for our presentation Monday night, and we're representing it tonight with some adjustments. So the first slide is just our organizational structure. So we do have a board of directors established by the bylaws. We have a subcommittee, a finance committee, and then the executive director, who was myself at the time. We do have a medical advisor, both internal and external, for the district. And then our managing EMS officer, we have 2 deputy directors, Mark Luce and Jim Warren currently, and then our field personnel, and then coordinator roles, which we have not filled yet, but we have built it into our organizational structure. I won't read you every staff member that is listed there, but we do have 36 current staff members, 24 of them are active, 10 full-time employees currently that lie a minimum of 48 hours a week. So our operations at a glance, and this is very, very, 30,000 foot view. We strive for 1 paramedic crew each day. We have 1 paramedic on each shift. Minimum staffing, the state requires an EMR, so emergency medical responder. We don't currently have EMRs that ride actively, and trying not to dip below an EMT just because they're only good for a driver. So we staff an EMT and an AMT. At the bare minimum, most likely have a medic on all of our crews. So daily shifts, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. That's a 24-hour crew. They're there for 24 hours. And then we have a swing shift, which is 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. to fill the majority of our calls during the day. And then we do have 1 crew on 24/7, 365. So just to give you a little background of our training and education, EMTs, a minimum of 110 hours of classroom time and clinical time. There's upwards of 190 hours for EMTs, with 40 hours of continuing ed in a 2-year cycle. 8 EMTs or advanced EMTs, about 240 hours of didactic and clinical time, with 50 hours of continuing education in a 2-year cycle. And then paramedics is now a 2-year degree, whether it's a 2-year college certificate or associate's degree, with 60 hours of continuing education in a 2-year cycle. So in the last year, my anniversary is coming up next Monday, we have definitely kind of stepped our community engagement. I was big into that in my previous job, and I love reaching out to the community. So we've done, the Bird Burton graduation, we've covered the football games, of course the horse show, Maple Leaf Half Marathon. The Girls on the Run was here in the springtime, which was fantastic to see. Equinox Hill Climb, and that's just the biggies. We've done other smaller events throughout the year. And then we do group CPR training. Hint, hint. We love doing groups. We love to get as many people involved in CPR training as possible, because you never know when you're going to need it. So we've done a lot of groups in the last year. Our vehicles and equipment, we have 3 ambulances currently, 2021 Ford E450, 2017 Ford F350, and 2015 Chevy, which hopefully by 2026 will be replaced. And then all of our ambulances are fully equipped up to the paramedic level. By the end of December, the state of Vermont is requiring all ambulances in the state of Vermont to have intravenous pumps for medication administration. So that's a huge step in terms of kind of clinical, bringing the hospital into our ambulance. So we have 2 power load, where the load system fully lifts the stretcher up into the ambulance. It's just a push of a button for us. We did not put one in the 2015 Chevy because it's going to be getting replaced. So it's kind of null and void to put one into there for the time being. So we do have 3 power cots, which are the hydraulic lift stretchers. I'm sure you guys have probably seen those. There are some pictures there on the side. Zoll X Series cardiac monitors, they're starting to age out, so in the next probably 1 to 3 years, we're going to have to phase those out incrementally, just because the software is getting outdated, and we're still able to update it, but they're antiquated at this point. Medications up to the paramedic level for interfacility transfers and emergency calls. We have 2 Zoll auto pulses. Those are CPR devices that we can deploy after 8 minutes of CPR. We can do mechanical versus manual CPR. Again, intravenous pumps. And we put oxygen on there because a lot of people don't realize that we actually carry oxygen on ambulances. Like, that's a requirement. Some people are walking, oh, did you bring your oxygen? Yes, we brought oxygen. So new equipment coming this fiscal year, intravenous pumps, of course, we're going to deploy those. We did those last year, but we're going to actually put them on the ambulances. Narcotics lock safe. So currently we have a kind of an antiquated system of the 2 lock, which is compliant with DEA, but we want to make it safer. So we have purchased those. We'll be getting those installed into the trucks, hopefully in the next month or so. And then a new repeater for Mount Equinox. We've already had permission from the monks to place it on their tower. It's just a matter of the purchase and installation. Just for better communication, when we get up into the back road of the DMB and Mount Tabor, we can't hear anything. So putting that up higher, and with our current repeater and DMB, hopefully we have better communication up in those parts. I'm trying to talk really fast. Average response times in our last fiscal year, so again, July to June, Manchester, so en route is from the time we get our call, the time we're dispatched, to the time we're in the truck and on the road. All these numbers come from our dispatch. We don't write them down individually. They come from dispatch, so they also have access to these numbers. So en route, and then arrived on scene is from the time we leave the building to the time we get to the scene. And then unit back in service, that's our total time on that particular call. So these are just average numbers. So Manchester, 3 minutes for en route, arrived on scene within 9 minutes. And of course, this includes the village as well. So if we have to go across town, and it's a busy ski day or whatever, it does take us a little bit of time to get through the roundabouts. Regardless of if we have lights or sirens or not. People don't know what those things are. And then the total back in service is about 108 minutes. So we do transport to Rutland Regional and Bennington, SVMC. So depending on where we're going, Bennington's about 25 miles, depending on where we are, and then Rutland is just about 30 miles. So, and again, depending on where we're transporting from. Dorset, 3 minutes, 13 minutes, and 94 minutes for a total time. East Dorset, 3 minute en route time, 10 minutes arrival time, and then 91 minutes. DMV, 4 minutes en route, 23 minutes on scene, and then 109 minutes back in service. Mount Tabor, very similar, 4 minutes, 21 minutes, and 104 minutes. And then Winhall, we cover a very small portion of Winhall, and it's just the main stretch of road with some houses on the side, but an average of 4 minutes en route, 14 minutes on scene, and then 30 minutes back in service, because a lot of the times there are crashes and we sign these people off and we don't transport these people. So very short.
That was my question.
Yeah, I looked at that number and I'm like, wow, that's a really short time, but I think a lot of those,
So
if I had to dig really deep, I would imagine that those people in particular were signing off just because there are not a lot of injuries from crashes.
And I suspect the call volume was very different among all of
Oh yes, absolutely. We did take that out just for this sense of time, but we do have those numbers if you guys want those.
Any questions for Katie on operations?
Sorry, I spoke really fast.
Okay, so we have a EMS agreement and an EMS board that was set up in 2017 with the 5 towns that we serve. And the purpose of that board and agreement was to come up with a more fair funding model for municipal support. And also for us, we wanted the assurance of multi-year contracts with the municipalities. and also to improve communications. So, once a year, we get together, do a report, which is identical to this report, and get everybody up to speed. So the EMSA, which is the Emergency Services Agreement, the latest version was signed in July of 2023. It's a 3-year contract. It automatically renews for perpetual 1-year terms. Any party can get out of the agreement if they submit in writing to all the other parties starting in June of 2025. But we hope you all stay. We also have rent and dispatch agreements with the town of Manchester. As you know, we lease space. We pay $46,950 this year and $48,360 next year for the space. And dispatch is from Manchester Police Department for $74,530. And next year is a little bit up in the air based on staffing and cost of living increases. So our fundraising comes from basically 2 things. A subscription program, which is not a charitable donation, it's essentially an insurance policy. So for $135, any patient of the rescue squad will not have any out-of-pocket cost. So we will still bill the insurance company or Medicare or whatever, but if the patient has a deductible or if the patient is uninsured, they would have no out-of-pocket cost. And that does apply to an entire household. So we think it's a very, very good deal. This year we did a...
Can I interrupt? Sorry. We just increased that a little bit, didn't we, this year?
Yeah.
What was
It was 25 last year.
And did you see any drop off at all?
No, we're just about to hit our goal.
Unless there was a death in the family, it has stayed the same. So.
Okay.
Yeah, and I honestly think we can increase it again.
I agree.
So this year we did a postal patron mailing to try to hit everybody in 5 towns. And we did several MailChimp follow-ups. Every time we do that, we get a little boost. So right now, we're almost at our goal of 108,000 and almost at our goal of 800 subscribers. The annual campaign just began in November. Our goal is a pretty aggressive $160,000. To date, we're almost at 50,000. So we've got a little bit more work to do there. The next slide shows our total fundraising, which our goal is $288,000. The budget, this is an extraordinarily consolidated budget on the next slide. But you can see that medical revenues are, let's see, it's about, I don't have a percentage, but it's the vast majority of our revenues. Followed by our fundraising and subscription, followed by municipal service fees. We do get $52,000 from the horse show, which is a nice revenue item for us. And we have a request that's giving us $16,000 a year. On the expense side, payroll and benefits, obviously our #1 expense, followed by rent, dispatch, and grounds. Medical billing and collections is seemingly expensive, and I know you guys have questioned that a lot. I put it specifically as medical billing and collections, because primarily what they do is collections. I had a discussion with Ann Lowe a couple of days ago, and she really went into the detail of how her girls follow up with insurance companies. And she said, there's not an insurance company out there that wants to pay this. And they will use every excuse to pay less than the full amount. So they really do pursue that and do a great job in collections. Medical supplies, insurance, vehicle, fuel and maintenance is high because we're driving to 2 hospitals that are 45 minutes north or south of us, followed by some miscellaneous stuff. So the EMSA funding on the next slide is two parts. We call it dues and service fees. The dues cover the payment of a new ambulance every 3 years in theory. It's taken a lot longer to get this ambulance because everything is tough to get at this point. So what we did in 2023 is we got a quote for a fully equipped ambulance, less the trade-in of the old Chevy, and then divvied it up based on population. So when this EMSA was first negotiated, John O'Keefe wanted both the population component and a service call component as the shares for the towns. So the population component is the dues. So we took the 300,000, divided it by 3, and so we get a total of 100,000 from the 5 towns each year based on the town's relative population. Service fees is to cover our operating deficit, and the calculation of that is based on the contract is we take our current fiscal year, if we do have any deficit in our current fiscal year, which obviously we do, that is the service fee, but it is adjusted from the net income from the previous year. So essentially, if we ask for too much in municipal funding and service fees, that would get deducted from this year, which actually did happen. And let's see, each town's share is based on a 2-year rolling average of service fees.
Calls, service calls.
Service calls, thank you. So the dues, the ambulance fund, you can see Manchester, this is using the 2020 census numbers, is almost 55% of the population of the service area. And that's, that percentage of $100,000. The service fee calculation, so again, what we did was we took our fiscal year 25 budget, which has a loss of $331,000. And then we had a surplus from the actual fiscal year 24 of almost $100,000. So that $223,641 are the total service fees for fiscal year 25. And then the next slide is a breakdown of the 2-year average of service calls. And you can see that Manchester is 77% of that. The next slide, we've kind of gone around. We had a discussion with Scott the other night, and Rob Giotti and the representative from Danby all reinforced the same thing to us, that you guys need a number for fiscal year 26 at this point, and we don't have a budget for fiscal year 26 yet. We can't do that calculation because we need the actual from the previous year, and our medical revenues fluctuate a lot, and actually the medical rates will probably change pretty significantly this year, which we don't know exactly what they're going to be.
All the commercial insurances are threatening that they're going to cut the reimbursement by 300%. So we need to increase our rates if we want to get reimbursed by these insurance companies. So it's hard to kind of figure out a number until we're into that fiscal year of reimbursement.
It's been in the news cycle for the last 24 hours or plus about the anesthesiologist stuff that's going on in New York State. Major insurance companies decided that they put a time limit on certain operations, and if the anesthesiologist, if it reaches that time limit, they'll compensate for the extra anesthesiology required to finish the surgery. It's a pretty remarkable.
They're just thinking crazy just to try to save a dollar. It's crazy.
So
and it's that way at every level. It's not just insurance.
So the proposal that we have here is to, do everything, as I said, by the PMSA contract, we would take our fiscal year '25, and, that our deficit is then adjusted by the net income or loss from the previous year. But instead of paying that, by the end of December, that would be your figure for fiscal year '26. So the town actually gets, another year to pay it. And then we went back in our records and saw that when Jim Salzgiver presented here last year, he gave you a figure for fiscal year '25. It was not based on a budget because we didn't have one at that time. And it was simply, I think his thought was that the ambulance was going up to that $300,000 quote we got. So he looked at, the service fee plus the ambulance dues and said, okay, you're going to have about a 7% increase if we don't increase your service fee at all. So he held the service fee pretty much what it was in the previous year. But we've had discussions about that.
Well, we're trying to link it now more to actual budget revenues and deficits and surpluses.
Yes.
And then, I guess, my question, and we don't have to get into the weeds, but how are you accounting for if you're using, like if you're getting donations that are outside of the scope of the annual fund, but you are more like bequests or something, how are you, you don't want that to be part of your operating budget? Did we end up setting up a fund to have that be separate?
No. I mean, the biggest donation we've got to date this year, we've got a couple of $5,000 donations. But we need those donations if we have any chance of making our $160,000, which is in the budget for, our annual fund. I mean, the bequest is generating, it varies because it's based on the holdings of the bequest, but that generates about $16,000, and that is in the budget as well.
I want to spend just a little bit more time on that because we're on GNAT. People might see this and it trigger a thought in their mind that, oh gosh, rescue squad, I forgot about them. You have a $160,000 target. You're not quite at $50,000, but you're only so far into that program.
About 4 weeks.
About 4 weeks into that program. So there's, want people to think about that.
It is our-
Include you in your thought process.
It is our 60th anniversary this year, so that's why we chose that to play on numbers of the 160. We're into our 60th anniversary this year. So.
I just wanted to get that point.
Yes, thank you.
But I also think I also don't mind saying this, but I think that that you should consider setting up a different fund for when you get special gifts that are, not intended to cover operating expenses necessarily. So that I think that that's, something that would help you guys distinguish between, run-of-the-mill subscription revenues and annual contributions to kind of fund the deficit versus, targeted, use this for things that are important in terms of capital that you wouldn't typically buy, or like equipment you wouldn't typically buy and stuff like that. I think that would be.
Ben, don't you guys have a capital fund or a endowment fund already?
We're working on it.
Okay.
I mean,
we got some documentation from them.
There's a
last year.
reserve fund, but it's not specifically delineated with either revenues or gifts or, so there's, I think there needs to be.
It's a large reserve fund used for just interest revenue?
Or equipment purchases or things that are kind of things that you haven't necessarily planned.
Yeah, it's kind of a rainy day fund. I mean, we do have investments, and the investment income, according to the EMSA contract, is not included in the service fee calculation.
How much is in that right now, Ben, do you know?
It's a little over $1 million. So that's our proposal to satisfy both the municipal need to have a figure for fiscal year '26, and also satisfy the EMSA contract to have it actually making up our actual deficit. I ran this by Rob Giotti. He didn't think Dorset would have a problem with it. But like I said at the meeting, Manchester, Dorset, and Danby all said the same thing, that we were hoping to leave the meeting last Monday night with a number for fiscal year '26, which, you know,
We have a number plugged in.
That's just the actual for 25, so I got that Monday night. So that 235,000, which is sitting in fiscal year '26, is actually what we should have plugged in last year at this time for the FY25 budget, but it doesn't show an increase for FY26. And just listening to them, it sounds like it's going to be substantial.
yeah, let's see, your change from fiscal year '25 to '26, if we go with this approach, would be an 18% change. Our overall service fees went up by 13.7.
So we had a 20% increase last year to 25, and now you're over 18%.
No, you actually have, I believe, it's either fixed or a small decrease.
We went from 195,000 to 235,000.
235.
Oh, you're combining service fee?
Well, that's what we
and-
pay, yeah, we pay the service and dues. I'm just
So the
talking
ambulance,
overall.
yeah, the ambulance fund went up, you know, based on the $300,000 quote for the new ambulance, which started in 2023. So your fiscal year '24, would have that number in it for dues.
Okay, so
Um,
2 years.
So, but your service fee,
15 now.
which,
Yeah, I don't want, I mean,
24 to
I have
25.
one line item, I'm not breaking it out, it's just service fee for dues. It's just, you know, for our taxpayers, we have one line item that we're paying out, and that's the number I'm talking about.
well, if you flip to the next page, we did a slide that shows Manchester's basically net cost for EMS. So, you know, you've got your service fees and dues. Fiscal year '25 was 207. Fiscal year '26 was 235. But the net cost, you know, because we're paying you rent, dispatch, and grounds, this fiscal year '25 is almost 124,000. And fiscal year '26 is 106,000.
Yeah, but those are you paying us for services? I mean, it's just, that shouldn't be netted out. We're talking about a gross.
Well, I'm saying that, man, you know, you're getting revenue from us in dispatch and lease.
Why we provide services at the same time for that. You know, it's a cost related thing, so. I'm just saying, we went from 207 up to 235 this year, and then I don't know what FY26 is going to bring.
Well, that is, yeah, that is
Correct.
FY26. 'Cause, I mean, if we go with this proposal, that the 25 budget minus the 24 actual is the fiscal year '26 number,
And that's 235?
230.
Okay.
What was it, 233? 235.
235, 923.
Yeah, I got 233, 641.
Yeah, the 235 that we see is an actual, that you just became aware of for fiscal year '25.
Right, but he's saying that that's what our FY26 number is going to be.
Right.
Good.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking at, I'm sorry, yeah, I was looking at the total service fee for all 5 towns.
So for purposes of budgeting, that's probably, if you think that's a pretty close number, the 235.
Yeah, well, that is based on our budgeted deficit fiscal year '25, adjusted from the actual, you know, profit and loss from '24. And then what we would do is continue to do that approach every year.
Yeah, and we're well aware of where you show up on our revenue, Manchester Rescue Squad. There's a number of items there that are in the agreement, and we do have all that in the budget. And you know what those numbers are for '26. And the dispatch, of course, shows up in the police section, but it's all here.
Mine that we play pickleball. We're not here to speak. We just kind of wanted to pass information out to you so you have a minute, possibly read it, and any questions, please contact us because we would love to have an opportunity to talk about what we'd like to do to help the town. move this project forward.
Okay, understood. Your timing is pretty good because we're gonna do the Parks and Rec department right now, so if you want to observe while we do that.
Yes, that's it. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Might be helpful to your cause. And Parks and Rec is,
Where are we?
revenue starts on page 9.
Yeah.
Okay. We have
Nothing unusual in the revenue section, except that I've added the swim team back in just to offset to show that, because we pay them and then they pay us. So it wasn't being shown as revenue and expense.
Right.
And it should, so we.
well, we always had a budgeted number in there around $11,000 mark, and now it's.
That's when they ran the program. It was different. So now it's being run. They're running the program on their own, billing us, and we pay for their lifeguards and everything, and then they pay to reimburse us for that. So it's a wash.
I'll preface our review of this department by the fact that operating expenses are up by 25%.
But we've expanded the programs. We've added an extra week of summer camp. We're adding an extra week of pool opening this year. And then we're going to hopefully have the splash pad up and running. Now, these are all added expenses, but we're, providing an added service too. So I think it's worthwhile to try. Pool lifeguards, that's, Brian and Bonnie have done a great job recruiting and retaining lifeguards. It's a difficult role to get people to serve in this. And they've done a really nice job, especially in the retaining part of it and the training for the next generation, so to speak. And so, Brian and Bonnie have done a super job with that.
And on the revenue side, there's an ongoing offset. Apparently, we do receive something from the Red Cross to contribute toward lifeguard.
That would be old. That was when we used to have the program directors, they were certified lifeguard trainers. So we used to offer the course to the public. We don't generate any revenue.
So that shouldn't be in there.
I remember last year there was a lot of increases in expenses from the supplies to get the pool clean. Has that stabilized at all?
It's not so much getting it clean, we just had a bunch of upgrades that were long overdue. The previous chemical controller kept failing. We used to have an old diaphragm pump style to inject the chlorine into the water and it would always lose prime. So now we have a peristaltic pump. Every year that goes by, we're just
Somebody shoveling the roofers.
I wish they would do it above the walkway so I could get over it. But anyway, the park house was built in 2013, and to the best of my knowledge, that's when all of the new pool stuff was put in. Some of it was outdated. It was just when I started here and the DPW was doing the pool, I kind of eased into it over the years, and once I started to have a more intimate relationship, it just needed to be more quantifiable than it was. We have people relying on the pool at 7 o'clock in the morning, and you can't manipulate 200,000 gallons of water very quickly. I come in at 5:30, 5 o'clock to make sure everything is good for the day. So if the chlorinator pump loses prime in the evening and you have an expectation of having it inject a certain amount of chlorine into the pool and it doesn't, then that just causes a delay.
So Brian's come a long way as far as knowledge of maintaining the pool, and he's been taking ongoing courses and things, and staying updated on all the things he needs to learn, so he's made some adjustments and it's really worked out well. And I think this last summer was the best, from what I've heard from a lot of people, best pool water we've had.
And Brian, last year, I think you mentioned there was one struggle for you particularly was pool chemicals and our storage of that. Is that something we've been able to rectify this year?
Scott and I spoke about purchasing a new chlorine holding tank because we used to receive, as you know, like a weekly delivery from Allen Pool, and we just don't provide enough service in this area for them to justify sending the truck down weekly. So our tote now holds 210 gallons, and we use about 20 to 25. It depends on the weather, mostly the sun, because I don't like to use cyanuric acid, which is kind of like sunscreen, if you will, for the chlorine, which is a highly unstable molecule. So the sunnier it is, the chlorine kind of gets consumed. Nevertheless, when you add the cyanuric acid to the pool, it has its own certain inherent drawbacks. It tends to have a problem with the pH, and there's other things that go on. So it's better to just put the chlorine to it than there is to introduce another chemical and then try to ascertain what the effect is on the longevity, what we're trying to keep up to on a daily.
To answer your question, we're getting a big one in this fiscal year, so it's not in that budget for FY26.
And I can see that for the swim team, on the revenue side, we're showing a $6,700 revenue because there's a contribution there, but on the expenses, it shows up as $250. There should be an offsetting expense somewhere.
So it's line 337 line shows 6,700.
Admin expenses.
Expenses.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I didn't go far enough.
So there's $100 difference.
Yeah.
Just for an added $100 something.
And then we have an additional $250 swim team expense down here at the end of the expenses.
Yeah, I mean, we might want to do that.
And while we were on the pool, I know that if you look down, what happened, there was something wrong with we were never invoiced properly or something was off in the mix, so we had purchased the new chemical controller, and the new pump should have been put in last year, so that's about $7,500 more, but it should have been back in 23. I wish I would know why that happened or how that happened. I would assume that the invoice went through and we never paid it until this year. So the numbers would be probably right around 22. And the pool is a lot of work. It was built in 1978. Nothing lasts forever. The ground heaves and thaws. I fix all the cracks myself now instead of having a contractor come do it. We're certainly trying to keep the expenses as low as possible, but it is sort of the epicenter of the park in the summer months that facilitates swim team, our summer camp, numerous patrons, the BART kids, the BRSU, ESY kids, our lab swimmers, so for me, it's just whatever it takes to keep it clean. I mean, you could practically have drank the pool water all year, so.
We've always looked at the pool as a loss leader for the park. I mean, it's 100%. It generates some revenue, but the expenses are double what the revenue generation is. We always say it costs $100,000 to run $50,000 in revenue, but that was 40 years ago. That's the numbers I'm sure escalated since then.
Can you just talk about, on the revenue side, I know we talked about this somewhat last year, is there ever going to be any change to the use of Applejack and having it be a gate receipt place and a concession stand place again, and where we do advertising and all that stuff, or like what philosophically shifted for this?
I don't know what shifted, I just know where we're at right now and where we may go going forward. We had a minimal number of events there this year, which we were paid for when people used it. We kept it in great shape. The advertising signs have gone past their lifespan, so we're talked about redoing those this year, renewing the sponsorships and things like that. But, and we have a few small, minimal events coming up for next year. There might be a little bit more than last year. But as far as, getting the soccer team back, they've disbanded, it's a team there. We do have a professional team coming down from Burlington for one night off event here. But, talking about with John Byrne later on in the discussion, they've talked about an events director, and that would tie into that, either part-time or full-time or whatever. But there's, we're open to suggestions, but, there's nobody breaking down the door to use the facility.
I'm just curious, we have a few facilities, we must be one that can be utilized. But obviously that's a much more unique setting, but are there opportunities to market that just without even any effort, making like a venue directory or something like that? It's either statewide or...
It's limited.
Okay.
It's limited.
I had a lot of discussions with a former town manager about what should the Manchester Rec Department, rec area be, and my thought has always been it's supported by tax dollars. The primary use of the rec park should be recreation for the people that support it. These events impact the locals' ability to actually recreate here unless you're considered spectating or recreational sport. So we transitioned a large portion of what was happening here under a former town manager to major events that were spectator events for the locals, so they didn't participate. And there's been a little bit of a shift back over the past couple of years to where there's more local participation and fewer spectator events. And so it comes down to a general philosophy. What is a local recreation area in a town of this size? And we don't want to lose sight of the fact that the primary focus should be for the community to come here and recreate. The ongoing conflict will always be, well, spectating is recreating. So,
this is a gem for the town, tremendous asset. We're building the areas that are being used more frequently. We're adding a splash pad, we amended the baseball diamond, we're redoing the playground this year, and we're going to redo the tennis and, I hate to use the word, pickleball courts, but these are people that use it, they're here, and it can actually has an opportunity, I don't want to dive into it too much, but it has an opportunity to generate some revenue too.
And I embrace that also. I mean, we've got especially with regard to Applejack Field, we've put a lot of money into the grandstand, which is an historic building, and I remember what it said, Manchester Fairgrounds on the back. The horse racetrack, which was used in the 1930s and 40s as an automobile racetrack, is gone. And the horse barn is gone, but that was still here in the 1970s, even into the 80s. But I do see that as a almost unique opportunity for us to bring in revenue generating opportunities. And I know this will all come into play under the discussion of the potential for an events coordinator. But my point on that is that if there's going to be expenditures in that direction, there better be an offsetting revenue. Absolutely. That exceeds.
Yeah. I mean, as we talked about last year, when you had these events in the past, it was run by, for the most part, volunteers and town staff that volunteered at the time, but in fact, they really weren't being volunteered. They reimbursed. Okay. So, moving on.
It's complicated in a small town like this.
I'm not closing any ideas off, we're open to ideas. We talk about it all the time, but there's only a limited number of teams that can come down and use this facility. And I've reached out to VPA, Vermont Principal Association. They want to schedule the playoffs and stuff. We had Division IV state finals the last 2 years down there, girls and boys. They pulled it and put it in Rutland. Rutland's a terrible field. And I tried to argue with her, and she refused to listen. So we'll get back in the queue for next year, I hope. But I mean, this is a tremendous facility, a tremendous soccer field to play on, and they stuck it on this cement astroturf in the middle of Rutland.
Well, as you can say, we've collectively made the investment in that, and Bennington has continuously put down cement field over and over again, and they continue to hold the back, so we should be able to build some of that as well.
I just have a quick question about staffing. Are you feeling as though that's working out? Brian?
Yes.
Okay.
We have 16 to 18 lifeguards. I know that sounds like a lot, but there's lots of schedules. Some of the kids are younger and can only work a certain amount of hours. A lot of them have 2 jobs and can only work certain shifts. And by the time the beginning of August rolls around, a lot of them have athletics that they're, involved in. A few of them have to go to school. I mean, we have girls from SMS who go to Chile. Rowan, our head lifeguard, is an RA, so she has to go to UVM in the beginning of August. So by the time it's the last 10 days, a week, we're on a skeleton crew and barely having enough to facilitate full open swim.
But you also, I know we did a part-time assistant
in there
for you, and that's working out.
That worked out good.
That's working out well.
Yeah, I mean, it worked out really well this year because Will's worked for me since 2019.
Yeah.
So to bring somebody in who has zero, interaction with the pool, or maybe has never been in a manual labor venue, may be a little bit challenging, but hopefully we'll be able to find somebody with similar qualifications. I was actually just speaking to him yesterday and put a little nudge in to see if maybe he wanted to spend another summer at home with his family and his brothers. So that would work out.
Do we still have an active recreation committee?
No.
I was told that was, John stopped doing those gatherings like right before I was hired.
Yeah.
And the thought of waiting until I was on board and then they would start going again, but I have never participated in a rec committee meeting.
Okay. That was my understanding.
Just real quick, I know this is small, but on 352 travel mileage, is that just we're catching up with actually documenting travel mileage, or because now it's balanced next year?
That's basically Brian's running around with his own vehicle and going to somewhere to pick up some material or supplies.
Yeah, it looks like you spent $1,000 unaudited in 2024.
I use the Mile IQ app. It's very accurate to swipe left or right. I track the RK miles if I go to wherever it's...
I'm not questioning the numbers or the intent. Makes sense.
We need some new pool pumps. You see that in line 355. We actually need 4 pool pumps, but Brian's been able to locate a couple for this fiscal year, and we may in fact, because it seems to be an end of the season sale, we may in fact get 4 of them, so we might not need those 2 in next fiscal year.
So again, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. To hypothesize what the lifespan is of a pool pump is impossible to do. I've done some research, and the impellers are 5 to 7 years. The motor itself is 7 to 8 years. And again, if we're going on 10 years now, we're kind of already on borrowed time. Now I know the pool is only open for 8 weeks. So say we're running the pumps a couple weeks before to get it going, and another week or so after. So when they're running 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, 168 times 11, that's like 2,000 hours a year. So they're about 20,000 hours deep. So all of the machinery that I'm otherwise using here, usually when it hits like the 5,000 hour mark is usually when it starts to peter out. So the fact that we can get them off season, which, you know, if you try to have a problem in July and then the lead time is 4 weeks, and that's not good for the pool.
Sense to me. And how much are we talking about here?
They're like $700, $750 a piece. If you buy them out, they're at $1250. So
They're really small.
$3,000 your guarantee, and then there's 2 of them that I think we can take the front housing and use the motor, and then I think we'll literally have 2 backups to use moving forward.
I like it.
Any more questions on the expenses? That water wheel, you might wonder what that is. 367.
Yeah.
It's basically a mobile watering, field watering.
Oh, okay.
And the old one they had to drag out and they had to watch it carefully, then it would not work properly and soak one area and not the other. This summer, as you know, it was pretty dry, so they were watering a lot this year.
And just a significant part of the increase is under salaries. And my understanding is that in that first line item, Parks and Rec full-time, where we're including a part-time person, that budgeted number of $65,000 for fiscal year 25. We're extra budget on that anyways, because we created that position to.
So I think, Ivan, that part, it says part-time, but it's part-time seasonal.
Yeah.
So it's full-time, but during the season. And I think it was in, last year, it was in the line below that, which is line 34, where it says Parks and Rec part-time. So we pulled that number out of there and moved it up to the full-time line item of 333 and decreased
that
to 334.
Why wouldn't we just leave it in 334? Or add it to?
Well, for a couple of reasons. One, I wanted to move the seasonal employees, the guys who cut the grass and everything.
Yeah.
I wanted to put the separate line item for that so you could see what we were spending on that. Because that had been blended in with the DPW guys and the part-timers too. So I wanted to separate those two. So these are like full-timers during that time, and the other guys are basically the grounds crew. Does that make sense?
So the part-time person which was a full-time part-time position seasonally, was moved up into the top number, which is full-time employees.
Correct.
But then some of the DPW expense was shifted into the part-time here.
Exactly.
Which helped Sheffield, this department, to a 4.5% increase.
Some of it, right, but a lot of these were blended. You know, a lot of stuff from the Parks and Rec were over in DPW. It doesn't make sense.
This makes more sense here.
You know, you look at the Parks and Rec budget, you want to see what it costs.
I'm going to be a pain in the ass on every number.
That's all right. You enjoy it. You said it's favorite day.
All right, I have another query then. So if we're paying essentially $37,000 additional for another week of camp and the pool being open, why aren't we raising the prices for the camp then?
I can't answer that. We raised the prices
Last year and everyone.
last year.
Yeah,
it was
Yeah.
very well received by some, and it was, I'm not trying to price people out, but like I said, we're always constantly, like, the rec park costs so money. If you look at it, our operating expenses and our revenue are awash.
Yeah.
It's paying the people to function the rec park for the community. So,
And we did have a lot of people look for scholarships.
which we did. I mean, no child or no parent or guardian who wanted to send their child to a camp or more than 1 week of camp was turned away for any reason whatsoever.
Do we have a line item for that?
No, that's like
No.
the generosity.
Right.
No, I know, but is there a line item anywhere that shows the donations to the
No.
rec park?
No, no,
As it's
because a lot of
revenue.
times it's hard to segregate, you know, I mean, they pay for 2 weeks and then they get the third week, or they pay for 2 kids and then you give them the third kid, or.
Okay. It'd be nice to know how much the,
Yeah, I know.
It'd be nice to know how much they're bringing in for scholarships.
If you want to see that, maybe we could put something together and try to.
Yeah,
We just.
it might not, it just may be nice to see it, and also nice to talk about it while GNAT's watching, so people know.
Yeah, no, I understand.
They can donate to the scholarship fund at the rec park. And the other thing is, going back to your, on line 333, so can we change the name of that line to full-time / part-time, and then change 334 to seasonal?
Yeah, we can do anything.
You know, when we see the revisions.
We're gonna try to up the enrollment for summer camp this year.
50 kids?
Yeah. We did a great job last year. We have some tremendous counselors that are earning their wages. We've had waiting lists for everything, so we're gonna try to do 35 to 8-year-olds and 26 to 11. Excuse me, 9 to 11.
And how do you feel like the current fee associated with the day camps is like relative to the other ones? Is it still pretty low?
I mean, I think it's getting closer. I just, again, not trying to make it unattainable for anybody, but if you're trying to sell, the VBA camps go from 9 to noon and they're like $200.
And ours is
You know, you have Hilding who goes out and they're sold out quickly, and those are, Tuesdays, Thursdays, or if it's not raining, from like 9 to 3. I mean, we facilitate the camp for the working family. Everybody else is like, you have to be retired or independently wealthy or have the means of coming and going and dropping your kid off at 9 o'clock and picking them up at noon.
Yeah, we have
So when it costs more money to do that than it does to come to the rec park where you go on field trips, you have a 5-to-1 ratio with your counselors, we're in the pool. There is no inclement weather day because we always have the park house here, so it's certainly value for the patrons.
That should be good.
So do you foresee, because last year, the fee increases for the rec camp came, I think in June or May of this past year. Is that something that we would do then, or is that something that's already put in?
We looked at it in the late winter because we were trying to get
The reason I brought it up is because since I've been here, the rec fee schedule has been revisited on every 2 years.
Okay.
So it was due, Scott was kind of new, so it was just one of the things where, like I said, before we changed it, you're paying $5 an hour. Well, you can't get a babysitter for $20 an hour these days, so.
So we had to get out, was it April 1st last year?
Yeah,
we wanted to get out early.
I published them late because
people sign up, that's when they sign up.
Right.
And
So,
so
I
I
mean,
guess
they're
you're
already
already out
online
March.
So as soon as we say go, I can press the button and you can register for a date by tomorrow.
You said you plan to increase it to 50. What's the total weekly population?
50, it was 40.
Oh, it was 40. You're going from 40 to 50.
And we always used to have 8 counselors. We got away with 7 last year because there was one girl who couldn't make it, who committed, and then we were already kind of into the season. I had this junior girl volunteer, and she did such a phenomenal job that we're going to ask her to come back, so we'll have 8 counselors for 50 kids. And again, being able to put that out in January or February instead of waiting until April or April 15th, whenever one of that, no doubt that the camp will sell out.
Yeah.
I hear nothing but 100% positive reviews from folks who are either Manchester locals or live in the surrounding communities, and there's also a lot of, which now that I pay attention more to the camp when I otherwise wasn't these past few years. Not that I wasn't paying attention to the camp, but that was the program director's job. We do have quite a few folks that come here and travel and stay for the summer for a few weeks and do enroll their kids in camp. So,
Do they pay premiums for that?
it's either resident or non-resident.
Yeah.
I mean, I certainly would be open to the non-state residents, and you can rate it fewer.
Yeah.
Do you know what the ratio is between resident and non-resident use of these programs?
I could.
If you don't, it's not.
I would say it's probably 60% Manchester's.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think when I was here, it was about 70-30.
Yeah, a little more than
70 Manchester, 30.
Yeah, and he's right, there were definitely some families like grandkids that come into town that
Sure.
stay with their grandparents.
Yeah.
And they would not get a resident rate just because their grandparents live here.
There's a lot of that, yeah.
I also just want to share that I want to commend that program for, not turning away anybody
Yes.
with a special need, because Brian's heart is so wonderful that, he will allow any person with a special need to be included in camps, and the staff that were there, embraced that. And, that philosophy and that culture is something that you don't see very often.
Yeah, we
So-
bend over backwards to facilitate the positive experience here for anybody with a special need or disability. We've now closed the pool for a couple hours on Wednesday to get the BART adaptive kids in here, do the BRSU ESY camp, because in previous years it was only Wednesdays from 11 to noon. And it was actually more of a family swim, because that was traditionally a lap swims time. So now this gives the kids an opportunity to get here. I mean, if you think about an hour by the time they get here and they kind of get themselves situated and everybody gets sunblocked, they're in the pool, and then a half an hour later it's time to go out. So now we've had probably 20, 25 students every Wednesday come, and it's the greatest thing for them. I mean, if it were up to me, I would do it more.
Is
on
there
another day.
any programming, like funding that we could get for sponsoring that kind of programming that could help him offset some of these costs and get more,
It's really you don't incur any additional costs. It's kind of just jogging around the schedule.
yeah.
We always have the 2 lifeguards on duty. When we do have these camps, I have like 1 more come in, but usually my assistant Will was a lifeguard, and Rowan would come in, and you're always overstaffed in that situation. But everyone comes, the BART folks, they all have paras or counselors that are with them, so it's not an undue burden on our staff. Again, it was just a matter of, the swim team is in the pool for 15 prime hours a week. And to see our kids not even participate because it was logistically hard to do, because an hour was a little much for them. So, we do a lot for the swim team. It was a good time to do a lot for the other folks who don't have the same luxuries.
And just knowing from my own experiences working here and in the camp when I was a kid and growing up, that this is an absolute lifeline. And I want to thank you for your efforts to make this a positive experience for the working families of the town.
Absolutely.
It's incredibly valuable to the entire community.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
All right, on to the capital, if you don't mind. Page 16.
15 for you and 16.
I got 16, is that?
No, what number?
We talked about the pumps that started being built into radio maintenance.
What line item are you on, Scott?
I am on
Page 17.
Yeah, line item 598. This involves the tennis/pickleball court reconstruction. So, I know a lot of these people were here for this too. So we've got some monies already towards this project. This project is going to happen, and I'm hoping that we can do it, this season. But we have $40,000 from a previous approved voter article. Okay, we have, and I've put $50,000 in this 26 budget. We actually have a commitment from Susan Ruth for $40,000.
It's up to 50 apparently.
Right here, 60. All right, we'll call it 50. $50,000 in donations. And then I was going to ask you at some point, that remaining 51,000 that we had talked about the other night for the ARPA money, that could go towards that, towards this. Now, if you just, and that's not talking about what we have left in the, we have a rec capital fund, if you remember, when we found the balance, and there's still some money in there because we never paid it back through the general ledger, so we left that as an account. That has about 60,000 in it. So I'm
How
not.
much is this project, like, what?
It's about 200. All right, so without.
Can I ask you a quick question?
You can.
This line item 598 says playground replacement, and earlier you said that we were replacing the playground, right?
We are in this year, FY25.
Okay, and that, so, okay, so that's already.
Yeah, that's.
So this
that's
is just, okay, so we're just talking about the 50K.
For the
For
course.
this, okay,
Right.
all right, moving on.
And that 50K is a gap between what we have available for revenue and what the total expense is going to be?
Yes, we don't know what the total expense is going to be. So we'll put together an RFP to get out there, and I didn't want to issue it until we knew what we had for money. If we don't have enough money, people spend time and effort to put together a response for an RFP, and they get angry when you don't award it, and it doesn't make sense either. On the other side, they're lining up projects right now for the summer.
Yeah.
And this budget won't be approved, of course, until March. So that's the slight dilemma we have. So the more funding we can say we have towards this project, we don't necessarily have to declare how we're going to pay for it now, but as long as we have money in a bunch of pockets that can pay for approximately it, we can move forward with donations, asking for more donations, and we can get an RFP out, and then get the response and go from there.
So,
Excuse me, can I just mention one thing? A couple of the contractors I've spoken with require no money down from a town to take this project from front to back if they did tennis/pickleball. And it would be paid on a monthly amount, which I did not know that, but they mentioned to me that the town doesn't need to put the down payment. They give you an option to pay when they come and start the project. By that time, I can guarantee we will raise more money, and that this type of project can fund that project for the special needs. We could do tournaments to have people donate their stuff. This would be a revenue that the town, it seems like, would benefit from, not just pickleball and the demographics of Manchester, but the surrounding people that live in this town that have small businesses. It would help keep people in the town, and that's why we have that file, so if you guys can read it, there's some information that we think can let you understand what we believe pickleball can do for Manchester.
Susan's very passionate about this.
I'm sorry, I love this game.
The game is very fast.
We could take a
just
page
so that-
out of John O'Keefe's
Just so that I
playbook
understand,
and do
what we are budgeting here is a $50,000 amount to cover the gap between what we might have for revenue sources and what the actual cost of the project is. If we can get within $50,000, we can pull the trigger on this and go.
Right. And you're advocating for using the 51 from the ARPA funds.
I am.
Yeah.
I would like to use the ARPA funds first instead of the capital rec balance that we have left over. Right now, we have about 60,000 there. We may need it, we might not need it for this. But, like Brian just said, other things break, so it'd be good to have that.
I think we need it.
I think we need to keep that.
Brian,
for the most part.
does the tennis community feel as though they're being pushed out by the pickleballers?
I would say no.
Does anybody complain that, because the reason I ask that is if we commit to this combo surface, which I think is great, I'm just wondering if I know pickleball's taking over.
Yeah, I've just experienced nothing but, I would say, a decline in the amount of tennis played here and an extreme influx in pickleball. I would say for every tennis match that's played, there's 50 pickleball games that are played. Plus,
So
we're
they
not
feel as
intending
though-
on losing the lines like we did out here, where there's 3 basketball courts, but only 2 of them have pickleball lines on them. It would be similar out there. There would always be time for the pickleball, or the tennis courts will still always be lined for tennis.
Right.
They'll just be dual lined for pickleball as well.
Yeah, no. I just want to make
just to support the pickleballers, I mean, we have many what we call user groups here, but those are always the Burton or MEMS or the Equinox Lacrosse Association or the MYSL. They're all athletic. So other than, in my opinion, the folks that come here to walk or the dog park, the pickleball community is here pretty much every day from the middle of April until it gets too cold and we need to play. So, you know, I know we're not into trying to generate so much revenue, but it is certainly a viable revenue source for us to be able to bring some more funding into the park.
Okay.
Undeniably.
Okay, that's good.
I mean, I cannot speak to how much memberships are, but I want to say they're $100 to $300 wherever you are, depending. So, I mean, if we have X amount of people and there's drop-in fees, but I think we would have to chat about how we would charge, because as it is now, everything, as you know, is a first come, first served, unless you make a reservation to guarantee yourself court time.
Right.
So I think we should discuss, obviously,
If
in
it-
conjunction with moving forward with the project.
Yeah.
How
There's
we're
gonna
going
be administration that's associated with this too, like that's a big cost to administrate all this stuff too. So we need to make sure that we have money allocated to cover that.
Like what?
I mean, dealing
Schedule,
with.
you mean?
Yeah.
They have a software program.
Yeah, it's all done.
No, you guys all do
It
it.
doesn't always just happen. There's always-
We have to work this out.
Yeah.
We don't know how we're gonna handle that yet, as far as.
And we have our Civic Rec online registration portal, which for me it's the park. You know, I have to tell everybody in the pickleball community, just because you made a reservation on Playtime Scheduler, you did not make a reservation at the Manchester Parks and Rec Department.
Okay.
So there's
We'll work that
some
part
things to work
out.
out.
Yeah.
Did
you have a comment?
I did. The economics of this is interesting, because I think, as Brian pointed out, if 30 or 40 people come in every day, most of the people that come in after pickleball go lunch shopping, buy gas, do all the stuff that adults do when we come to town. Right now, Stratton is building out their pickleball substantially. They have 8 great courts. They have an indoor facility right now that is awful to play on, but it's indoor. I think a lot of the communities in the surrounding area are building this out. My point is, we have competition, but we have a unique situation here in the park. Fabulous place to play. But most of all, when we come to town to play, we shop, we buy. And I think that is such an important thing not to overlook. We haven't surveyed how much the average player plays, but you're dealing with an affluent, in some cases retired group of people, that are happy to spend all the time. To Susan's point, I can almost guarantee if we did a tournament to benefit the kids, people would show up for that.
There's a huge intangible benefit to the rec park, so even though we operate in red, I say it every time we meet, there's that, what you're talking about, and people deciding to move here, and all the things we've mentioned in the past. The rec park is we look at numbers, but we can't come up with that intangible benefit.
Okay, being the devil's advocate that I am, Manchester Business Association is going to come in here and they're going to request that we give them more money than we do for advertising and promotion of Manchester as a place to visit. That's all well and good because it does bring business to town and does help people stay employed. However, it benefits the commercial segment of our community, and not necessarily the senior population that we have, people that are not connected to the business association, and they will contribute to the cost of bringing this business in without deriving any benefit. And we have to be responsible to those people too. We hear a lot of complaints about the recent escalation of education costs, and education spending is 82-83% of your property tax bill, so that has a big impact. We're looking at a similar escalation in expense on the municipal side, and it's the only part for which we're responsible. But when we start building more items into this budget to benefit just certain segments of the population without everybody realizing that benefit, but yet having to contribute to the cost, and therefore making it more difficult for them to live in Manchester, that becomes an important part of our consideration. Is economic development important to us? Yes. Is the prosperity of our business community? Yes. But they benefit directly from that. And I've always maintained that if you need to advertise to promote your business, if you need to promote, if you need to do all these functions, get together and do it. Don't ask somebody who's barely getting by to contribute just because they're a citizen of Manchester to your benefit without them deriving something in return. So it's the other shoe dropping, and the part that we have to consider in every part of this. I don't want to spend a lot of time on it because we're going to be getting into it deeply with MDA, but and we're behind schedule with our department heads who are waiting here to deal with us rather than doing their job back at town hall. So I will allow it. One more thought.
Just to digress for a moment before you were talking about the seasonal, full-time, part-time staff. This is a great park. We use it every day. We're here to play pickleball. We do other things here. I noticed, it's just an observation, and I want to just put it out there. Maybe it's a suggestion. As far as groundskeeping goes, from my perspective, and I think a lot of other people have seen this, the lawn is being cut on a schedule that is so overdone. I've seen the tractors out basically just creating dust. And I'm wondering, has anybody thought about evaluating that schedule, saving the fuel costs, saving the labor, so that money could go elsewhere, wherever you guys choose to use it, not necessarily for pickleball, but for some of these other things, maybe the pool pumps, etc., because there seems to be kind of an overdoing of a lot of it.
That's an interesting observation.
That's
I
a far
think that's
an
somewhat-
observation to me. I don't understand what would make you say that, sir.
I just see it when I'm here to play
I will.
pickleball, and I know that there.
Well, I know what you're saying because I do see the guys out here on the tractor, and the grass is here. It's not lush and thick like it is on the Applejack field because it obviously doesn't get near the attention. So the guys are on a schedule because the guys who work here also take care of the entire cemetery, the town hall building, the Factory Point Town Green, Adams Park, and I'm sure I'm forgetting something else.
Yeah, I'm just
Maybe
suggesting
five
I put
items.
Yeah.
So when it
It's
doesn't
a-
rain for the entire summer, it tends to get a little dry, and when you have a 5-gang mower pulling around the yard, you will create some dust.
I'm a farmer. I will tell you that I mix a lot of stuff with my hay this year. At the end of the summer, it's very dry, and I have to maintain that on a schedule, or else I won't have a hay crop during the next cycle. So I understand what Brian's saying, and this also has to mesh with what these guys are doing. They're members of our Department of Public Works, and they're doing other projects. It's a legitimate comment, and we'll put some eyes to it and see what the legitimacy is. And I appreciate that. Getting back on schedule, I think we're about done.
Can I just say one more thing? Well, you said something about something for everybody. Pickleball I know it's a little thing, but it is mushrooming.
Yeah.
And it is something for everything. Rec park is great for a lot of people, but our seniors, we don't have a whole lot for our seniors, and that's for them. Young kids, you watch them playing pickleball. They can't get up and do tennis or all the other things, and they're doing pickleball. And the seniors are helping the little kids. It's something for everybody, it really is. And I think right now it's this big. And in 2 years, it's going to be that.
It's going to be an Olympic sport.
Yeah.
And to your point, I mean, I'll play with Gladys here. I'll play against her. And I would lose playing point star. And at the same time, we see kids coming in from tennis and play. And it's really quite remarkable to be able to play, between generations, a single game. That's pretty special.
My sense of the legitimacy of Olympic sports has been shaken a little bit by the break dance. We're going to move on. Is there anything else under Parks and Rec? Brian, thank you. I just want to say, thank you. We are so lucky to have Brian. He doesn't like the limelight, and people sometimes don't realize what he does here, but
the different levels of competency he has to have in so many facets of what it takes to run this department. And still to have the compassion to find a way for people to participate. We are, my hat's off to you. Thank you.
Well done, Brian. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for coming.
Peter and Elias,
Appreciate it.
Peter and Elias, you're here. Come on up to the table. Zoning and economic development. Next on the.
You may not want to leave, this is really exciting stuff. Come on now. Not as fun as pickleball.
Hello, everyone. Hey, how are you?
How did Enforcement Friday go?
Usually it's kind of got smoothing out. Some of the bumps are kind of.
I mean, were you out and about?
It's been 2 days so far. To the afternoon. Then watch out.
So we'll get you done here quickly so you can get out.
The Dark Lord would be out.
Crushing greens.
Crushing greens and spirits.
The Dark Lord.
So I don't know, you just want to start just by asking your question?
We're going to get me to the right page here.
Where are we?
Find that right up top, right?
Page 3?
Yeah.
Not really a whole lot to look at, other than the software support. So I'll let you guys talk about it. But we recently, last year, contracted, you might remember, with a software company, so that people can make applications online and go through the whole process without having to involve these guys until it's absolutely necessary. So where are we in that?
We plan to go live. What we mean by going live is the software will be up and running. We'll most likely be handling the applications in-house, and we'll get a better feel for where the bugs are. This is really a canned software package, so it came at a pretty good price point, and we're kind of tweaking it to get it to work the way we need it to work for us. So my expectation is a lot of the simpler things like the signs, simple structures, additions, and so on and so forth can be done by the applicant themselves walking through the process. So what happens is they'll get to a certain point and they'll need us to move them to the next queue if they're involved in DAB for review or a DRB input. So going live, December 19th is the date that we'll have that going live for us. And we'll be looking to run that in parallel with our existing system.
And Heidi, just before you ask, they raise the fee.
We actually, it's a zero sum for us, so we matched our revenue with the fees increased to cover the cost of the software itself. So it shouldn't really be any more money, and hopefully that'll free us up a little bit to manage some of the other stuff that's been languishing. I'd like to see some projects that we have in mind to give a better service and become a little bit more effective and efficient. And part of that is maybe going to add Enforcement Thursday to Enforcement Friday. But getting out into the community and making sure that people are compliant, voluntary compliant. The wherewithal we have to enforce compliance sometimes is a little bit complicated, a little bit. We don't really have a big hammer. It's just we'll get to a point where if we're not getting compliance with someone, we'll incur attorney's fees. Or we'll start to write a violation ticket and collect on that. But if they admit to the violation, it's kind of like a slap on the hand. It's a $25 fee. So I don't know. I'm open to suggestion on how we move forward with that type of thing.
You know, when I was on the planning commission, which was less than a decade after zoning was implemented in town, this town existed without zoning until 1971. 1971, we put zoning in place. I actually got on the planning commission a few years later, not being a proponent of zoning per se, but
wanting to be interested in how it all worked, and after a very short period on the planning commission, I suddenly realized that it was a very valuable thing to have in place, and it could be used as a valuable tool for the town. Compliance was an issue at that point in time, and the general consensus was, we put these rules in place. Most people want to voluntarily comply. Some people don't know what the rules are, or don't know what they signed up for, and they just need to be reminded. And you're going to have a few that go the other way.
2%.
And it's small. And at that point, you have to decide how much do you want to spend to force compliance. There are certain individuals in the community that have made a lifetime of non-compliance. And that's not fair to the people that do comply. So I know it's a very fine line that you walk, but things really haven't changed that much in the several decades since. We appreciate that there is an Enforcement Friday, and it's had an effect, I think.
Well, again, we try to reach out to people who don't know that they're not in compliance and talk to them. I would say 90% of the times they're completely willing and able to make the correction right there and then. Like you said, the 1 or 2% that pose a challenge to that, our authority or whatever, we wind up either writing the ticket or going to court, and that's expensive.
It depends on the magnitude of the infraction, too.
Hey, Peter, is it possible that if you end up having an attorney, you go to court and you win, to require them to pay not only their fine, but the legal fees?
That's a legal question, and basically I've been told that everybody pays their own in Vermont.
That's true.
So we'd like to think that we could do that.
But you can't.
Well, we can impose fines.
Yeah.
Generally, when the potential for that situation arises, it's been the position of this board. We appointed good people to the Planning Commission and to the DRB to apply these ordinances and the application of such. And it's our job to back them up if a litigious situation arises, and we're prepared to do that.
Right.
And there's rarely been a situation where we were at odds over what to do with it. But it's been my experience that we don't get reimbursed for what we spend along the way. You're in here under zoning and economic development, but I know that economic development has been kind of moved out of your jurisdiction.
That's been moved over to Mr. Black.
Yeah, and so I don't think we're going to spend a lot of time on that with you to answer to any issues we might have in that area. So pretty much down to a fairly narrow window. How are things going?
I think things are going very well. I think Elias has really done a great job for us. He's pretty technically savvy. So that's where we're going. We're moving everything towards the online presence. But we do have other roles too. I mean, I act as a health officer. We're also acting or helping with the cemetery. So he's been very helpful with the cemetery software, which we're going to be launching that. We go live with that the next day or so.
I sent out an email today that the cemetery sort of mapping is concluded, so we're ready to start. As far as putting individuals' information in there. That hopefully
that was a big project.
Yeah.
One of the
Doug helped me out a ton on that.
Yeah.
I helped him out.
With the Planning Commission especially, there are certain statutory responsibilities that fall on them, and some of them are, of course, upgrades to the ordinances, especially the town plan, and it requires a certain knowledge of the process. And I think you're
working towards that.
Working towards it, yeah. It's that's where we've always run into a bit of a problem in the whole planning and zoning area. There's been times, as you know, when we've had a town planner and a town zoning administrator. The town zoning administrator is a statutory position that we have to fill, and of course you're both in that capacity. Planning, it can be outsourced
Yes.
And so we want to to know that we have the structure in place to help you through that process, along with the associated funding to get it done. And that's where Scott comes in.
That'd be extremely helpful. I know we talked about a particular vendor for last year, and I think that would be, once we get past the 2025 May deadline, I think that opens up the whole, 5 or 6, 7, 8 years that we can focus our energies on developing an overall global master plan, if you will, for Manchester. I think it's really important to do that, even if we just do it in a very rudimentary way.
Yeah,
I say we need to put places in reserve for view corridors, or for, we talked about adding ADUs to so we can't eat up too much of the open areas because of stormwater problems. So we want to make sure we can still manage our stormwater. So.
When I served on the planning commission, we were lucky that we had a certain level of expertise on the board itself. As a matter of fact, the guy that wrote our initial zoning ordinances was sitting on the planning.
Is that right?
Much easier, but I do know how technical it can get, and it's a big ask for somebody that doesn't have a background in that area. We do have resources available to help us through that, but the impetus for the guidance for the process needs to come from the board.
Yes.
So that's why they're there. They live here, they know what the town is, they know what we expect in the community, and they should be providing everything but the vehicle by which it gets accomplished, which is the document itself. We've run into situations in the past where the board was excluded from that process for the most part, and was presented with a document that they reviewed, and I don't think that particularly serves the interest of our community. And I think people, when they get on the planning commission, they have an idea that they're going to be involved in the actual creation of those documents. The way that it's legally constructed needs to be by somebody that understands how to do that, but the actual ideas come from our community.
Absolutely.
Perfect. As far as the budget goes, I think we're good.
Do you see any kind of bottlenecks that, I know you had a couple things that were taking a long time. Do you feel like a lot of that's gotten resolved as a result of having?
From the planning commission side?
Yeah.
It's a new team. They have to kind of gel. And there's also, a variance of what they feel is important. Every member there comes with some thoughts. So they have to really work as a cohesive team. They're getting there. So hopefully they'll come up with a plan at some point.
Mike, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I had a comment. You've had discussion here about two items. One being enforcement, which is a crucial aspect to the whole thing. And the other is the ability to farm out some of the planning functions where there's some expertise. I don't see anything in the operating expense that deals with either one of those. So I'm wondering, where do I find those in the budget?
So the enforcement, of course, is done statutorily by our zoning administrator, which would be included in their job expectation, which would be funded through the salaries.
I was thinking about when you said when the enforcement went beyond the
that all drops into general expenditure consultants and legal and consulting, which would be which we tend to overspend on from time to time because we never can anticipate. It's in the general expenses.
Do you know what that is, Mike? Because I'd love to look at it historically to see what the difference is.
Consulting legal is $522 in this budget. We're anticipating a $78,000.
What page are you on?
I'm on page 15.
If I could just interject one thought.
Line item 522.
And yeah,
Go ahead.
We did have one incident, and we recovered a fee of, I think, $5,000, which covered all of our expenses for attorney's fees. So wherever we can, we'll look to bill back. I don't know if it's legally permissible, but when we arrange our fines to settle the matter, we offered to settle at 10. He countered at 5, we accepted. So we covered ourselves on it.
Yeah.
So we try to manage it that way.
That's,
So that shows in the revenue side.
Yes, sir.
Within the department, it doesn't show in the expense side. And I guess maybe the complaint is with the number of things that have been lumped into general that, you know, you see, for instance, legal on line 522. You don't know how much of that is planning and zoning versus select board issues.
Scott's not here right now. I don't know how closely that's tracked, but each consulting and legal expense is
historically
it shows up. That expense would show up in that that line. But I don't know the breakdown between how much of it's planning and zoning, how much of it's
right. What I'm just saying is, this is a formatting question, not a argument with the numbers. But we used to show those under each department.
Yeah.
We've lumped them all together, and because of that, we kind of lose sight of
the reason that they got lumped together was when we showed it in each department, we didn't have an aggregate number, and obviously some departments, if they had an event of any substance at all, they would overspend their own line item, but we'd draw it from somebody else.
Yeah.
And it made budgeting very difficult, so we lumped it all into one number. Without having access to it, I don't know, maybe Mike knows if there's an internal accounting as to where legal and consulting money is spent.
Well, I mean, we use different attorneys for different things.
Right.
But I know there was a big talk because a couple of years ago, we had our consulting line, just a consulting line. And then we split that out to be legal, IT, so that we could keep track of those two things separately. It is possible to create accounts in each department with a line for legal and get rid of the one in general.
Yeah, we've done that, and it didn't work very well
because we've never analyzed.
If you don't have any expense in one department, but you have a huge expense in the other, it gets transferred. It kind of gets transferred over anyway, so it wasn't really a good way to budget.
So
we kind of look at it as what do we spend generally throughout the whole organization on legal and consulting.
I can have Lori go through and look at all of our legal bills for a year or so and have her do a little chart saying this is the actual departments it was for.
Yeah.
Just so we get a sense.
That would be It would be good to know. It'd be kind of interesting.
How many years you want?
Helpful, I think.
Was that a particular department? I'd like to see it.
Well, general is just general. How many year analysis of that general department legal would you like?
2 or 3.
Three.
We just keep it earmark it going forward.
I just would like to know. And maybe there'd be a way to set it up so that going forward it could just be track itself.
Yeah, she can just, I can create a spreadsheet for her to use, and every time she gets a legal bill, she can just, and then we can do it out of it.
A helpful budgeting tool.
Okay.
To know where this money's going. Good idea, Mike.
And how about on the consultants as well?
Well, IT is a very, that's...
I'm thinking of like when you retain the DCRC to do something.
That is included in the legal line, as I understand it. That's actually consulting hyphen legal. What that means is it's not just the legal, that's both consulting and legal combined into one line item.
But you want to know what.
So BCRC would be.
I'm just saying, how much, if
Yeah.
you want to know what our planning and zoning department does,
No, not.
it also has a legal fee component, and it has a consulting fee
Yeah,
component.
absolutely. And that's a part more than any.
Yeah,
But,
because if you just look at the budget for the planning and zoning, the operating expense looks like it's next to nothing.
But I think we've talked, in meetings, we've talked about the BCRC.
We pay an annual fee.
$7,200 a year?
yeah, we pay the duty, right?
Yeah.
And out of that, we get services.
We get,
we have-
that gives us access to certain,
Yeah.
if they're doing consulting for us, they're paid for that.
Right, like the town plan, they've just.
So we're talking about legal and consulting, and the question is how much of that budget number gets spent on planning and zoning, and how much is others. And I think we could generate some internal reports that would be easy to install later, in out years. I don't want to, but I think we'll go back a couple of years and see how historically we spend that money every year.
We do, I mean, that's a large portion of it, that department. you know.
Yeah.
But that's defending ordinances.
Years ago, we had, in every department, we had a legal consultant.
I like that, yeah.
Right
The
now,
trouble is, we always have one department that way overspends, and we'll take it, we'll make the gap from somebody else that
It's the
doesn't.
same in any part of the budget, really.
Yeah, so, whatever you think is the best way to.
No, I like that, yeah. I did think of it earlier this year.
Individual, then roll it up at the end.
Yeah, we put, I mean, not every department needs a separate line item for that, but you guys obviously do.
We're always in trouble.
Or causing trouble.
Or causing trouble.
Well, you're creating ordinances and also.
And defending ordinances.
Yeah.
You can do it in the town report annually.
Well, once I do this spreadsheet breaking out, we can see which departments use it, and I can put an expense in those departments only.
Yeah.
But if they go way over their budget, that's a good tool to use for budgeting the next year. You wouldn't put some here and then the rest down here because they went over
Except that
budget.
they're event specific. I mean, we've only had a couple of really big appeals in planning and zoning. And when we talk about consulting, does that include consulting engineers and that sort of thing? Yeah, so there's, would that include consulting on public works projects that are best under water or sewer budgets, or is it already?
Yeah, unless there's a separate line item for that. Like that Main Street project that we just finished, that had a lot of consulting expenses.
Yeah. And did that come out of general fund or water? And
That would be part of the capital expense.
Yeah.
Wow, that one was a bad example then.
Most of the
Let's just-
engineering ones we have.
We'll think about this later. What's the best way?
I think we should, because when we get a legal bill, a monthly legal bill, it has a variety of things listed on it.
Yeah.
So it would be.
But we do break it down and put it
Yeah.
in different departments, yeah.
Yeah. So, like I said, we got away from having it in the various departments because it was being used as kind of a general fund that was available to all departments, but maybe it makes more sense to go back to that. We'll figure that one out.
Any takeaways for us? Any feedback from the community on?
Generally, no news is good news. I will say that we've gone through periods of time when I couldn't come to town without being physically accosted by somebody that was upset with your department, and I don't run into that at all anymore. I don't know if that's a good thing or just a bad thing.
Okay. No news is good news.
No, I think it is.
Well, I have like a little bit of feedback that I've gotten, and positive feedback is that I think that some of the stuff that you're doing on the software side has cleared up like your bureaucratic feeling of it, which I think is a really good thing for people to understand. Like, oftentimes I think what you do is a little bit thankless because you have to follow these protocols and you have to get these things in place in order to proceed. And you helped me with subdividing my land so that it actually gave me really good insight into the process, and that you can't rush it. You can't, there's a lot of
There's a time lag.
yeah. So I think it's great that you have the various software things coming online, because I think it's super personable, and you can, help people move past the pain points and be kind of, explaining it to them and not just have it be like a check the box doing all this paperwork.
Yeah, I think just the general sense of what we want to do is to guide people.
Yeah.
That approach has not always been there, and I go back a long, long ways where when there was a lot of development going on in town, the municipal planning and zoning would just kind of step aside, and somebody would spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on an application to come in and have this sorry. And they didn't know that early on in the game.
Yeah, we have something that's, even with the software, is a pre-application consultation.
Yeah, that's great.
So we can tell them, this is what we think you
We're here to serve.
We're here to serve.
And I think that mentality prevails throughout our organization at this point. I think I don't know if anybody tells me well.
Yeah, any application that's nuanced, it just immediately goes to a pre-consultation. So that's kind of a requirement. If it's a science, I get, but if it's a subdivision or something like that, that immediately has to get a pre-consultation with Peter and I before they proceed with anything.
And we're trying to get the ordinance so it's kind of more like a Reader's Digest version, as opposed to something that's overly complicated. You should be able to pick it up and say, oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I can only have 3 signs.
Yes. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you guys are awesome.
Thank you.
You may go now.
We're going to leave on that note.
We got to get the Tony Manchester.
And the shirt. When I get the code.
Let's see, it's 8:27.
Yeah. Wait, that's at least one checkbox.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
See you later. Thank you guys.
Yes.
Let's,
So Brian is on his way back to the stuff for together for lunch, so you have a little bit of time.
So, town manager.
let's go here. Not here.
For the entire year.
And it's probably not hard.
Do you think it would be beneficial to do it for the IT portion?
Finance is here. Yeah, we can do town manager, finance, or.
Then we can put those.
I'd like to see the town clerk card.
Yeah.
Town manager,
I'm sorry.
finance, and treasurer. I don't believe the treasurer's coming in.
No, I don't even think we talked to him, we just asked him, but you do have the latest printout from him that came this week, or earlier this week. And in his commentary, he said we're doing really well. Numbers are still way up, and he's foreseeing a strong next quarter also, so that's a plus. I don't think there's anything really too much to talk about in the administration, finance, town treasurer, finance.
That's me.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing to talk about. The only thing I can bring up on Gordon's behalf, because we didn't go over assessing, but he needed some new state software. So we included $3,000 in there for some cloud storage.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Is that a one-time expense? or
Yeah.
that-
Yeah.
Okay.
This, you're on page 2.
Page 2.
Yeah. Oh, I see that. This software report. Yeah.
Yeah. And then Doug's budget was with the assessing administrative assistant, for lack of a better title. We actually have him working on the town report right now. Yeah, I mean, we're also contracting with Bonnie as she leaves and goes out the door. So Doug's not panicked too much, and he's doing what he does well, which is dig in and go after things and put them together and give them to Bonnie, and then she can make it work. So that's what we're hoping happens.
It'll be my weekend job.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Just, there's nothing in the capital or anything from those other departments.
Why are we missing all the revenue part of the?
Because it showed up
It showed up in the report for 23 and 24 budgets, so it carries forward until those disappear, and it won't be there anymore, I think.
Another 10 years.
That was the reappraisal.
All of that was the reassessment.
Well, that was easy. Capital items?
Yeah, let's do those.
Keep moving.
See the back of the budget.
We should fill 15 minutes behind.
I know. And we skipped our break.
Yeah. There was a little break.
Okay, so page 17, we go to capital items.
You want a capital item?
I think that's what we said. Is that you?
No, I said there was nothing in capital for us, but.
Well, you were ahead of us.
So, let's go over capital line, just any ones we haven't touched on yet.
Yeah.
The grist mill, that iron railing, the.
Page.
Page 18.
616, line 616.
Item 6.
Yep.
So, the Kimball brothers,
Yeah.
we met with them down there, and the railing's a bit shaky, and it's kind of held together a little bit with some zip ties and things like that.
That sounds safe.
Yeah, so we tried to find a history of who owned it, and according to them, the town owned it. And according to Jeff, at one point, there was nothing there, and so they were going to put a guardrail, and then, can you
have a
before
guardrail.
that? What's that?
We have a guardrail.
Guardrail, okay, so there
Yeah.
was a guardrail. And then they wanted, when they redoing the area, they wanted to make it look more attractive than a guardrail right there. And I think, well, I don't know for sure because we never figured out that it was paid for with the idea that the town would replace it when the time was up. So what we're doing here is trying to split the cost with them to repair it.
Kim Kimball brought the iron railing from Delwood Cemetery down to there. It used to be with where the sexton of the cemetery lived.
Okay.
It's now Jim Ramsey's house.
Okay.
And Kim was on the board of Delwood Cemetery, and it moved down the street.
Okay. All right, that makes some sense.
Do we have any iron rail kicking around?
You know, I don't know. So anyways, that was one way to try to pay for it, was split the cost from it, which I haven't confirmed them their part of it.
It is a replacement.
Repair, replacement. Yeah, I think they're gonna replace it the way right by the dam. But you see, there's a different type of fencing, more like a picket fence iron there, and it's gonna be replaced like that, similar to that.
Can we work with the bridge to nowhere to make sure the aesthetic is all, like, you know, when they put in that bridge, you want to make sure.
What is the choice? The guardrail or iron rail?
I mean, it should be something nice.
I've seen some nice guardrails.
I don't.
Could someone fall over the guardrail?
Talking about the liability.
Yeah.
Budget.
They also put that stairway in at the same time.
Oh, okay. That was on their nickel, probably.
Yeah. And their sign on the stairway.
Well, when you do this, I guess we would try to figure out going forward, like, if there's some ownership and,
Yeah.
you know, maybe have something in place that,
Yeah, I think we would have to.
this ambiguity is a little.
I think the way we ended up settling it is just saying that the town owned it. is a safety measure, so the car's
Yeah.
not making a turn, you not end up in the pond or whatever. Yeah, through the parking lot, into the pond, into the water, the gristmill. That's all I have on that one.
I remember when one of our police officers wound up in the pond, courtesy of a local colorful character, way back in the, might have been around 1970 or so. We had some, we had an ex-professional baseball player that was in town that had a home. And at times he would be asked to move along. And apparently he wasn't in the mood, he got asked to move along, and he picked up the cop and threw him in the pond. Yeah, you can't make this stuff up.
He's an old William cat, because he's still around.
So that was it for?
That was it.
The only change that I have was that the 650, the town records reservation number was bumped up to 25, the number.
And we were going to move that out of there?
Yeah, I'm gonna put it up in the operating.
Oh, you're gonna move that up to the operating, okay, whichever.
Oh, sorry, there was one question, sorry. I know we're, the paving, the 150, or around the, that's, there is an offset on that?
No.
No, that's out of pocket.
Right. Class 2 projects, we usually get, we can get some grants, we're probably not, we're gonna apply, but probably not get it this year. So when we apply next year, probably have that in there in addition to the regular, the next row will be 30.
Okay.
Or 2.
Okay. Our lunch arrived. Hope everybody's refreshed and ready to go. Let's see, we have the Manchester Business Association here. And we're under the heading of forward appropriations. John, take it away.
Great, thank you so much. Great to see all you select board members again. Thanks for allowing us this time to talk about the MBA and what we've done over the past year, as well as what we're hoping and looking forward to in 2024, 25, and forward. If you don't know who's sitting beside me, you all know Ron Mancini, one of our board members. And then on this right side of me is Brad Killian, the owner of the North Shire Lodge, him and his wife, and he is our president of the MBA. So. Did a little presentation like last year, so we'll walk through that as quickly as possible so we can get on to other things. But again, we use, as an organization, various things to measure our success in the money that we spend in a given year. And just so that you know, overall, we bring in just under $200,000 in revenue into the organization. $50,000 of that is from the town of Manchester, as you all know, that we've been receiving for about 7 years now. And all of that goes right back out the door, of course, and various things, everything from running a visitor center to advertising, promotions, and so forth. So those things end up giving us the results we're going to go through, which is our digital stats, social media, subscribers, print and digital, seasonal campaigns, and so forth. So membership is what we'd like to talk about, and one of the key things that we're always looking to do is grow our membership. That helps give us a few extra dollars every year to spend on various different marketing campaigns and sustain what we have, because of course the costs every year for us to operate this organization go up. So as you can see, we've had some great results over the years, just continue to grow every year. We're up to 150 members as of now, and we hope to continue to grow that. We always get anywhere between 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 new members. Of course, we lose members, stores close, like Michael Kors, unfortunately, Armani closed, but then we get new places coming in like Simon Pierce and so forth that become members of our organization, so we're super excited about that. Our visitor center this past year, we welcomed about 2,200 plus visitors. from all over the world. Obviously, our peak times are normally June through the end of October that we have a lot of traffic coming through the center. These times we are always a little bit less, but we are open Tuesday through Sunday, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. I help actually operate that, as well as 2 other part-time employees that we have that cover those hours. And this is just wanted to give you some quick analysis. You know, it's always tough after COVID to kind of measure what we did. One, because COVID impacted travel considerably in 2021-22. 2, this position didn't exist prior to 2020. We actually brought on this position part-time initially in September of 2020. So as you can see, the great thing is that when we go back and look at 18 and 19 versus these years, these past couple of years, you can see the incredible growth that has come from the people that are coming to our website, utilizing our website, and actually looking around and going all to the different pages. I mean, it's in some cases almost tripled. And that has a lot to do with the content that we provide. And that has a lot to do with this position, not me personally, but having somebody who's really focused on that, which again results in lots of people coming and visiting the area. You can look at, I decided to break it down by quarter just so you could see, you know, where versus last year, where we kind of grew in our visitor views and where we kind of declined a little bit. Obviously Q1, we saw some growth versus last year. Q2, we saw a little bit of a decline, but then we grew again this summer, and then of course into this fall and early winter period. So good results we're continuing to see. And by the way, most of these folks that you see are new users. They're not repeat users. We do have repeat users, of course, that use our site, but a lot of these folks are new users, which is what we want. Again, where are they all coming to us from? We look at these statistics monthly. We have board meetings going over these stats and talking about what's next. But again, the United States is the biggest one that utilizes our website, Canada being second into that, United Kingdom, even foreign countries way over as far as China, Indonesia, Germany, and so forth. And again, we don't focus a whole lot on that because, of course, we go down to what's in the United States that we're seeing. One of the greatest things we've seen in growth is really is Massachusetts and Boston in particular. As you can see, we've got a 60% increase year over year in Boston viewers looking at our website. And that's important because, you know, one of the great things about Manchester is being in this rural area with all this beautiful hiking and scenic beauty and all the wonderful features we offer and amenities, but we're not near an airport. You know, the closest airport's an hour away, and that's Albany, probably more than an hour, depending on how fast you drive. So being in a drive market and attracting that drive market is super important. So places like Boston, New York City, of course, mostly the Northeast. So to see that kind of growth is great, and we're excited about it. And of course, we're even seeing growth down in the Virginia, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, the whole East Coast. And we want to continue to grow that because, whether you believe it or not, that's a drive market for us too. And especially COVID showed that people could drive that far because people didn't want to get on planes, so they're continuing to engage with us and so forth. Again, cities, we go all the way down to cities as well, where they're coming to us from. We got a great regional presence, Albany, Saratoga, Bennington even, up as far north as Burlington are looking at us regularly and utilizing our site for information. And again, these are a lot of new users, not repeat users. Social media is important to getting the word out about Manchester, and as you can see, we continue to see growth in our followers both on the Instagram side as well as Facebook. Obviously, we've seen a lot more growth on the Facebook side over these past couple of years, but we lead in Instagram. One of the things that would be helpful for us is having more time to do more video content. If anybody knows anything about social media, Instagram is more about video than it is static images, where Facebook's great for static images, and the audiences are slightly different. So as we talk about attracting younger people to Manchester and so forth, Instagram is one of the ways to do that. And so we're going to focus a lot on more video footage to be displayed there. On our email subscribers, we do send out an e-blast to our subscriber once a month, sometimes twice, depending on what's happening. And we continue to see growth in our subscribers. We're over 10,000 subscribers right now, and as I've talked about in past years, when people receive these newsletters from other organizations, they're having open rates between 18 to 22%. We're actually experiencing 40 to 50% open rates, which is huge, which means we have a really engaged subscribers. We are also, obviously content's important. If we've got good content, our subscribers will continue to open it and click on the different various things that are going on. So we again have a high click-through rate as well compared to the industry average, which is normally about 2 to 4%. We're normally ranging in the 4.2+%, depending on what's going on. So again, really focused on making sure we're sending out great information in our e-blasts for all of our subscribers and continuing to build. And by the way, some of those subscribers are actually coming from our visitor center, because as we try to sign up people when they come through, regardless of where they're from, we're always trying to get emails from them. And then, of course, throughout the year, we do different promotional campaigns to draw people to Manchester, whether it's stay campaigns, shop campaigns. We do a whole wedding engagement season, happens now, actually all the way through February, Valentine's Day. So we kind of focus a bit more on wedding destination right now, and we're a huge wedding destination, as you know. So we either do special ads or blogs or campaigns to kind of focus on weddings during this period. And then, of course, some of our wonderful seasonal things like Maple Madness that happens in March. We also do a lot of print and digital advertising with our relationship specifically with Old Mill Road Media through a lot of their channels, which is everything from the Vermont News Guide, which most of you have heard is changing, so that will change what we do with them in that regard. But we still will be in their bi-weekly banner ads in the Berkshire Magazine. We obviously change that seasonally depending on what season we're in. We're always in the Manchester Life magazine, and now that's going to be twice a year, so we'll appear even more often in that, which is well consumed by locals as well as visitors alike. We appear in the actual magazines as well, both Berkshire and Vermont Magazine, and this year we did an advertorial with Vermont Country Magazine that was specific to weddings again, because that was in January, so we did a great 2.5-page advertorial with them to kind of promote weddings in Manchester. Of course, nationwide, we get press coverage from sometimes some of our beautiful properties or just events that are happening. And there you can see, we've appeared in Forbes twice this year. We've been on The Weekender. The Weekender actually was, that's TripAdvisor. They did a Weekender for the Northeast back in January of 2023, the first one we ever had. And that same person did one for us again this year. And it was more summer-based, so that was phenomenal. It gets great coverage to their subscribers. Wealth of Geeks is another one that we were on. 7 Days, Pace Magazine. Melanie Cardin, who's a travel, food, and lifestyle writer, has been up, and she's actually been, some of the articles she's produced since she was up here in May have appeared on MSN and other news media outlets and magazines. So again, having these writers come as often as we can is super important to the success of our getting people to come to Manchester and experience this beautiful place. Travel and Leisure had 3 articles this year about our area in one way, shape, or form or the other. Some of them were actually, again, previous articles that they wrote 2 or 3 years ago. They refreshed them, they put them out to their readership, which, as you can imagine, these kind of publications, whether it's Forbes or Travel and Leisure, have millions of viewers a month, not mention a year. We're talking incredible coverage. By the way, Travel and Leisure, this year we track our referrals. We had, and knowing that there's millions of people looking at this particular website, we had 425 direct referrals from Travel and Leisure magazine because of these articles that they wrote. Not every article has a link to us. That's just the choice of the magazine, but these did, and it helped us get even more exposure. This year I was reached out to by a radio company out in Chicago, so they did an interview with me, which was really exciting. I'm not really thrilled that I have to talk, but I will anytime about this beautiful place we live in. So it was a great 15-minute program on a Friday that they did to their subscribers, a nice little podcast that we were on in Chicago. It was just a couple months ago, actually. So if you want to go listen to it, please do. I won't. And then, of course, this year, I would love this year to be more next year to be the year of influencers, but we have many influencers that came through our lovely town over this past year. And, you know, they have anywhere between, 14,000 to 100,000 or more followers, some of these folks. And of course, they post great information. Some of these folks come to me through our properties like the Equinox, who actually their PR company has reached out to them. I help coordinate other things for these folks to make their experience in Manchester even more spectacular. Likewise, some actually come directly to us. They just know that we exist, like I'll talk about in just a moment. But these folks all came through some of our hotels, great pieces. And again, this lives out there for so long. It's not like it just happens once and it goes away. These are on their pages until, of course, their coverage, and they might go to the second or third page. But right now, they're most likely on their first page if you go out to their Instagram accounts. Again, some more folks that came in August and October. Another couple that came in October, lots of coverage from this gentleman, the fashionable frequent flyer, 67,000 followers, did lots of videos. He loved his visit so much that he did more than we asked him to as far as coverage, including a nice blog on his website. And then these are the ones that are all coming right now. So we've got like 6 that are, 2 of them already come. Alina Pinto, who's the one I was talking about that reached out to me directly, with 115,000 followers from Boston area. Just did a great experience. She was just here a couple of days ago. And interestingly enough, she was friends with Rocket, who is Eat Vermont, who tagged along with her for the 2 days that she was here. They're just really good friends and social media buddies. And so we got even more coverage for Rocket, who wasn't required to say anything about Manchester, said something about Manchester on his post. And all of these others that are coming over the next couple of weeks. So really, in essence, if you saw back here, if you kind of totaled up the number of followers in just these Instagram folks, we have over 500,000 followers that would have seen us or will about to see us this December. And we want to just continue to grow that, because that's going to help all the people out there. And and as we were talking about, Instagram's a younger audience, so we're attracting a much younger demographic when we are on these channels. One of the other things that this position, this organization has been able to do is really create a great partnership with the Vermont Department of Tourism and Marketing that they didn't really have prior to this position or organization existing in this town. And so when they have opportunities that they want to showcase Vermont, they're reaching out to me directly and saying, hey, would you be interested in this? This is where Ben came to us from the Department of Tourism and Marketing. So he was here and did some great articles. As you can see down there, they say that estimated value of his marketing that he did, we would have to pay about $44,000 to get that kind of marketing coverage. Just imagine, and he has 63,000 followers, of some of the ones we've just went through. If to get that kind of marketing out there would have cost hundreds of thousands of dollars more. So we're getting that for just a meal, a hotel stay, great activities around town. So phenomenal investment. The other thing that the Vermont Department of Tourism has done has brought in 3 different folks to our town from German publications, an Italian publication, and then a Canadian publication. The Canadian publication has already been written. The other 2 came this fall, so they'll be publishing their articles in the summer next year. So great, again, exposures internationally into Europe and Canada, which is really key, because that is a drive market, or not driving market, but a fly market to our region, especially during the foliage periods. And of course, all of our events, partnerships and collaborations we do throughout the year, everything with the town, which I love working with Bonnie wherever she went. She's not here today? She's gone. She's gone forever. She's gone forever, yeah. Unfortunately, I'm sorry about Bonnie's leaving, but it's been great, because we've been able to kind of do some really things, including this last, we enhanced the Manchester tree lighting experience this past Saturday, and I was actually amazed by the turnout. I'm going to say I never had gone to the tree lighting prior to this one, but when we offered this, have them come to the visitor center in that area, we got our member businesses to donate food. We had 120, 130 people come through, which again I've heard is normally like 60 or 70 people max. and we want to continue to expand on those kind of things. Of course, we also help and participate in the Street Fest and the Housing Task Force, and then of course, we launched a pumpkin carving contest together this year, which was small, but we can see it's amazing what potential it has. And then of course, we work with our friends at the Southwestern Vermont Chamber of Commerce on various things throughout the year, the Shires of Vermont, Dead River Company, formerly Door Oil. We're doing our holiday tractor parade tomorrow, which is great. We're excited about that. Worked with the Bennington 250th with their kickoff gala auction and other opportunities to help support regional activities. And of course, we launched 2 decorating contests to just kind of really take the decor in town up. One was our fall harvest contest, which was well received, and we had 25 of our businesses participating in that. And the other one that's happening beginning next week, which is our Deck the Halls contest, which is all about window decorating, outside lighting, those kind of things. So all of that, we're just trying to create a feeling and that people who come and live here can get excited about how the town looks, and then people who are visiting can as well be even more excited about how the town looks. And then just some quick digital stats and user history. We talked about this, but as I often say, a user could have an actual dollar value attached to them, especially a new user that's never discovered Manchester. On average, our lodging properties experience about a 1.5 to 2 night stay annually. And if you look at the average cost per hotel room night, it's about $250. So each user represents about $437-ish in lodging revenue. And then of course, while they're here, they're gonna have a breakfast, they're gonna have a lunch and dinner. They're probably gonna see an attraction like Hildene or the Southern Vermont Art Center or any of the other things They're probably gonna shop at our lovely outlets and or boutique shops all around town. So on average, we just said, they're worth about $900, probably more in some cases, depending on the time of year. And so we're just always trying to drive new users because that's just going to help increase revenues whenever we can. And you can see there's been a slight decline since '22 in our users to our website. And thus, we are slightly down, as you'll see in a moment. Is this the one I want to do? Yeah. So when you're looking at the lodging option tax revenue, some of the quarters are up compared to last year, which is the first and second quarter in rooms and meals and sales and use, but down in Q4 of last year and down this year and considerably. As you can see, it's about $50,000 down in rooms and meals and 68. And that has to do, and I truly believe it has a little bit to do with our users. And as we came out of COVID and we came over that hump where people were like, oh, I can travel internationally, or I can travel to other places, I can get on a plane, I feel more comfortable. It's even more important that we have money being spent on people seeing Manchester, Vermont as a destination to come to, because that'll change that trajectory and get us back up going in the next direction. And there's something I want to chat with you about in a moment that will also potentially help that. And this just gives a comparison to users. As you can see, since this position came to be in it's just between that and COVID, it certainly has driven up our LOTR considerably, and also, again, our users as a whole. But we're excited about the future, and we believe that there's lots of opportunity to continue the upward trend where we can, both in LOTR and both our users. So what is our ask today? One, our ask is that we continue to have the town support with that $50,000 that you've generously supported us through. And the other was the town hiring somebody who might be dedicated to events for the town and the community. So I had given Scott some information about that, and I can certainly go into more detail as much as you'd like, but in essence, we feel that a full-time person that's dedicated to events for our community and our area would not only increase community engagement, our members, our residents being able to do things more that are, some will be free, some will be a charge, depending on what they are. There'll be year-round programming, so it's not just, summer or fall, it's winter and spring. It'll enhance our reputation as a destination in the community, not only to attract people that want to live here, but also people that want to visit the area. Of course, quality of life is better because our residents who are here have more to do and lots of fun things to engage with. And then, logistically, it can even help with coordination amongst the town disciplines and help organize what goes on at these fields in this house and the beautiful Applejack Stadium over there with different games and stuff. And then other venues across town, whether it's the North Shore Civic Center or just downtown facilities that can be really utilized to help things happen. And of course, all of that would need to be data-driven, right? So they're definitely somebody who also, and we would definitely work closely with this person like we have with Bonnie in a lot of ways, to make sure that the marketing aspect of it is out there, so we can help support all of that through the marketing that we do. And it will help with regional tourism, attract a broader audience to our region from ages as well as for food festivals, arts, sports, and music. Help the existing events that happen take it to the next level, which not only will help those organizations and those events have more attendance, but just make them that much better. Of course, leveraging our existing infrastructure, not building anything new. That's not what we're looking for from this person. Maybe something will come down the road, but it's more about maximizing what we have, and that person could do that for us. Other things, just building longer-term relationships are all kind of logistical things. And then on the financial side, of course, that person would be dedicated to make sure that volunteers are organized for various events, budgets are done, venues are maximized, and funding can come in. Of course, attracting sponsor and grants, there might be grant opportunities that they could certainly get to for events. I know there was one that, just to give an example, the state of Vermont just launched opportunities for events to, whether it was new or existing ones, to get funding or some help with, especially in the marketing from a state level. We're not qualified for that because we're not a 501c3, number one, we're a 501c6. And second of all, we don't really put on major events, but we have, we certainly, through them, our partner businesses and such that do that sort of thing. But this person could be really going out there and getting those grants and not, having to spend hardly any of the money necessary to make the event happen, but actually get grants for, and sponsorships through our member businesses and other member businesses in and around the area. And ultimately, we feel that that position is going to give an economic boost to this area, a huge economic. It won't be instant, unfortunately, but over time, through the business that they attract and the events that they attract here, it's going to increase traffic. It's going to increase the people staying in our lodging establishments and dining in our restaurants and buying things in our area and moving to our area, which will increase sales and use tax revenue, new rooms and meal tax revenue, which of course translate into local option tax revenue for the town of Manchester. So we believe, initially that we have a foundation that's willing to give money to the efforts of this position if the town were to hire it on a full-time basis for the first 3 years of the role, where they would give up to, almost half the amount, and the MBA would actually then also support that with money back to the town to help pay for that position at $5,000 a year. And then the town's true exposure to that position perhaps is about $32,000 a year. So that's a lot of information that you may or may not have been prepared for, but there it is. And we truly, like I said, initially it's going to take a little time, and of course my position will work closely with that position to support it, to help market all the things that they do, to draw in things to this area. I mean, there's just so many opportunities I can think of, and I wish I had the time in this role to do that. But just as we grow our memberships, as the marketing is so important that I focus on that and member relationships and various things, it's just, we're only be able to do drips and drabs of things, as you've seen, compared to what we could really do if we had somebody dedicated to that. And, like I said, if they're a town employee, it helps you folks in, doing town-wide events for, Street Fest and taking that to the next level and the various things. Anyway, I'll stop.
I was blindsided by your request because we did get a communication explaining some parameters going in, so we're here to listen today, but I'm never afraid to show my cards. This is for myself and not for the board. I like the idea, and I think an event coordinator could go a long ways toward coordinating everything that happens. I see the primary benefit of this going to the business community because of the economic development component of it. You mentioned the secondary benefit of increased local option taxes. In order to fund a $32,000 expenditure on behalf of the town, we'd have to do another $5 million in business in order to, and I just did the math in my head, but roughly $5 million just under, to generate the 70% or 1% that the town would receive from those sales. It's not likely that it's going to generate that kind of revenue. So, what I do is I look for a way, well, how are we going to pay for this? We have a budget proposal in front of us. We all, maybe not everybody, but an awful lot of our constituents are screaming about the state's school tax and the effect of a 14% increase and maybe one of the similar amount this year. After a lot of really hard work done by the town manager, finance officer, town department heads, we're still looking at over a 10% increase on property taxes within this budget alone. And that's spread amongst everybody. Certainly there are people that can absorb it, people that might see certain benefits in this budget that are important to them and therefore they'll be supported. There are a lot of people that are struggling. And when you couple this to a big increase in the school tax, so we're looking at this, I'm looking at this from the perspective of we got to protect the core services that we provide. Those core services have been impacted by inflation just like everything else. And it's unrealistic for anybody to assume that we can contribute to, that we can continue to provide those services without any increase in property taxes, even though your assessments may have gone up. It's a reality of cost of living, but it's a very difficult time for us to add new initiatives. And beyond that foundation of where I'm coming from, I want to listen. I want to get all the information before making a decision. I'm one voice on the board.
Sure.
Most of the people on the board don't listen to me anyway. But I just want to know, it's a tough nut for us to handle, not just now, but anytime. Especially when we have a highly dedicated and well-educated staff that need to be fairly compensated for what they're doing, when clearly most of them could go to the private sector and make more money than they are with the town. And we need to be able to retain those people. And if we don't retain those people, it's going to cost us even more to replace them. You know how that works. So that's the skewed perspective from which I'm looking at any of these requests, and you need to be fairly warned of that, and I think I've done that. And like I said, our job here is to gather information, so if everybody thinks they want any more information on that.
Can I speak to all just briefly? Yeah, no, and I come from a government background. I recognize the sensitivity and the balance that you need to strike between the money going out and the continued need to meet the needs of everybody, and we are asking for something different, and I think you're right. 2 points. The first is, yeah, we think we need this. as a business association. John outlined a lot of the ways that we've been successful, growing the membership, and obviously all the hard work in building some of the events that already are ongoing. Success breeds success. In that this year we've had both Bromley and Stratton become members of the Business Association because they see the value there. John is only one person, and as much as the board would like to see more events and more go into the events, he's not able to continue to grow that side of things the way many of the people on the board wants to see them grow. He's doing outreach to the membership and continuing to grow that side of things. So his time and effort is limited as well. So yes, we do see that side of things. Personally, I can tell you there is another need, I think, that maybe is secondary, that isn't necessarily the option tax revenue. It is me as a business owner, why did I pick this town to come and purchase a business and run and move my family here? We bought about 2.5 years ago, and at the same time there were other lodging properties as well as restaurants and retail, so I've learned that we're also turning over at the time. So there's sort of a generational turnover that may be occurring now. And as a resident, I speak for future residents that having Manchester be an attractive place to move and want to open another restaurant or open a store or move their family to, that is as important as it is to the business association. So I don't think the dichotomy is equal, but certainly there is that part of it as well. And I think it would be, I would be remiss to not speak to the community benefit that would come from having these things continue to grow. And as you pointed out, hiring people later on after you've lost them is more expensive. Trying to restart events and get these off the ground again later on is also going to be a struggle. So once you have momentum, it's often a good case to continue that momentum. So
We've been really lucky in this town that we've had a momentum that we've been able to build on ever since they made Factory Point a place. And the factories that existed there, even though they only were there for a very short period of time, it created a foundation for everything that's happened in Manchester ever since. And Manchester's lucky enough that there has, as each business cycle has reached the end of its lifetime, there's been another one that's come along that's taken its place, and Manchester's been in a position to take advantage of that shift. Probably the most significant one in the time that I've sat on the board for the last 100 years was the outlet shopping. Had we not taken advantage of that, we'd be seeing a lot of empty buildings right now because momentum can go either way. And so I understand what you're saying about momentum and the importance of that to the community as a whole. The question that I need to resolve and answer for constituents is, why are they being asked to participate in this when they don't derive a direct benefit? And certainly economic development is a direct benefit, but at what price and by what vehicle? And municipal government has some core services that we have to provide that nobody else can provide relative to infrastructure and roads and police and where there's nobody else that can do that. We have to do that. There are other core services that might be provided by somebody else but are best served by being provided by the town, and there's a logical reason for that happening. And then you start getting into a fringe area where is this best provided through government or better provided through the private sector? And we get into that, who derives the benefit. Certainly a town shares, the town, when I say the town, I mean municipal government would share in anything that keeps our business sector viable and productive and growing. But at what cost to the people that don't derive a benefit? from that particular activity.
You know, it's interesting, as you were speaking to that, one thing that I think is in the proposal, MBA is a small organization, and town of Manchester is a relatively small government. As a small organization, we look to spend money that we can leverage into a bigger output than we necessarily put in. And having this kind of partnership does the same, I think, for the town. From your perspective, your contribution goes a lot farther. And just like the 50,000 goes a lot farther already, this contribution would hopefully act similarly. So, yeah, when you look to be efficient with your money, it's just important to leverage what you
Just
have.
here in this moment in time, there are 3 rows of organizations represented by individuals that are going to make the same request that you are for town participation, because it makes sense, because it spreads it over a larger community. The contribution by each individual in that many is much smaller because it spreads it over more individuals, and there's no end. That's just right in this moment in time. There's no end to the requests that we receive. We can't fund all of them, and therefore new requests will get more scrutiny. Not saying it won't happen, but I have to go. I will be faced with people that are struggling to live in a community that their families lived in for generations and say, I can't afford to live there anymore. And that's not all the fault of municipal government or taxes or any of that, but it certainly feeds into that heavily. So we have a responsibility to those people, as well as we have a responsibility to our business community to make this a good place to live and do business. So I'll get off my soapbox.
We're at time also for the next group.
Okay. So does everybody understand the numbers, the requests? Anything else that you want to say, Ron?
Can I offer a comment? Because I've been before the board before on this very subject, especially during the transition from a failing Chamber of Commerce that wasn't really serving our community to coming to you to talk about an organization that would focus on it. And I was thinking when John was making his presentation of, you must be so proud of the $50,000 that you are spending, we as a community are spending through our taxes for what you're getting for this. And the arguments in 2017, in 2024 are just the same arguments. We're always looking to, take care of the least amongst us, and that's a really important consideration. But I think that investment that you have agreed to make, right, has proven to be so valuable, and the quality of life that it's provided, even for the least amongst us, it's got to be better than what it was before. And I know how much of a challenge it was, Ivan, for you personally, because you and I debated it, of having to make the decision, to go along with the decision to spend that money.
Given our history, I'm not sure that you were the right individual that chose to come in and argue this.
But nonetheless, I think the money's been so well spent, and I think the organization has really proven to itself and to everybody who really wants to do the research, okay, that it's been a huge success and has really improved the quality of life all the way around, economically and socially for sure. So we're at another crossroad, if you will. Instead of a $15,000, $20,000, $30,000 9 years ago, we're now asking to bring it up to another level and allow the time for that level, to that investment to mature to where the $50,000 is returning today. And I think we have to look forward 2, 3, 4, 5 years as to what this new investment could bring, rather than just what's going on today. Just want to remind you that where we were, we're in the same place. We're asking for an incremental jump that I think will have a huge payoff down the road.
You're always really good at arguing that point. And I just wanted to go back to one of your first slides where you showed membership. It's really exciting to me that your membership, we don't have to see it, is growing at that rate.
there's a finite number of potential members.
Yep.
Do you think there's room for that kind of growth, 9 or 10 new memberships per year?
I do. Oh, yeah, I mean, there's plenty of members that aren't, that aren't members that frustrate me, sorry. But
Don't look at me when you say.
no, I didn't say that.
Well, not only that, to that point, we have infrastructure yet to be filled, to be occupied.
Yeah.
All right, and my feeling is that in seeing the transition in the types of businesses that are coming to town, that infrastructure will be filled with a much more dynamic presentation than what we've had the last 25, 30 years, with a higher level of participation, because most of those businesses will be owner-occupied businesses.
So an extension of that question is, and I don't want to prolong this too long, but you have a lot of regional membership beyond the boundaries of Manchester. It's more of a community organization. And your efforts are geared directly to Manchester, but there's other entities that derive a benefit from that. Do you have anything that you track? How many of your members are in Manchester? How many are outside?
Oh, yeah, I totally, yeah. I mean, I'm going to, off the top of my head, I'm going to say that we have, other than Stratton and Brownlee that recently joined us, we have less than a dozen that are outside of that 150 that are outside of Manchester. No, it's not a huge amount.
10, 12%.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure that if Manchester is the sole municipal contributor to this organization, that the focus continues to be on Manchester. And I'm sure, and I know how that impacts the region. Thank you.
Yep.
We're going to move along to allow us to get behind scope a little bit.
We'll see you guys around. Almost
I will.
You can get that hotel because I had some.
Yeah.
I was lucky.
Is it everything you dreamed it would be?
And more. No, it's very nice. The community's been very welcoming, the business community, but the community at large has been super great.
Well,
So, thank you.
Yes.
Thank
I'm glad you got involved with the MBA too.
Ed, you're next. Manchester Community Library.
Yep.
So Ed,
Yes, sir.
if they have a PowerPoint, do you have a PowerPoint you gave her?
I do.
You can use that to change your slides.
Great, thanks so much. Hello, everybody. Thank you for taking time to give me a few minutes to talk about the library's appropriation and budget for what will be fiscal year 26. I have condensed this presentation, and it is primarily concentrated on the financial side. I came and saw you in mid-October and gave you a pretty thorough overview of everything that the library had been doing in fiscal year 24, which is the most recent fiscal year that's been completed. I will undoubtedly touch on that a little bit, but primarily concentrate on the finances. So I won't bury the lead. The library is seeking a modest appropriation increase for fiscal 26. We are currently out with our petitions, and it'll be a $335,000 appropriation request for voters' consideration on the March ballot. I shared with Scott the library's budget and prior year numbers earlier this week. I trust that you're getting a chance to take a look at that. As ever, the library is very grateful for the loyal backing of Manchester's voters, and we're pleased to continue multiplying taxpayer dollars with our own, the library's own substantial annual fundraising efforts in being responsible stewards for all the funds that are entrusted to us. I think that I can say with some degree of pride that Manchester Community Library serves Manchester with a truly first-rate public library, and that we are really striving to be the very best library in the state of Vermont. It's always aspirational. We can always get better, and we're working hard to do that. Our request, and I know we've touched on some of these points in recent times, certainly last year, but our request is comparable to the support given to libraries by similar Vermont towns on a tax per resident basis. It is something that brings public support for our public library closer to that given public libraries elsewhere in Vermont and nationally. And I think most importantly, MCL delivers tremendous value for the investment made, providing the high quality and quantity of programs, events, services, and resources that Manchester expects and needs from its library. We do serve the entirety of our community, and a great portion of our work, and thinking about the prior presentation, is indeed specifically to those who have the greatest need in our community. That is the heart of the work of a public library, and we work every day to do that. So again, looking at some stats showing where our request fits into the picture in Vermont. These numbers, these comparison numbers are from fiscal year 23. They are the latest year that there are publicly available numbers to compare to. I can assure you that the fiscal year 26 requests of all of these towns are well north of these numbers, but I'm using the numbers that we can all see. And again, everyone, and I do sincerely encourage both the select board and any interested citizens to explore the Vermont stats that are published every year at the Department of Libraries website and draw your own conclusions. You don't have to take my word for it. Please go and have a look. And one of the great things,
your research on this.
Well, one of the things that libraries are all about, Ivan, is encouraging people to think for themselves. We're not here to tell anyone what to think. We're here to help them to think for themselves. So do your own research.
Good advice.
So where did the money come from and go to for fiscal 24, our last completed year? And I note, and you'll want to note as you examine our numbers on the budget spreadsheets that you're seeing, fiscal 24 was an 11-month, it was a short year because we changed our fiscal year and now we are on a July 1 to June 30. And our fiscal 24 approved budget, which of course appeared in the town report, and it'll be a point of comparison again this year, was a 12-month budget, even though the fiscal year ended up being an 11-month fiscal year. And with that in mind, the town appropriation last year was about 26% of library revenues. Our endowment draw was about 17%, and fully half, a smidge ahead of that, was the fundraising that the library does in excess of $500,000. Looking then at the expense side, our expense breakdown is very comparable, and I would say quite favorable in comparison with national and Vermont public library stats. We did a good job of containing our labor costs, which clearly in a public library environment is typically the greatest area of expense. We made additional focus on materials and programs. That's the tip of the spear where the most impact happens, and so we want to spend more money there and dedicate more resources to materials and programs. And so again, this gives you a sense of the breakdown of the expense side last year. Again, I know this is a bit of a review from what we talked about in October, and just to summarize, fiscal 24, record number of visits, 58,000 plus, record number of programs, almost 1,100, higher membership, higher circulation and resource use. As I already mentioned, we made a focus to spend more money on our materials and resources. We also made considerable investment in facilities upkeep and improvements. As I think everybody in the room knows, the library celebrated its 10th anniversary last month in our facility. And all of a sudden, with a 10-year-old building, you have to start to do things. So $15,000 worth of painting, $30,000 worth of acoustic improvements in our community room, and we are continuing those investments this year. We'll have approximately another $50,000 in furnishing upgrades and about $150,000 in audio and visual replacements and upgrades to accommodate the evolving and quite different technology environment that we face now, and naturally with the eye towards being able to provide that upgraded set of capabilities to our entire community. And those investments, as will not surprise you, are not in the operating budget. We have to find money for things like capital projects elsewhere. I think, though, what I can say in my time now, 2.5 years at the library, we have, and the board really does have a very strong commitment to financial discipline and careful management of public and donor funds, and I would hope that continues, if I can use a perhaps somewhat antiquated word, forevermore. Where we are now, we're just about at the halfway point of our fiscal year for fiscal 25. We are doing just great with our expanded preschool and after-school programs. Those are areas of real community need, and we're doing that on a everyday, weekday basis in the mornings and afternoons. We've done a ton more local school programs. That's always been an area of focus, but already this year, we've done more local school programs than we did in the entirety of fiscal 24. Again, our visits, our programs, circulation, all trending higher. I showed you back in October, we're becoming ever more data-driven. Our library stats, how we track them and do them in real time, use that information to really drive our decision-making about how we operate the library, and I think that's been a very healthy thing for us. And again, on the fiscal side, our revenues, expenditures, and fundraising are all aligning with projections, and knock on wood, that will remain that way as we go through the remainder of fiscal '25. So thinking now about the '26 budget, it's up 3.1% over fiscal '25, yeah. But we need to keep in mind that the approved fiscal year '25 budget was lower than the fiscal year '24 budget. And so the fiscal '26 budget is in fact only $2,000 more than fiscal '24. So we are really trying to keep a tight lid on our budget growth. We are augmenting our greater materials and programs investment by the pursuit of grants. That's something that many, I think, thinking about our public feedback as well as internal conversation has been that we really need to do more of that. We brought in $32,000 again that is not reflected in the operating budget in fiscal '24 to augment our programs, and we've already brought in more than $15,000 in fiscal '25, and I expect there will be somewhat more. So we really are trying to push as hard as we can on that needle as we go along. Finally, and we've noted this before, but the library had planned deficit budgets in '22, '23, and '24, and we've moved beyond that in '25, and now in '26 we're balanced, and we have a commitment to balance budgets going forward. The very modest surplus that we had this time, I kind of feel like the library's in a position where, okay, we've gotten ourselves to the point where we're not continuing to ring things up on the credit card, but it doesn't mean we're flush. People can point to the library endowment and go, yes, you've got a lot of money, but spending that down is eating one's seed corn. You can only draw so much.
What are you drawing on that on an annual basis?
We draw 4% on a trailing 12-quarter basis, Heidi. Like all well-run organizations, and I would dare say including the town, it's important to have some degree of reserves. We had pretty much in that prior period crushed our operational reserves. We're hoping that we can return those to a place that is more healthy and sustainable. That's really sort of the long and short of where we find ourselves. So with that, I thank you for your attention and open to any questions or thoughts.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for your service to the library, for your service to the community. You're going to be a tough act to follow.
Yeah.
And I appreciate the relationship that the library has with the town as opposed to what it historically has been. And you're a big part of why that is where it is today.
Thank you.
As far as comments, and I always have some.
Indeed.
You're coming off a year operating surplus. We've seen upticks in other revenue areas and a budget that's up less than the 3% that we're seeing on the screen. Is this really the right year to be hitting the town for more money?
I'm going to put it in a bigger context. And I'm speaking for myself, my own perspective here, which is, I believe it was a mistake that the library went 5 years without asking for an increase. If those had been requested that amount over that 5-year period. I don't think that we have the same conversation, and I think that, as is going to be the case in almost any budget, including the town budget, there will be increases, modest as they may be over time, and they have to be reflected in the ask. And the thing that I believe is problematic, and some of you know this very well, is the mechanism by which we fund the library. And it is what it is at the moment, and I will say that from my perspective, I think it's a very healthy thing that the library is accountable directly to the public. And I think it's direct democracy in action that voters get to decide every year how much money, if any, they want to spend on the library. And at the same time, I can't help but feel that there should be an alternative way of doing this. But that is one man's perspective.
I appreciate your perspective on that. We're hearing a lot of asks from non-municipal organizations who are all an important part of this larger community, and I know that everybody's costs are going up, and the community's making putting a larger demand on each of you for services, and we struggle with the same environment. With the voted appropriations, of course, like you said, it's democracy in action. You circulate a petition, we're going to accept that petition with the number that's on it, and we leave it up to the voters to make that decision for themselves, with the understanding is you're taxing yourself. There have been years when we made accommodations within our own municipal budget to accommodate voted appropriations that have gone up. We're not doing that anymore. We're responsible for this part of the service that we provide to the public. It's up to them to make the decision whether they want to increase their taxes through voted appropriations. But we've got a significant increase in our expectation for what, within this document, for what people are going to have to pay in their property taxes. And we'll continue to try to refine it and bring it down. And then when it's all said and done, whatever you receive will be plugged into your organization. So good luck. And I mean that truly.
I appreciate that.
I think we understand. I don't think any more questions or comments. Thank you, Ed.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Bye now.
Saturday school.
Good afternoon. I know it's been a long day. We'll try to make it quick here. My name is Danny Sawtell. I'm Vice President, Board of Trustees, Northshire Day School. This is Jen Ludy, Director of Development at Northshire Day School. And so this year, we're asking for town appropriations in the amount of $75,000, which I'm happy to say is $5,000 less than last year, which was $80,000, and $12,000 less than 2 years ago. So, you know, we sat here 2 years ago and said it's not our wish that we have to sit here in front of you and ask for town appropriations, and so the goal is, to ultimately have this be zero, and we're doing our best towards that. Part of the reason for the decrease is it's really multi-layered, but a large part of that is through development efforts. A lot of grants and fundraising have really increased, which to a rather significant degree. We've had to make some tough decisions as far as tuition increases over the last few years, which is not easy. Even so, as you can see, it costs us about $25,000 a year to educate a child. And we charge an average tuition of around $17,500. That's no small number for a family. We have some families that have 4 kids. So these are big numbers, and it's not, this is not a Manchester issue, it's not a Vermont issue, this is a national issue. The last 3 Fed chairmen have noted this in congressional testimony as being a significant economic headwind nationally. We have to figure out a way to make childcare less expensive. It's largely, bereft of public funding. It's very scattershot, right? So we have to sit here and figure out ways to make do. Even with this appropriations request, we're still probably looking at a 6-figure deficit that we're trying to cover again through grants and fundraising and tuition increases. Just some statistics that I feel like these are just repetitive. We've done this every year now. Our total enrollment right now is 86 kids. 2/3-ish are from the Manchester area, or we have parents that work in Manchester. The rest are from surrounding communities. Important to note, by the way, this past October we celebrated our 56th anniversary of being in Manchester, so we like to joke that the first kids through the program are probably retired right now, right? So it's been here in support of the community for a long, long time, and we like to keep it there.
In the school now.
There you go. So the sad fact is, though, that we have a waiting list of 84 kids, right? Now, Act 76 was passed, and it injected some money into the system, and so we're noticing expansion of services generally in the area, but still we're sitting at 84, and we're not the only ones with waiting lists. So, as we sit here, we have a housing shortage, we have a childcare shortage. They kind of go hand in glove, right? So if you can come here and find a place to buy, to live, to have a job, you then need to find a place to place your kids so you can work in that job. And so, the childcare field always likes to say that they're sort of the workforce behind the workforce in that regard. So we have 32 teachers right now, which is always a struggle to maintain. We'd love to expand. We have the physical space to do it. Hiring educators is a near impossibility. We just try to stay afloat and keep classrooms open as is right now. Average pay rate is anywhere from $15 an hour to $20 an hour. 7 of those teachers have master's degrees. We don't offer health insurance because we can't afford it. So these teachers, also 17 with bachelor's degrees, they stay in this field because they love it. They could easily go work at MEMS and get a pension and health care and summers off. We don't have summers off. We're a pre-K program that is open 12 months out of the year. Those are the highlights.
Are you doing similar asks to the other communities that you've typically gone to for voter diversity?
So in line with, our finances improving, in the last 2 years we've asked Dorset and Sunderland for appropriations in the amounts of $13,000 and $11,000 respectively. We're now removed from those towns. We're not asking for appropriations, so it'll only be Manchester. So again, our goal is to be, we're a community-based organization. We want to be sensitive to the budget environment that we're in, and so as we can improve our budgets, we're trying to ask less and less of voters. I mean, we understand the environment we're in, and we're doing our best.
How has, Act 78, was that what it was?
Act 76.
76. How has that affected you directly? Or how will it affect you directly?
It's hard to know. So, Act 76 injected some initial funds through the system. So the first 3 months of last year, child care centers receive what we call readiness payments, modest amounts of sort of cash advances, but the bill is largely a family's bill. So what it did was expanded eligibility for subsidy for tuition. And so it's kind of a pass-through bill. We don't really, so we charge the tuition we charge. This simply allows families, now it's expanded this past October, that have incomes below 575% of the federal poverty limit to qualify for subsidies, but it's on a sliding scale. So if you take a family of 4 making just under $180,000 a year, they'll be at the tippy top of that sliding scale. So they're eligible for subsidy, but that just passes through to us. Now, we internally subsidize, as you can see, right, about $7,500 per child, so we're just starting to see some of the impacts of maybe a reduction in the internal subsidy amount, so we're hopeful part of the reduction in ask is we think it's trending that way, and if we're right and it's better than we thought, obviously we can come back and say we need a lot less. It's hard to say because we don't require income information from families. They'd have to provide that to the state if they're obviously applying for subsidies, but they don't have to provide us with this, so it's kind of a guessing game. Certainly it's going to help, but we just don't know yet, because the last expansion was in October, so we're in month 2, so hard to say.
So I know you do have some kids that are on like a scholarship of some sort, so how do you do that kind of, if you're not asking for?
In those cases, we do. You have to apply for tuition relief, and then it'll be based on, to hit that Vermont goal of a family paying no more than 10% of their income. So the average family gets between $100 and $250 a week off their bill.
That's like a $375 bill or something.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's obviously, we take into account how many children you have. So for example, a family where parents are teachers and you've got 3 kids under the age of 5 all in our program, even though they won't qualify for subsidy because their income just puts them over, having
I know that when I was more involved with the school, or involved with the school and all, there was a lot of children in the programs that really counted on the school to be providing like nutritional needs. Is that still the case? Is that still?
That is absolutely the case. We are a federal food grant recipient, so we have to participate in federal regulations in terms of what our food program offers nutritionally. We do breakfast, lunch, and afternoon snack that's free of charge to every child in our program. In addition to that, our family tree program is providing some supplemental support. For example, during the week of Thanksgiving when we're closed for 3 days, we actually provided food for 24 children and 23 adults. And that was all through internal community donations, and just family volunteers came in and built all the baskets and everything. But that's how we are keeping our pulse on the community need.
Just 2 quick questions. The number of staff, I think you mentioned 32 teachers.
32, yep.
Does that include administrative as well, or is?
Those are just teachers, so we have you, Lori, Tammy. Yeah, maybe 7. It's close to 40. Yeah, I mean, so our overhead is 90% salary. You know, we have obviously buildings and grounds, which is, you know, the building was all constructed, you know, all at once, and so, you know, we just put on a new roof, which was through private grants and fundraising. We're getting a new van? We haven't got a new van yet.
It just came in. We have to go test drive it.
$90,000 for the event. Grants, fundraising, but other than those one-offs, and then boiler, everything's going. It was all built at the same time, so everything's roof, boiler, but so outside of that, yeah, 90% of our overhead is staff, and you know, we pay them as well as we can, but you know, as we've all seen through COVID with, you know, this big boost in inflation and wages everywhere, it's hard for some of these teachers to stay in the field. I mean, we're losing them to fast food. They have health insurance.
And the 32 that you did mention, I think are those FTEs, so that's full-time equivalent, or that's 32 full-time?
Full-time.
And what does that mean for your ratios? I mean, what are you lower than those?
We have to be very careful during the day. So we are open 10 hours a day, and people working full-time are not working 10 hours a day. So we have shifts and a staggered opening so that as kids are coming in, the staff are coming in at the same time to meet them. So the ratios vary at each age group, and you have to go with the ratio for the youngest child in the room. So if you bring an infant into a toddler room because there's siblings in there at the end of the day and there's 5 kids for the next 20 minutes, you have to go by the infant ratio of 4:1. So you can't have 5 kids in a room. You still have to split them up. But we in general are right at the ratios. In our preschool classrooms, we have some extra staffing because since COVID, we've seen the need for children's emotional regulation and additional need in those classrooms, and having 2 adults with the recommended 20 kids it's not a good fit for our program.
Thank you.
I forgot to hand them out. I have annual reports for all of you from last year if you'd like. Pass them out.
Also just interesting to note, noteworthy. So there are for-profit, childcare centers, and a lot of them are home-based, surplus such that there exists in this field is largely in the pre-K space because of those ratios you mentioned. So the ratios come down so you can handle more kids in a class, and so, were we to not require any funding and have nothing but a surplus, we would just exclusively be a pre-K program. Unfortunately, the need is 65% below pre-K. That's most of the waiting list, right? You have an infant, you have to work, you have to have a place for said infant. There are a lot of pre-K programs. Since we have a waiting list for a pre-K program, but it pales in comparison to that need below pre-K, and that's where costs start to go up, right? You can't scale, it's the opposite of scale, right? You need more teachers for fewer kids, and so you have to charge more, and even then, we're just not covering costs.
Breakdown. We should send it to you. I think we should send it to Mark.
Well, as usual, your presentation is excellent. You're doing a great job, from what I understand it. There seems to be absolutely no consistency whatsoever between all the various providers and the level of service they provide to their students or clientele. I think you guys are on the upper end of that, and I applaud that effort. Thank you for reducing your request.
Doing our best.
Just for the record, any organization that comes in with a request, the first time they submit a petition, and if they want an increase at that allows them to ask for the same thing year after year after year, unless they want an increase. They have to petition again. We don't require a petition to reduce this.
We are aware.
It does make it easier to reduce without it. Thank you.
Okay, I think that covered it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Too bad. Fire department is here. We're only 10 minutes behind. Good job to catch up here.
Well, that's better than you call me.
We like going.
We're running ahead, you guys need to get here.
We like going last. We like to do it.
Anybody need a hug before we get started? I got Jeff, so I'm ready.
10 minutes darn hugs.
The best. Forget it, you're not getting it. Not the hug, any increase.
Stop it.
Hugs for money.
We get all the increase. Hugs for money.
The hugs are nothing to do with hugs are like when you go to the box you're in.
Yeah.
And you touch gloves first,
It's like a hug.
and then you go at it. First you
Yeah, right. First you play that.
try.
Nice and bites you.
He might.
But it is all.
Don't be afraid.
Okay.
So this is what we use for a worksheet.
Page 8.
Officers, and then it got transposed into,
Thank you.
I'm not sure what it got transposed into, but this is where we started.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's just try that, please. Yeah. Good copier.
Yeah, that's because I'm computer illiterate.
No, I mean, the copies look like they were, you actually wrote every copy out.
Oh.
He thought he knew what he was doing.
It helps have a lot of paper.
It'd be hard to ferret out the difference. Does this reconcile to the number that we're considering, or have there been changes made?
I don't know what you have.
Yeah, this is their internal budget worksheet.
Sorry about that, but this is the way we used to.
Last year they gave me one of these, and I really couldn't make heads or tails of it. But thank you for giving it to me now.
Have you seen our budget numbers?
I have not.
Okay.
No.
So I took, we sat down about a month ago, and they were looking to try to raise the point system that they pay the volunteers for to an equivalent of like a minimum wage scale. The state of Vermont doesn't allow volunteer firemen to be considered employees with a minimum wage corresponding salary. So they're pigeonholed in a certain spot allowed by law, but they're not employees that way. So the state kind of made this regulation up so that we could have volunteer fire departments all over the state. So anyways, disregarding that, I built in 30%, almost 30% increase for their point system to help them get close to what they were looking for. So we raised it up from 35,000 in this current fiscal year to 45,000 with the new funding of the point system. That, and I thought, and I hope that would go a long way towards raising the amount of funds that we pay these, well-deserved volunteer firemen. And I kept the capital request the same right now because we don't need a piece of equipment for a couple more years yet. And we're still paying off 2 fire department loans, which you'll see in that budget, I think on the next to last page, whatever page number that is for you. 9.
Fire department ours is page 8 and page 9.
Yeah, but I was thinking of the,
Under capital?
yeah, the payments, the debt payment.
Okay, yeah, it's not a debt payment.
And so should I be looking at my,
Page 15 for the debt payments.
these notes, are these kind of corresponding with the operating expenses that we have in our budget, or, yeah?
Yes, it should be, yes.
And we're looking at 26, 27 here.
Correct. I have a 25, 26 here too.
So we used this number, Jamie inputted into your form, but this breaks things down a little further.
I see.
We want to be able to explain.
Itemizes everything.
You give us a category, there's a lot that goes into a category.
Yeah.
And for us to break it down just seems the right thing to do, so you understand that we're just not making numbers up here.
And it reminds us to go back and look, and we can say, oh, yep, we decided to put that in the budget for this year, or that in the budget.
Right.
It looks like, this is the fiscal year 26 is the last payment on the community bank.
That should be the rescue truck? Yeah. Listen, so 26 is the last year? Or 25, 26?
Yeah, the budget that we're considering right now.
Okay. Well, that's a big help, that's for sure.
Yeah, the last payment on that one, $36,000.
The other one's a 10-year repayment, I think we're 4 years into that. In series, series
All right,
2.
no, that one was truck 9, and then the other one was a bond payment that we had.
Yes.
So that's the one we have for 10 years, correct?
The bank one is being paid off.
All right, so that's truck 9, so we still own truck 10 then.
Yeah.
So, just a, real cursory view, what is on the worksheet here appears to be higher than what we have, at least in the line items from starting at 283. So for instance...
And maybe I put something in the wrong column?
No, I think they line up like...
So if we want to go through, I can, page by page, kind of point out some of the things that are different this year, and maybe would be a question as to why. Some of the things are pretty normal and customary from year to year, but if we go to page 2, the turnout year, 3 sets. We've been buying 2 sets, but we've gotten newer members, and, they're expensive, so that's up.
What number is that? I mean,
Page 2.
Yeah.
It's the...
Under equipment
acquisition, it's the first line item, turnout gear, 3 sets.
20,000.
It's at the top, first page.
I'm with you.
All right, so, SCBA cylinders only. We have 16 that are going out of service this year, unfortunately, between this year and the following year, but we're not going to make it into the next budget year for usage. So that's a big number, and that's just falls away. It falls because of when we purchased the last cylinders.
How long do those last typically?
They're 15 years.
Oh, wow. Okay. Can't we get them, can't we do like...
The steels can be hydro-tested and recertified forever. These are composite cylinders, so once they're 15 years, they're done. They're lighter
Can we
weight.
get them like, so we do it, can we do 5, 5, 5? I mean, do they have to always come?
Well, we're gonna leave slots open on our apparatus if we do that now.
Got you.
So it'd be something you'd have to actually purchase early to get it staggered more.
Yeah. Okay.
Breathing air.
Yeah, so the other big one is, fifth from the bottom is the breathing air compressor system. We had talked about this last year, and somehow it got talked about, but it never got into the budget. Now it's, I believe, 32 years old, and parts are no longer available. This price is a couple $1,000s more than what last year's price was. But if it fails, we have no way to refill our
Air bottles.
breathing air cylinders at station. We could run them someplace else eventually, another fire department that has capability, but that's another big item.
What's the replacement cycle life cycle?
Well, the one we have now is 30 years old.
It's until you can't get parts or service it anymore, basically.
And so what we purchased, surprisingly, they made it run this long, as I guess I was told it was purchased when the firehouse was down next to the House of Pizza, and they didn't have the power to run it, so they ran power from the House of Pizza to the firehouse to run the compressor. I come to find out it's German, and probably was used on ships to fill scuba gear, breathing apparatus. So it's something that the people that are doing our air compressors now, they've never seen this unit before. So we probably got a real good deal on it somewhere 32 years ago.
For the museum.
The other stuff there's nothing big on that page. Page 3, pretty consistent with years past. Page 4, nothing glaring on that. And that's kind of where we're at.
So you're at 177,275, and we're looking at 139,250.
No, I don't think the 177 includes the wages.
Right, that wasn't included in
So
this
you're looking at
original.
177 versus 82,000. I mean, they had 82,000 this current year, and 82,250.
Yeah, I mean, that's, just looking at the equipment piece, it obviously mentioned the 44,000 for the breathing air compression system.
Well, there's total at the bottom.
Yeah, $100,000.
$100,000, which corresponds to $30,000.
Yeah.
I mean, they spent in the last audited period 60,000 in that.
Right.
Yeah, and that, again, that's also noting some small variances here and there. You know, like training for firefighters, we have a budget of $1,750, they have $2,000. Supplies, we have $800, they have $1,000. Repair and maintenance for vehicles, I think was $29. I just want to make sure that we have the right figures, because that's a big difference.
So basically, going back to the 25, 26 one that we have here, it was 116,775. If you add in the 44,000, which is that air compressor, that's pretty close to what this new number is.
And so, do we remember why did that get taken out on purpose last year?
We have no clue. We asked for it and it never got approved.
It was discussed and it just never got put in.
Okay.
And also in this new number.
The replacement compressor that you're looking at, domestic built?
Yes.
Is there a financing available on something like that, or do they want to take it?
I would imagine there is. We can check with them.
Do you have any details on the compressor at all?
You said that the price went up a couple $1,000 from last year to this year.
Yeah. Always does.
So is this estimate from this year or last year?
This year.
It's from 8/25/24.
Is his copier still working?
Yeah.
So this, currently at this point in time, the other thing that's an issue with our compressor is our compressor only goes to 4,500 PSI, which when I came here, we had 4,500 PSI cylinders. Now we have, we had 2216 cylinders. So the compressor goes to 45, that's as far as I go. Well, we went to 4,500 PSI cylinders, so now the compressor, if you fill the cylinders that stand alone to cascade to fill your bottles that you would wear, as soon as you fill the first one, you're not going to fill any, top them off, because it doesn't have the capacity. So at this point, we have a booster that we added so that we could boost 4,500 pressure as the cylinder goes down to top off our SEA gas cylinders that are in the back. So the new one would be 6,000 PSI with 4 cascade cylinders that we would be able to directly fill our cylinders in the frag tank without having the booster. And then the booster we purchased, but I'm sure we could sell that to somebody else
The booster itself, but not the compressor itself.
No.
No, well, the guy that came to service it,
Maybe anti-valve.
2 years ago, when he came to service, you know, when he asked for parts, he was able to make it work. He had to adjust something, one of the fuses had blown. Well, he has 2 spare blocks in his vehicle that are used. That's the extent of his capability to repair our compressor. And that's only, those parts are the ones that happen to fail.
So this is going from a 4,500 pound compressor to a 6,000. Yeah.
We're going to use our...
I mean, if you've got an air tank, and you want to fill a tire, and you want pressure in your tank, and you fill the tire, you're not going to get the pressure in the tire.
No, you can't.
Right, so, and we're going to keep our frag tank. They make really nice units that are all self-contained and it does it all in one unit, but we're not looking for that.
Right.
To spend more money.
So this is a pretty significant item. And some of the turnouts, we're at a 15-year lifespan on these things.
Oh, yeah, this
Can't have certified. And the trouble is, we're always going to be in that 15-year cycle. Because we don't want to retire before their expiration date, that doesn't make sense. But we can't wait a year, or we can't spread it over the future years, because we got to do it today.
Yeah, fortunately it's like, they would fall into, it won't make it through the 2 budget years to split it up. Just the way the hydro dates are on the cylinders when they go out of service.
Might want to notify fire tech and safety that
Norm Mullen isn't our chief.
Yeah, he knows that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We still get it. Well, he's still a chief, he's past chief. Once chief, always chief.
That's true.
It's like president.
Okay.
Like senator.
But I can find out about financing. And I will.
So just doing a comparison on the category to category. On the operating expenses from line 283 to 286, there's an increase of just over $5,000. And then on page 2, there is, between this worksheet and what we have in the budget, close to $100,000 that we don't have in our budget. So we're looking at roughly about $105,000 increase based on what's currently in our budget. For overall expenses, not getting into anything else.
We'll have to figure out your needs on these items, and certainly on the breathing air compressor system, that's a capital expense.
Right.
We'll have to see what we can do on that turnout gear, 3 sets. How long does turnout gear last?
10 years. We go longer than that, but that's a recommendation. But somebody's wearing their gear 10 years. It's starting to show here.
A lot of our older stuff's like ripped and stuff, so we don't have any more older stuff.
Yeah, problem is we have really big guy stuff.
That's what I'm
My
saying.
size are bigger and everything's sized. It's not like the old days where you had long coat and high boots. Everything's sized. So, and we have 5 new members that are in, gear that'll pass for now, but they get certified in the firefighter 1. Some of those are going to be issued newer gear.
That's good that you 5 new members.
We're very fortunate.
And they're all taking firefighter 1
There should be
right now.
Should be an article coming out shortly. A woman from Vermont Media, I think, came Sunday night, interviewed some of our students that are taking firefighter 1. And we also have a junior that's sitting in on the class. She won't be able to test out for that because she's not 18 at this point, but she's taking individual modules that they'll allow her to take, and she's sat through everything. And she could probably challenge the test when she turns 18.
So, does, first of all, I want to go back because I may have missed it while I was looking at this, but our budgets say 82,250. This is not the salaries, this is just operating expenses of 82,250. Theirs is 177,275, a difference of 95,025. Does everybody get that? That's right. So in their reserve fund, there's 155,877. Does that?
I don't know if Mike's transferred that annual fund over yet for that balance that we put in for a capital amount.
Oh, so it may not be that number.
Right.
The one that's on the town of Manchester summary of the 12 accounts?
Yeah.
It's 162.
It's 152.
162, 162.
All right, well, as of 10/31, it's 155, so you got the most current increase.
155,877. So does that, I mean, if all of it were to be, your total is 177. Can the equipment reserve fund be applied to some of that?
Yeah, I believe so.
Or you got any more?
Yes.
I mean, use that.
This is,
Oh, I guess you didn't.
so, I mean, specific to the air tank, it is equipment.
25
right?
back now.
So I think that would be.
That's not working.
Yeah, so if you took the 44,000 compression system out, you're looking at, 60.
1031.
So also, another thing that was also
I
in
don't want to
here,
draw that down if it's,
and that's the
you've got
cap.
huge capital expense.
Well, we gotta remember, we have that truck coming in 2027.
That's right.
And I believe if we did it right, we were gonna deplete the whole account.
That was
When we bought the truck.
For just the truck.
We had just enough money, that's why we went out to, we pushed it out 2 years.
That's what I remember. But I think I'm right, I think we're looking at a $95,000 difference between my operating expense of 82,250 and your operating expense of 177,275. Is that right? Is that what it was on that?
Typically, we just take it out of there and...
Well, and then I missed one other thing.
Well, no, we were just saying, if that was almost allocated, are you looking at the park?
That's for the truck in 2027.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't that how they typically done? We're just not doing that now?
Property tax, are you looking at the
Oh, but if this is the
local option tax? Local option tax requires any withdrawal from that requires approval from the voters, which would be approved as part of the budget. And we have a number that we're proposing, which is, I think, last year, no, it's not.
What line is that?
Just towards the end.
What one?
No, 1.45.
What line?
Page 17, 623, yeah, 623 and 624.
It's on page 18, and that's the same number that we did last year. And any remainder goes into the reserve fund? Yeah, or if we don't generate that amount of money,
Comes out of it.
Really, the hope was to get that reserve fund built back up. I think we accomplished a little bit there.
We did raise it last year.
Did raise.
Your fire equipment.
Yes.
Fund, and that was in order to accommodate truck purchase down the road, like you mentioned.
Yeah, because coming up, you have the ladder truck here in about 5 years.
Yeah. Which is, I think, we were looking at that number in relation, we're looking at your reserve fund in relation to that need.
Well, the only thing I'll add on the ladder truck is we're hoping, well, we're gonna, because there's nothing wrong with the truck, is to have it refurbed, which will hopefully save us probably $1 million. I'm expecting somewhere between 500 to 02, 05.
No, I mean, how often do we actually roll it out to a fire?
2 working structure fires, yes.
It goes out probably 5-6 times a year to actual calls.
I mean,
So is there, can we like, this seems like a really unfortunately lumpy year for these like kind of more one-off capital expenditures, but wouldn't it make sense to do what we did with the police department and try to be putting some money in addition to what we need for the trucks?
You mean self-finance it?
Well, no, into a reserve fund.
Just for purchases like this, yes.
I mean, I know that.
Or something other than a truck.
Yeah,
Yes.
I feel like there's 3 things that are really big ticket items that we didn't, which it's hard to argue with you guys because obviously we want you to have what you need to save people and yourselves, but like, there's some pretty lumpy things in here that definitely weren't on our bingo card.
Right.
In an already tough year.
And, yeah, so, I mean, it's great that we have that whole truck schedule, but I think we.
Well, and I get the air compressor, so we'll see about financing, and then we could spread the pain over a few years.
Yeah.
Which would help
all
drastically.
That would help a lot.
You know.
Because also moving on that ladder truck, that only gives us 12 years.
Yeah.
So we have to remember, if we go out, we have 5 years now, so in 17 years, we're gonna be looking at upwards of $3 million
But we
to
should be.
replace that.
But we
So we have to think.
I'm sitting here.
Well, I'm throwing this out there, so the fact of, we may want a separate account for just a ladder truck, or put in way more money
But
because.
that's what I think we should be doing, is saying, in a year where like, don't have all these one-off, like, weirdo things, like, if let's say we take up that number this year to X, we should be putting that same amount in next year.
Absolutely.
And not spending it,
We've kind of lapsed in the last 10 years, dating back to Rob, we kind of stayed at that one to not raise it, and now we're seeing these increases, and this is where it's been struggling.
So some of the communities in the state are joining other neighboring communities for these large purchases and they're sharing. For this vehicle that rolls out 5 or 6 times a year, they're sharing services with a joint agreement, rather than each town coming up with how many millions of dollars to refurbish it and then replace it. So that's a future option too.
Well, when we had the fire at the Equinox, we didn't have an aerial apparatus, and Bennington had one, but they couldn't get it up here very quickly, and luckily Lawrence Grant had an excavator, and he ripped out the connector between the part that was on fire and the parts that wasn't. Brand new construction. Ripped it down and saved the structure.
I get where we're going at with this, with the shared thing. They had done the study years ago when Dorset was pushing for police coverage. And basically, the study said we were the right size for what we're covering. Some of the other towns were, Dorset overbuilt their apparatus because they have a horrible water system, but we were doing good. So we can spread the love. We do mutual aid with all our surrounding towns now.
And they
yes, we have the apparatus and we're the bigger town, but they have manpower.
Oh, yeah.
And manpower is an issue.
Yeah.
So.
The mutual aid is pretty amazing when you see everybody come.
But one thing also.
But again, to follow up on what Scott said, we could house it here, but we might share the expense of having one that would be used mutually among different communities, but that's down the road on that truck. Is an aerial apparatus pretty much the same now as it was back when we bought that?
And it's only improved certain aspects.
It's new enough that it's worth refurbishing. NFPA, the standards changed a while back, so things like our old tanker, it wouldn't be worthwhile to bring it up to spec, even though it didn't have a lot of.
Like engine 2, we just discussed engine 2, but you look at the frame, you look at the actual, it's not worth the refurb. That's why we had the new instead of that.
Because it was the first new truck for a while, and then it got moved to the second out, so we.
I mean, I'm guessing a refurb's gonna be anywhere between $500,000 to $750,000. I mean, a lot of departments, and what you usually do is you sit down and they have this whole chart, like, do you wanna do all the hoses? Do you wanna do, they go through these whole trucks, they change all the bolts, all the hoses, it's like Rutland just did one, there was like 1.4, I think, but they went through and like pulled the whole ladder off the truck. I mean, new engine, new transmission, the whole 9 yards. We don't need to do that.
Trucks
Okay.
down the road. So you take one and we're in a good place for the next one.
So one quick thing to add to our,
Not in a good place for paying for these substantial acquisitions that we really hadn't anticipated. So we're gonna have to get creative. I'll say the same thing that I've said to everybody who's come in. As hard as everybody's working to keep these numbers down, there's a substantial increase in our property tax requirement on this budget. And people are not happy with their property taxes.
I'm sure not.
Yes, this is a municipal
So-
priority also.
And I missed one thing that puts a bump in the total. On the first page, under communications, acquisition and repairs, it has $25,000 this year. We were hoping to put a second repeater in, so that when we go to calls, we can step down from the dispatch frequency and not bother dispatch.
So there's been an issue
And be able
in,
to communicate over distance, which we can't do now when we go to a fireground channel. So, and then eventually, maybe everybody will spread the love around when we do it. They want to go to a primary dispatch channel for every department they're dispatching for.
for fire.
For fire.
Okay.
And then we would have a step-down channel that we would use.
Okay.
So try to, because right now, when they dispatch us, unless we're in an incident where we can step down to fireground and just communicate line of sight, they have to listen to us if we stay on our primary repeater channel. And they've got the police and the EMS and, East Dorset and Arlington, and there's other stuff going on that they don't need us, they don't need to hear our chatter on the radio. So that was in there, so that adds another bump in there. I missed that when we went through the first time. You guys, I know you were gonna have.
Prioritize some of these things? Yeah, I was gonna say, could you put these like on I know everything.
So for this repeater, we actually are working real close with the village DPW, and they've already agreed and approved us to put the repeater at the village DPW building. So other than just buying the equipment, that'd be the only thing we'd have to do.
Well, how much is the equipment?
$13,650.75.
So we can cut that 25 in half?
No.
Well, that's added into the 25, because we have other
Other
communications.
repair maintenance of equipment, pagers, radios.
That's why we went back to the 9 the following year.
All right, well, so, if you had to, are there any of these, like the turnout gear, the breathing, air compression situation?
We probably each have different ideas about that, but I think the air compressor's going long enough that we need to work on that. Maybe we can take some of the pain out. The SCBA cylinders we're gonna have, or we're gonna have empty slots in the apparatus where nobody has an extra cylinder to wear.
Okay.
Usually it's, you go in, you wear a cylinder, then you can wear a second one, and then you're done for a while. Because you work hard. Turnout gear?
You gotta have turnout.
We're gonna have to have some turnout gear. So, I'm not trying to downplay the radio thing, but if we can work that out of something else, or don't spend money in other areas, that we can whittle that down. All for it. Just to digress a little bit, I liked when we met with you guys prior to this budget meeting, we sat down with this, and then at least you know where we were coming from to start with, when you work through the budget, instead of we fill the sheet in and then things are different. So we have some time.
It's okay.
I know, but, I know it's the first pass, and I get it, it's similar, but you've had a whole day full of this.
Yeah, right.
And it'd be nice to sit down and have a meeting before we get to budget time, so that we don't have to have all this discussion now in the budget meeting, and we've kind of started in the right direction before we get to here. And with the point system, I would just think the three chiefs would like to meet with Scott and discuss his proposal, because we met initially, and we were supposed to have another meeting, we never met again. So I'm not saying we're not on board with that, but we'd like to sit down and discuss what we had come up with as an option and where he's coming out with the numbers, so we could just blend that.
What's the rate compared to other departments for per call, per guy?
It's all over the place.
Yeah, and
Some departments get nothing.
Right now, we're at $4.89 for every fire call we go to. Doesn't matter if you're there 10 minutes or you're there 5 hours. $4.89. That's what our numbers come out to be.
Everything's a point.
So, and everything else,
I've heard London area is different. Do you know what they?
Wind Hall's like 20 or 25 bucks an hour.
Yeah.
Some places we talked about the on-call, but maybe they're doing it differently, but we were told anywhere from 15.
Well, we can just throw it out there. One of the numbers we came up with after we had our meeting originally, we sat back, the three of us sat down the other night and talked about it, and the number we came up with was $32,000. Okay, additionally. Now, just hear me out for a minute. His proposal, $10,000, I'm okay with that. I think we should do that over 3 years. That'll get us up to, in 3 years, where we need to be, in a sense. But I want to see that money get put in for fire calls. So the way the system works now is there's $15,000 in there for just fire calls. So all the points get added up at the end of the day. This is our number divided into that amount. And then we have $20,000 for all other stuff, like trainings, breakfast, whatever we do, everything else. So I want to leave the $20,000 in there and keep that alone. And if we can make this number higher, I think we can get more people to show up to calls. And that's our issue, is not getting people to show up to calls.
But we like to sit down and discuss where Scott is and where we are, because the number we came up with was basically going to put us, what was it called for?
It was, the number that we figured out was like, it ends up coming out to be like $17 a call.
For calls.
The problem is the word volunteer.
Well, so it's like we're paid on call, and we all volunteered, and I get that, it wasn't about the money. The first year I came here, they gave me a check in November, I'm like, what's this? And I get it, but I also get that every time we respond to something, it's 45 minutes out of your day, even if it ends up being nothing.
You're leaving a job at $20 an hour, $25 an hour.
And other things, and just wear and tear, and we just like to move forward with it.
Well, part of it is, like we've been talking about in other departments, is retention. And attracting members when you don't have any. And you might not be in that situation you were in for quite a few years of not having enough members if you're actually offering a stipend that made a little bit of sense. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Let's just, because it's a long time. And Scott.
No, we would love to just discuss this. We don't want to cripple anybody, but we want to move forward. And again, if we could spread the pain over a 3-year period.
That's all we're doing.
To do that.
Yeah.
We just want to move forward.
Well, we love you guys, we want you to.
You know, there was a transition when the old town manager left, so we finally we're going again, because there was a lump in the road with that.
Yeah.
So, but thank you, and we're available. And any questions? Please, we'd love to get together.
There's a lot of them.
Well, just,
And there's one.
We've got,
ruminate on that for a little bit.
and see what we call it.
Ruminate.
The discrepancy, we'll get it addressed.
And we try to help offset sometimes, if we have stuff that we need, that we don't have the money for, we can just buy it ourselves, just so we have the things that we need as well.
You should have what you need.
Well, we put that in there too, but that's from the community, either donations or fundraising.
Right.
That we try to augment.
We don't want to burn the taxpayers all the time about buying this or buying that. So sometimes it's, people donate for a reason, so let's use that donations for the purpose of...
It's like the garage we're looking to put up. We're still working on that. Long-term project. The further I get into it, the less I know. So, but we're looking to fund that through donations and fundraising.
Right, so it doesn't cost
So it doesn't
taxpayers.
cost taxpayers anything.
Have you heard of GoFundMe?
No, they take a lot of money out of
So
it.
we're gonna,
Well, Venmo.
I think we can direct, do this, and make it happen, but I gotta get something set first. that we're gonna do, and we're just working on it.
Still waiting for numbers.
This is great, and this was the right time, and this is the right place, and it's all good.
Obviously, there's some unusual things happening in 2026, and your operating budget proposed from 2026 at 177,275 drops to 84,400, which is for next year, which is in line with what we were thinking. So, we've got to be able to accommodate these extra needs, and we'll have to figure out how to do that in this very difficult environment. But to me, this is way more nuts and bolts and necessary than some of the other requests that we...
Well, we thank you for your time and your diligence.
Thank you for your service.
Thanks for your help.
It's still out there if you want it. I'm not going yet. So, not the fire department, but just in general, as a taxpayer and a member of a town department, every year we try to hold to 3%. And I get it, but every year we get a request for funding. So if we total those all, how much is that this year? Over $500,000?
Yeah.
So then we take that, and we hold our 3%, and then each department gets less than 3%. So now we're behind every year, we're not even keeping up, trying to run a town that keeps getting bigger, and we have more things to do.
I know.
Why, and I'm just putting this out there, it has nothing to do with whether the request for funding is. I know how that's done, and it's by the voters, and that's great. But if we know that's going to get approved, why isn't that put on top of the 3%? Why do the departments in the town have to work with less so other people can have more?
Listen, I agree with you, but this is the...
I have a hard time saying it because I'm part of the fire department. And I don't like to stir things. If it was just me individually, it'd be great. But I think they're all worthy, and that's fine. But I just...
And if that were, like you just said, if that were on the ballot, if you were on the ballot in the same way that the voter appropriations were on the ballot, I'm pretty sure that the voting public would say, absolutely, I'm going to do that.
I mean, that's why I almost would prefer that, if you had each individual budget up for a vote. But the problem is that...
You can't do that in a municipality.
I know, but it'd be easier for us to do our job. And like, what happens is like, we have a request like the library, for example, and it's either yes or no. It's not like...
Oh, it's not a sliding scale or anything.
And so...
What you just said is really well put, and I hope that GNAT got it, and I hope the newspaper picks it up, because it's what we have to deal with. We're trying, as the chair says all the time, we're trying to fund the core necessities of the municipality.
And there's a lot of infrastructure here.
And it isn't that those places that are coming for money aren't doing great things, we recognize that.
They are.
But it's putting you in a pretty bad position and everybody else in a bad position.
Sure is.
And I think, personally, I'm much more interested than I used to be way back when I started in the core expenditures. I still think that paying dividends, helping the NBA may pay bigger dividends to get more money in the local option tax, which goes back to the taxpayer, and you and I will go back and forth about that all the time. But I appreciate what you just said, and I hope it does get out there. People need to know what they're voting for, which has a consequence.
Yeah, I think the only side note to that, though, is that if you were just to take the voter appropriations, even our internal budgets are up 10%.
Well, now, but the issue, we're going to whittle it down, we always do figure out a way to.
But we whittle it down at the expense of stuff.
We're not going to, well, that's what I think has a little bit of changes. The winds have been blowing a little bit in your favor in the past few years, I think. But I think we're unifying that. I personally think that, I agree with that. It's more about the core than it is. And it's hard, I think we should be basing our decisions solely on, we'll hear those reports and that's great from voter appropriations, but we should base our decisions on the core without considering that and let the voters, if they want to have it, That's up to them.
And like, let them do that, I mean, let them.
Right, that's plus plus.
Yeah.
The fire equipment reserve fund used to be a voter appropriation. And the fire chief would come in every year and present to the voters on the floor the reason for it, and it would go up or down, never went down, to my knowledge, based on what they wanted to do, but it made more sense because you're in this necessary essential part of municipal government, that be in the budget and not at the whim of the people that show up for town meeting.
And especially with the fire service nowadays, it's hard to find people like to buy things from anymore. Your numbers are dwindling, to be able to get 3-4 different prices from people.
We have segregated the voter appropriations from our budget on paper and in the town report every year now for this specific reason. But it just needs to be said more publicly. There's two things happening here, and we need to say that the core budget is being increased by X, and then say, and on top of that are the voter appropriations. Which we have, I think we've done that for the past 4 or 5 years, really made a distinction between those things because of just what you said.
Well, and you have, and I get that, but I just don't feel people understand how much there is to maintain here. To just to stay where you're at, not get ahead.
300,000 don't sound like a lot, but when you break it out into all the departments, it's big.
But that's why I feel like, the one thing I feel like that we can control is smoothing out some of these bumps. And so if we can get a better understanding of like these one-off things so that we don't feel like, oh my God, this is $100,000 that we didn't think about. And let's smooth that out. And it's, I think that we'd all be having an easier discussion and,
And I know we always get the request when I'm going on vacation that we need to have things in for October.
Right.
So I'd like for us to get together in November sometime before we get to here.
Sure.
So this discussion isn't so long, and maybe we work some of the lumps out before we get here.
But this is what we're here to do.
Well, I get it, I get it. But I just want this, or maybe I give you guys get this too early, so we all have this to work with, and then we can.
All have it so we can slash and burn your numbers.
Yeah, you do what you gotta do. You guys got everybody, I only got my people to worry about.
Slash and burn.
Come on, the burn part.
Where's the other cheese?
Chris is out of town.
Yeah, he left us in charge. Mayhem.
It was more congenial, I have to say.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
That's on me, man.
We
think you
Three keeps is good, thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Anybody want to hug before I go?
I didn't even come around to get my hug. Thank you for everything.
Thanks so much, guys.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Les.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for that. Thank you.
Thanks, Ross.
I talked to my lawyer, I think they're thinking between Christmas and New Year's. For what? To close on that property.
Yeah, I guess he talked to Merrill, and Merrill didn't get back to him, they wanted to do it.
She was in Europe.
Okay, that may be why.
Yeah.
But he called me back now.
I don't think.
Well, he wanted to do it next Tuesday, but I guess she couldn't do it, so now he said it's gonna be between Christmas. I said, well, Scott wants it done by the end of the year, so we gotta make sure we do it by the end of the year. I know, it would be nice. I'm ready, I mean too, I'm ready.
Yeah.
I'll ask. Me too. Thanks, Scott.
Yeah. Okay, now we've gone through everything that was on the agenda. I don't believe there's any public comments. I don't see any public here. Unless the cookies aren't up to...
Crazy Charlie, got any questions about the budget? No, okay, that's enough.
Does anybody have the desire to talk about what we've heard here today, or can we figure out
I think we got it.
Yeah. Then the motion to adjourn would be in order. Second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Scott.